Yes, some people like me are just destined to fuck up everything that we mess with. If I was made as a joke, I don't get it. Missed the call, but I guess I got the message. Usually I fall too hard, I'm addicted to pain. And if the world's on fire, I'll be swimming in flames, yeah. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for change. I know I'm far from perfect, oh yeah. But I know I can make it work, I know I can make it work. I'm crazy, everybody knows my name, but I don't even know my name. Going insane, putting heavy on my brain, and I don't even know my name. It's a story about a ID crisis. Used to think my only future was the night shift. Brain on ADHD, autopilot. And through it all somehow I kept smiling. I can never find the right words to say. Only a handful of family ever sees my face. But I'm only human, don't we all make mistakes? I'm drowning in my head again, and my thoughts don't want me to win. They show compassion made of plastic, and I don't wanna be another tragedy, but I'd rather be dead than a skeleton dreaming about the things that he couldn't be. Cause I'm too impatient to wait for dreams.
In the dark haze, polarized gaze, trying to find my way to you, where the spaces can't erase this. You're the feeling that I choose. I'm tired of running, 'cause you lost the feeling. You're disconnected in your touch. Are you believing in what I'm seeing? Or did the high life get too much? It's all on you now to figure out how. You lost the fire in your eyes, 'cause I can't change it. What you're wasting now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. Now that your gaze is polarized. When the haze clears all of your fears, now we have nothing left to lose.
Hello, folks. Hello, guys. Hello. I decided to start a bit early today, if you guys didn't notice. Hello. Yes. Okay. Let me see. I'm trying to sit down for a little bit. Let me see if is the lighting good? It looks okay. There we go. If I move up that a little bit, that might be helpful, actually. So, okay, guys. All right. So, hello, everyone. How's everyone doing? I decided to start a bit early. I have a lot of stuff I want to talk about. You know what? I need to fix that light. I'll fix that light real fast. So we have like a lawn. Yes, I have it set for 5 minutes. Not 5 minutes, 5 seconds, Alyssa. So it's not that slow. But there were some people coming in and just posting like the same thing 5 times in a row, and then taking up all the chat space. So I'm like, okay, we'll do a 5 second wait time between messages. Okay, guys, let me actually fix the light real fast. Give me 1 second. 1 sec. All right, so we got a lot to talk about today, folks. By the way, I wanted to start early because there are a couple videos in particular that I want to watch that are a bit longer. So I thought it might be better for us to for me to kind of get on early so that we can watch those before we go on to like the main stuff later when more people are on. Does that make sense? All right, I'm just fixing some stuff here. There we go. That looks a little bit better, I think. Hopefully that'll be better for my face. Okay. We don't have that on Twitch. Come over to Twitch. Yeah, true. True. Twitch doesn't have that thing, but I have to on YouTube. All right. Hello, guys. Hello. You like the low lighting? I'm glad, Alyssa. So we have a few things to talk about, guys. The first thing we have a couple things to talk about that are sort of not as, I guess, like in the moment, deeply important. Uh, and so we're going to wait to get to the news till, unless something horrible happens in the meantime, which, is every day. We're going to wait to do the news until the later, like regular time we normally do the news, around 12:30 to 1-ish. But in the meantime, I have some things I wanted to talk about that are sort of fun, I guess, kind of a little bit. Do we have anyone, are any of our UK folks here? I'm not trying to, be biased towards the UK folks, but I wanted to watch a video about how the UK teaches about the British Empire. So I thought that'd be kind of fun. If there are none of our UK folks in here, though, we can hold off on that and maybe watch it second. So if we don't do that first, the first thing we will do is we'll talk about tornadoes a little bit. Yes, I said that, tornadoes. Tornadoes. And you're like, why the fuck are we talking about tornadoes? Well, for a couple reasons. One, I live in the Midwest, and it's a big part of our culture here in the Midwest for those who live in the central United States to obsess about tornadoes. Second, it is an interesting examination of how human beings deal with natural disasters and how there are structures in place that make it a lot harder and result in people dying, and it's not necessarily the fault of the tornado. Yeah, you know it, Alyssa, you know it. So it's not only going to be talking about like weather, it's also going to be talking about how economic systems and things like Jonas, hilarious. Hello, Super Creeper Bat. Yeah, how economic systems and stuff. Tornado. No, it's a tornado. It's a tornado, LaCroix. It's a tornado. Okay, shame on you. How that affects the number of people that perish, die, things like that, and how it horribly affects people overall. All right. So, is it LaCroix? Fine. Yeah, be sad, LaCroix. That's all my joy is to make you sad, LaCroix. So, guys, let me see who we have here today. We have Sarah. Hello, Sarah. So glad you're here, Sarah. So glad you're here. We got Sir Bart. Hello, Sir Bart. Sir Bart says, our Father who art in heaven. Yes, guys, Donald Trump is Jesus Christ. But we all know what happened to Jesus Christ. And for the sake of me, for the sake of not Fed posting when I say that, what I mean by that is, what did happen to Jesus Christ? Clearly, he can't be Jesus. Clearly, factually, he can't be Jesus because he hasn't been crucified or resurrected. Anyway, it's not like I phrased it in a way to imply that I wish that would happen to him. Obviously, I'm innocent as a dove. I'm innocent as an angel. I am just saying, in theory, what did end up happening to Jesus Christ? Okay, moving on. All right. Yeah, there you go, Sir Bart. Okay, so let me see here. I believe the prayer, Sir Bart, is our Father who art in heaven, hallowed be thy name. Thy kingdom come, thy will be done on earth as it is in heaven. Okay, I know. I'm not going to say the whole prayer. Catholic school coming out here. I can even say it in Latin. But that's okay. I can say Ave Maria, gratia plena, Dominus tecum, benedictum tu in mulieribus, benedictus fructus ventus tua, Iesus, Sancta Maria. Okay, anyway, whatever. Screw it. I don't want to pull out my old prayer, the prayers I've been indoctrinated with. Hello, Jonas. I already said hello to you, Jonas. Hello, Jonas. You're so smart and funny. Hilarious. Oh my God. Jonas, insane. All right. So, hello, Louise. Okay, we do have some of the UK folks here. So this is what we'll do first, all right? The first thing we're going to do is we are going to watch a video about how the UK teaches about the British Empire. I thought that'd be kind of a fun thing to do. I've been doing a lot of America-centric stuff recently, because I'm an American exceptionalist. No, actually, it's just because a lot has been happening in America. I did, Louise. We're gonna watch that. We're gonna watch that. Actually, I believe Louise, I have that meme saved. We'll watch that later. Yes. So, good morning, Body Swap. So, I'm sorry. I got distracted. Hello, LaCroix. Yes. May the great Gazoo bless us. Hello, Sir Bart. Hello, Macon. Hello, Body Swap. Hello, Louise. For some reason, why is Louise not appear? Oh, there's Louise. Okay, Louise is appearing. Okay. So, hello, Doug. Hello, Jonas. Hello, Alyssa. Hello, Super Creeper Bat. I'm glad you're back. I'm glad that these degenerates didn't scare you away. Okay. And hello, why YouTube killed 99 red balloons. So glad you're here. God don't love me, it's mutual. Same thing here, YouTube. All right. So, okay, let's continue, right? Let's continue. So, just to start here, there is some news, but again, we'll cover it later. There's not much news. It's kind of the same shit, different day. The biggest news item is,
Hello, everybody. Just before
Trump and Iran and the United States trying to decide whether to come back together to negotiate, and some offers of stopping nuclear production or whatever the fuck. So we'll get back to that later. But for now, I just wanted to watch this video. It's about 20. It's a 20 so minutes. I'm going to put it on a bit faster speed. It would just be an interesting examination, and for the Americans in here. Oh, Meowsword, I'm sorry, Meowsword. Hello, Meowsword. I didn't mean to ignore you. Hello, Meowsword. So glad you're here. As always, I'm jealous of Meowsword. That's why I'm ignoring Meowsword. Meowsword is now in Thailand and looks like he's having amazing food, and only had to pay $80 to get his cat treated. He went to like the vet. The cat was constipated and had all kinds of other kitty issues. And then he left and he only had to pay $80. And well, come on, Jesus Christ. All right. Well, anyway, very jealous of you, Meowsword. All right. So glad you're here, Meowsword. Anyway, so moving on. So this is Meowsword. I'm glad you're here, by the way. I'm sad because I know that you're in a different time zone now. So I was worried you wouldn't be able to come to as many streams, and you might not be, but I'm glad you're here now. All right. So let's watch. So let's see what they have to say about how the UK teaches. Yeah, let's all move to Thailand. Let's see how the UK teaches about the British Empire. And I wanted to, for the Americans out there who may not understand the relevance to you, obviously I'm an internationalist. I think we need to learn about humans everywhere, how different systems work and things like that, so we can learn collectively. But think about how if there is and I don't know much about the UK education system in terms of how they teach about the British Empire, but if there's a lot of propaganda in it, how is it the same? How is it different from our education system? In terms of in terms of how we get propagandized to, etc. All right. Meowsword says it's 10 p.m. right now, but I'm a night owl and everyone here is partying for New Year's. Oh, that's amazing, Meowsword. Okay, I understand. All right, you guys. So everyone ready for this? Let's watch. I like this guy generally. So let's see what he has to say. Please contribute as you will. Again, we started early just to watch this, etc. It's going to be kind of a chill experience. I will say, I'm thinking if we raise like $50 to $60, I will start playing a video game. Okay, I'll play probably Elden Ring because I'm going to be streaming for a long time today. So if we get to like $50 or $60, we can play Elden Ring if people are interested in that. We could also play a different game if people prefer, but all right. Anyway, let's go.
we get started with today's video, I've got something exciting to share because this video is brought to you by Squarespace, which is all in one website platform for anyone looking
I'm sure it is. It's brought to us by Squarespace, whatever.
Geopolitical entity was perceived by its proponents as a beacon of civilization.
You know what? He talks really fast. I might need to just slow it down.
An engine for trade and building local infrastructure and prosperity, a source of military and national pride. Needless to say, however, populations under his rule might have had a very different opinion about things, and probably quite keen to point out a lot of things that were glossed over him.
Because he's a fast talker, so I'm gonna do 110 or some shit. We'll do 110.
Popular history. Now, in previous episodes of Today I Found Out, we've covered how the national school curricula in Germany and Japan teach pupils about the shadiest parts of their respective history, periods before and during World War II. But what about good old Blighty? How do schools in the UK teach about the British Empire? Do history teachers also cover its most negative aspects, or do they just gloss over them? Well, to begin with, the national curriculum's approach to the British Empire is extremely complex and subject to change, and is currently undergoing a pretty major review, as we'll get into later in the video. But
so guys, one of the differences between the UK's education system and ours is that in the UK it's centralized. They have a national curriculum. So like the central government comes up with a curriculum, I'm pretty sure, and I don't think, I could be wrong, I don't think much the counties of the UK or whatever actually have much say in it. I'm not sure if like Scotland, for example, has or whatever it may be, or Wales has like a contribution to it. Do they? For those from the UK there, or I know but it's mainly a centralized curriculum, right? In the United States, every state essentially creates its own curriculum, and then every school district can add on to it. So we have 50 different curriculums with different changes. Okay. Correct. You're right. Saturate. It's a joke, right? Welcome, Saturate. Saturate says Trump is not Jesus. Of course he isn't, Saturate, right? I know he's a monster. But it's a joke. Okay. But thank you for stopping by. All right. I kind of hoped it would make people come in here and yell at me. It's good news there. All right. So I got you. No problem, Super Creeper Bat.
First, let's now take a quick run through the topic at hand, starting with a very brief overview of the British Empire itself. Seems to make sense. The British Empire can be defined as a global system of territories under the sovereignty of the Great British Crown and Government. These territories include colonies,
Yes.
protectorates, and dominions. It's interesting to note that most of these early settlements were established by private enterprise with no direct strategic oversight from the Crown or the government. For most of the history of the empire until the mid-19th
Saturate, we are not right now, but we might actually, because this is about how the English or how the how UK students are taught about the British Empire. So there might be a conversation about Israel, which, you know, is an angelic state that never did anything wrong. That's sarcasm, by the way. Of course, yeah, it's a horrific state that's doing genocide and is imperialistic and monstrous towards neighbors. It's a Nazi state. Anyway, um, yeah, I know, Gwen. That was my fault. Hey, guys, I know people are coming in here and yelling at me. I just started streaming, guys. I just started streaming. I decided to start early. Okay, for those that were already in here, I apologize. You're going to have to hear this again. I started streaming early because I wanted to watch a longer video about how people in the UK are taught about the British Empire. So we will yeah, saturate. Okay. So we're started early to watch this, and we're going to talk about tornadoes a bit, and we'll get into the regular content after that. So we're going to be streaming for a while today. All right, back to the video.
century, the Crown had some limited powers of supervision over the acquired territories, but the colonies themselves were largely self-managed and self-sufficient. But let's rewind just a little.
Oh, I forgot I was going to mention. Did you notice how they said a lot of these early British colonies were established by private companies, including the United States, including the 13 colonies were founded by private stockholder companies, corporations, like the Virginia Company, for example, or there was also like the West India Company, if you want another English company. These were largely corporate enterprises. Now, yeah, the East India Company, there you go. Which is bizarre. You know it, Inverted Panda, okay? And it is reflective, guys, that there is a great deal of overlap between capitalism and colonialism. They were literally corporate enterprises that founded. And for a place like America, I want you to think about how deeply capitalistic America is. Okay? How deeply capitalistic it is. It kind of makes sense when you remember it was literally founded by a corporation. I mean, a lot of it was founded by a corporation, not the whole thing. But okay. So interesting thought, kind of gross, kind of weird.
England first started.
One last thing, I know I keep pausing it. When we always talk about how deadly communism is and socialist states are, and well, yeah, there's a lot of death and destruction in socialist states. Okay. We never talk about how deadly and disgusting capitalism has been. I mean, what happened to India? What happened to the Native Americans? What happened in Leopold's Belgium? These are all results of capitalism. Okay, these were corporate entities or entities designed to make a profit. Okay, and and millions of people died because of it. You never hear that talked about, do you?
Started its colonial path by invading Ireland in 1169, fully
That's like
reconquered by the Tudors in the 16th century. And yet, the official start and end dates of the empire have been set at 1601 and 1997. So, what happens here? In the 17th century, England established its first transatlantic colonies in North America and the Caribbean, mainly driven by commercial ambition and a strategy to stem French influence over the area. Around the same time, the privately owned East India Company began establishing trading posts in India and Southeast Asia. Continuing the trend, in the 1660s, England extended its reach into the African continent by settling into modern-day Gambia. Over the following 2 centuries, England first and Great Britain later colonized much of Africa, establishing a chain of territories from Cairo to Cape Town. By the 18th and 19th centuries...
That's okay, sorry, Saturate. It's prevent trolls from getting over there, but feel free to chat on YouTube until you get over to Twitch.
Brits were on a roll. The Treaty of Paris in 1763 unlocked the door to what would become Canada, and the East India Company continued its expansion at the expense of their French counterparts.
On a side note, guys, okay, he's just giving us sort of an overview of the British Empire. This is a good example. So at the same time, I want to point out something. We don't normally think of this. There's sort of this idea that the European powers were like so much more superior and advanced. It made it so much easier for them to conquer other peoples around the globe. That is not true. Okay. there is some truth to the fact that in North and South America, there were people didn't have access to guns or steel or horses or things like that that are traditionally that made it much harder to compete with the Europeans in terms of militarily. There were also disease. But in places like India and Africa, the reason why the British and the Dutch and stuff could not do early conquests of these places and they had to just establish trade outposts was because they didn't have the capacity to conquer these people. All right. They were outnumbered. They were often militarily disadvantaged. It was only during a lot later, during like the Industrial Revolution, that they developed technology that made it really hard to defeat them, I guess you could say. So just an interesting thought there. It wasn't just it wasn't like they were superior to the people they conquered a lot of the times. A lot of times they were defeated by them and they couldn't do early conquest. Just a note. Um, Thank you, Saturate.
Counterpart and local Bengali rulers. There was
Yes, it does, Gwen. It did say that.
occasional yet major setback.
Exactly, Inverted Panda. Inverted Panda says the Indian subcontinent used to be 23% of world GDP. And the British could not just conquer it because they were little pipsqueaks compared to the British. I mean, compared to the Indian subcontinent, all the civilizations there and stuff. And by the way, they had a massive, the Indian subcontinent had a massive domestic textile industry where they were producing textiles and cloth and things like that. And then the British destroyed that and basically forced people to become agricultural. This is hopefully he'll talk about it. I don't want to go into it now, but anyway.
Of course, such as the loss of the 13 American colonies following the Revolutionary War of 1776, but even that came with some major advantages, as Britain very purposefully gave the new nation insanely favourable terms in the deal, as we've covered in one of our personal favourite videos that we've done, the time Ben Franklin and John Adams slept together, and the hilarity that ensued, which goes in depth into the start, middle, and end of the Revolution, and the rather fascinating and hilarious two contrasting individuals in those two men who played such critical roles, as well as covers in detail why Ben Franklin advocated so strongly that elderly women were the best to sleep with. Okie dokie. But going back
Ben Franklin
to these
was
colonies,
kind of a silly guy. Ben Franklin, I know this is kind of unrelated, but I like Ben Franklin. He, by the way, he founded the first abolitionist society in the colonies. He was very anti-slavery. He didn't necessarily view black folks as equal, but for his time, he was way ahead of his time in that he formed the first abolitionist society. But he also was well known to be a womanizer. When he went to the French court, he slept with every woman in court, basically. He especially liked older women, and would always brag about his conquest amongst women and things like that. Anyway, just kind of a silly guy. Apparently, he was good at it, though, because they often spoke in high praise of how he treated them. Let's put it that way.
and the terrorist organization that took control of them and subsequently mass murdered so many British soldiers just there trying to earn a living. France and the newly minted United States were bosom buddies at this point, which was a major problem for the British both at the time and very possibly could have turned into a catastrophic problem if that future was allowed to continue. Thus, in a bit of a double cross, which honestly, what more could you expect from already traitors to king and country, the colonists decided to throw France, without whom they'd definitely have lost the war completely under the bus at the last minute, in exchange for those insanely favourable terms from the British. As for the British side, then British Prime Minister Lord William Petty, Earl of Shelburne, felt that in granting the United States such favourable terms, they also positioned the US to prosper to a great degree while simultaneously helping to open up very favourable trade with them, which would benefit British merchants.
So I will say it is people who say, without the French, we wouldn't have won the War of Independence immediately. That is a bit of an exaggeration to say that it is possible that the colonists would have won. It would have taken a lot longer against the British anyway, or against the crown anyway, but the French definitely made it a lot easier and like really sped it up. And we could have lost. We're just not sure. But definitely without the French, we wouldn't have won when we did win, and we may have lost overall.
As well as help supply the British Empire with much needed resources. This would also hopefully foster a decent amount of goodwill towards Britain from the new nation and potentially help ensure that the relationship between France and the US didn't continue to mature unchecked at the expense of Britain. And in retrospect, while the now dubbed special relationship between the British and Americans wasn't always smooth in the aftermath, on the whole, such friendly relations with their former colonies has served the UK extremely well and has been a boon to the United States as well. So much so that the US Department of State's webpage on the relationship relationship between the US and the UK starts off, the United States has no closer ally than the United Kingdom. Following the end of the American Revolution in 1783, in 1785 our two countries established diplomatic relations. Other than a brief break in relations during the War of 1812, the United States and United Kingdom...
That's a funny way of putting it, a brief break in relations. We went to all-out war and slaughtered each other, and the the English crown actually burnt down the White House. They burned it to the ground while the president and his wife were running out the back door. Well, I should say, as they were running out the back door of the White House, British troops were coming in the front door. It was a bit more than just a cute little break. That's some cute American propaganda to be like, we had a slight break in 1812. We also, by the way, tried to invade Canada during the War of 1812. Oopsie, that didn't work out. We also tried to invade Canada during the American Revolution, during the War of Independence. Oopsie, that didn't work out too. That was a mistake. Whoopsie. Yep, we did, Paul Squall. We rebuilt the White House with slave labor. And one of the most annoying things that happened during the War of 1812, by the way, which, by the way, lasted from 1812 to 1814. Yeah, exactly, Gwen. Dolly Madison saved a lot of artifacts and shit. But just to show you, if anyone's ever heard of the Battle of New Orleans, this is one of those things historically that drives me crazy. The Battle of New Orleans. So the Battle of New Orleans, Ryan inverted panda, hilarious. Okay, so the Battle of New Orleans was this massive battle during the War of 1812 that happened outside of New Orleans, and it cost the life of a lot. There were a lot of casualties. I believe the British lost, I guess not as many as I thought, but there was about 2,000 casualties on the British side and about 71 on the American side, and it was a pretty horrific defeat for the UK, for the British. But guys, given how transportation and communication happened at the time, we had already signed a peace agreement with the British when the battle took place. The ship that was carrying the news about there already being a peace between us hadn't reached America yet. It was still coming across the ocean. So we fought this battle after a peace agreement had already been signed, which is just so, oh my God, it's just so sad to me. Like, what a waste of life. Anyway, but that's, what are you going to do? That's how they communicated back then. They couldn't really do much to tell people that the war was over. Oh, well. Anyway, getting back to this.
Have remained durable partners and allies. Our partnership is the foundation of our mutual prosperity and security. Not just teaming up in matters of war and security, the two nations are among each other's biggest trade partners. They also share the world's largest foreign investment partnership. And as UK Foreign Secretary William Hague noted in 2013, every day almost 1 million people go to work in America for British companies that are in the United States, just as more than 1 million go to work here in Great Britain for American companies that are here. But going back to matters of less importance in the nation's respective histories, even in defeat on this one, the British Empire was advancing, and the building of the empire resumed in the following decades. Australia was settled in 1788 and Malacca in 1795. Then the outcome of the Napoleonic Wars resulted in the acquisition of further former French territories. These were mainly island colonies such as Ceylon, Trinidad, Tobago, St. Lucia, and Malta, which made for great trading posts and bases for the Royal Navy. New Zealand was colonized in 1840, followed by expansion in the Pacific. In 1857, as a consequence of the mutiny of the East India Company's private troops, the Crown assumed control in the subcontinent.
Was that the Sepoy Rebellion? Did he say Sepoy Rebellion? That was an interesting rebellion.
And as mentioned earlier, in the late 19th and early 20th century, Britain completed its expansion in Africa. And I'm certain that everyone is going to have fun pointing out in the comments which territories were not mentioned and which wars of conquest were ironically glossed over. But the point we wanted to make is that the history of the British Empire is an extremely long and extremely complex topic that quite literally spans the globe. And all of this, contrary to extreme points of view.
Did I? No, I misheard what he said. I thought he mentioned the Sepoy Rebellion, but I could be wrong. I don't know which one he was talking about.
On the other side, there were undeniable positive effects at points, some intentional, others less so. And when it comes to controversy and ramifications, one should acknowledge what could be considered the positive aspects of imperialism as well as its more.
Okay. The positive aspects. Okay, here we go. I don't know. Okay, we'll see what he has to say. I'm already uncomfortable, but okay.
Sinister consequences. On the former, British civil servants and private enterprises developed modern infrastructure in the colonized areas. They created a global trade network, allowing colonies, dominions, and protectorates to access lucrative markets on the other side of the world.
Okay.
Colonial administrations standardized education across the globe, created job opportunities in the civil service and the military, and introduced modern legislature and administration practices. The process of building the empire is a remarkable achievement in itself, a testament to the skill, competence, courage, and leadership of the British military.
Yeah, I know, Matt Sai, guys. So I'm uncomfortable now, guys. Oh my God, how do I explain? So this, I don't know how to. Okay. Yeah. I mean, I guess it's like, yeah. Like from a historical perspective, it is not an easy task to build a massive empire and create legislative structures and shit. You see what I mean? Like it's not easy, but I don't know if I'm going to go about complimenting it as like like, "Oh my God, isn't that fantastic? Look at what they accomplished." That is extremely un completely ignoring the consequences of this thing. And as a historical point, we need to know about that, how they did this functionally. Like it's really hard, for example, to administer the American empire. We have military bases all over the planet. We have a massive, like a military presence that all has to be controlled, and it's not an easy undertaking. Okay, I'll keep seeing what he has to say, but kind of weird.
Merchant sailors, and explorers. Of course, in all of this, the British Empire was also responsible for some of the worst atrocities.
There we go. Okay, in his defense, he was very brief about it. Right, Paul Squaw. We had to kill so many people to bring all those positive aspects to the world, right? Yeah, exactly, Inverted Panda, and like all this, like, okay, you have to understand too, guys. And Inverted Panda, I'm glad you brought this up. These structures were created as systems of oppression, right? They were definitely clever and intricate, but their purpose was to subjugate people, to brainwash them, to to create apartheid states, etc., to limit the rights of people of certain skin colors. Like, and it's so funny. It's kind of like saying, you know how like in the Star Wars universe, there's the Death Star, and the Death Star is an enormously complex machine that took a lot of technical and skill and coordination to build. But it's still a Death Star. I guess we could compliment the technical skill involved in creating the Death Star, but like, it's also still the Death Star. Okay. Okay. Weird.
Violations of human rights in relatively modern history, even if it's glossed over in Britain's own history books, as we're about to get into. Which, to be fair, as we outlined in our unfortunately age-restricted 2-hour documentary Swept Under the Rug, The Truth About the Japanese Holocaust, which is the best video that we've probably ever produced, not just the Japanese, but the United States too committed mind-boggling amounts of crimes against humanity during the Pacific Theater, something of a matter of course, yet virtually none of this is ever mentioned in either country's academic history books, generally left to university lecturers and the likes of us to dig into. This is a theme with basically every single nation in.
Does it seem, I like him. I normally like him, okay? But does it seem like because he is, like everyone does this, even people from America, that he's from the UK, that he's kind of prevaricating on this point? He's kind of like, well, don't worry, other people do this too. I'm not saying other countries don't do this too. This isn't just a UK problem. Okay, I promise. This isn't just a UK problem. America does it. Japan does it. Everyone does it. It's almost like he's kind of trying to stop backlash before he gets it, which is a sign that there is an issue with some people in the UK not wanting to hear this. I get that Americans do it too, but it's kind of a tell, isn't it, that he's saying that right now before he talks about the good stuff briefly and then briefly mentions the crimes and is now probably going to go more into detail, but first has to kind of remind everyone, but this isn't just the UK. All right.
History with how they covered their own history in schools, with the stark exception being Germany. And some perhaps rightly have argued that the Germans go too far the other way, hammering their own atrocities home, so much so that the youth of today not only have learned the lessons from them, as is very good, but also have unfortunately developed a bit of a major collective guilt complex about it, even though neither they nor their parents, nor even in many cases their grandparents, had anything to do with any of it. Now, going back to the British Empire, the atrocities of their own have nonetheless been confirmed by the UK government itself. For example, in 2011, the Foreign Commonwealth Office confessed to keeping 20,000 classified files, which included incriminating evidence of murder and torture by British colonial authorities. So, before...
Wait, I'm sorry. Did I hear that right? I'm going to go back. They have classified documents. Are they still classified that talk about the abuse of colonial authorities' abuse of people?
Now, going back to the British Empire, the atrocities of their own have nonetheless been confirmed by the UK government itself. For example, in 2011, the Foreign and Commonwealth Office confessed to keeping 20,000 classified files, which included incriminating evidence of murder and torture by British colonial authorities. So, before we cover how all this is taught specifically, we should probably...
I mean, that sounds remarkably American to hide all the crimes. Anyway. Paul Squaw, Germans are happy to support Israel. Yeah, they are. Paul Squaw, there's an issue in Germany, big issue.
Also very briefly dive into those imperial atrocities, so little discussed. To begin with, British troops and their colonial units were enthusiastic proponents of using concentration camps to control hostile local populations.
Sorry, I shouldn't laugh, but oh my god, it's not funny, but it's like the evil is just like unbearable. Like they were like big proponents of using concentration camps and shit. Yeah, the British Empire, very evil. Empires, very evil. Okay, I mean, dear God.
Tactic was first used against the Boers in South Africa in the early years of the 20th century. During the 1950 Malayan emergency, camps known as New Villages were built to keep Chinese civilians under tabs lest they support the local independence movement.
Yeah.
And then again, in 1964, up to 1.5 million Kikuyu people were detained at camps in Kenya as a means to quash the Mau Mau uprising.
Oh my God, that was brutal. The Mau Mau uprising. And then they absolutely, put them in camps and murdered a lot of them.
When not forcibly locking up astounding numbers of people for no morally justifiable reason, Imperial troops distinguished themselves in massacring civilians to quell unrest or slaughtering poorly armed local militias in the context of unprovoked invasions.
Yeah.
An example of
oh wow, that sounds like one of our favorite states on the planet, doesn't it? To defend themselves, okay, launching aggressive wars of defense, okay. Hello, elevator lady. And actually, what's America doing right now? Even this war of defense we're waging against Iran next to our vassal state Israel.
Former case can be illustrated by the massacre in Amritsar, Punjab, which took place on April the 13th, 1919. That's when the British Indian Army fired over an unarmed crowd, killing upwards of...
Guys, this is what I talked about yesterday. Yesterday was the anniversary of the Amritsar massacre.
1,000 civilians. Yet another is the 1903 British invasion of Tibet. This was staged to preempt a potential Russian offensive. The operation resulted in a massacre via machine gunning of 700 local militias armed with flintlock muskets.
Jesus.
When not causing death by bullets, the British Empire also had another common human weapon of mass destruction at their disposal, and that's incompetence, often compounded by callousness. Through a combination of poor administration, carelessness, disdain towards populations perceived as inferior, or plain idiocy, British colonial authorities annihilated hundreds of thousands, if not millions of lives through their actions, even if that wasn't really the original intent.
Millions, definitely. It's an underestimate to say hundreds of thousands. That is, if they're talking direct killing by British troops, it's probably still at least 1 million. But that doesn't even get into the structural violence that the British Empire did and still continues to do today, or the results of the British Empire, which the structural violence of which still takes place and it still results in excess deaths all across the planet. That I don't know if he's going to talk about there were famines that the British Empire engaged in. Is he going to mention Ireland as part of this too? I'm curious. Like this is complicated. There's like lots. I don't know if he's okay. There's other things too that they did, of course.
Of said actions. The most blatant example is the partition of the Indian subcontinent.
Oh my God, don't even, okay. That resulted in deaths of millions of people when Pakistan, India parted, and mass migrations of people trying to move to either Pakistan or to India. Yeah, exactly, inverted panda. Yeah, exactly. The 3 to 4 million died during the Bengal famine. And that's what I think is hilarious. Yeah, okay, direct deaths, I guess, shooting people. Yeah, maybe 1 million, but there's tons of other deaths due to famines, like the Bengal famine, the Irish, like the potato famine. There's tons of other horrible things. At least he's talking about it.
An operation so thoroughly mishandled that it caused the mass migration of 10 million people and the death of 1 million as a consequence of sectarian violence. Other examples include the introduction of smallpox to Australia and the mismanagement of crop failures in India and Ireland, which led to terrifying famines of catastrophic proportions. This carousel of colonial horrors would not be complete without a mention of the transatlantic slave trade. Sure, other European powers took part in this practice, and undoubtedly African kingdoms took an active role by happily happily selling
So this image right here is called a light pack or a loose pack ship. A loose pack ship. So there were two ways of packing a slave ship with the word they would use as cargo, of course, in people. Okay, there were two ways they would pack these slave ships with people. One was called a loose pack, which is what you see here, and these were smaller ships where they would basically have people sit on top of the ship in sort of this loose pack. But that was horrific in itself. The worst form of a slave ship were tight pack ships, which tight pack, where they literally would lay people down like cargo next to each other, like this. And here are images showing how they would tightly pack people together underneath the deck, sometimes on top of each other, chain them together. These people would be living in their own feces and waste the entire time they went across the ocean, often dying of disease or death, other forms of death. And like so. I'm not trying to critique him here. He chose the least bad image you could choose for a slave ship. These people look like they're just hanging out. Okay.
selling captured prisoners of war into slavery. But the role played by England first and Britain later is pivotal. The first English ship transporting slaves from Africa to America set sail in 1562, captained by John Hawkins. Hawkins sold his human cargo to Spanish colonists in America, raking in an enormous profit. Over the 17th century, demand for unpaid labor skyrocketed also in the English possessions in the New World, propelled by the expanding demand for sugarcane crops. By the late 18th century, more than half of all of the African slaves transported across the Atlantic were carried by British ships. Around the same period, in 1787, campaigners Thomas Clarkson and Granville Sharp founded the Society for the Abolition of the Slave Trade, which raised awareness about the inhumane conditions of African slaves, boycotted goods produced.
So, I always have an issue with this. Okay, I agree. Yeah, I don't mean to sound dismissive. There were British activists who were heroes who did help to end the slave trade and really pushed against the slave trade, etc. And the British Empire passed laws to end the slave trade. Okay. But I have often, at least in America, I have seen this used as like a sign that, the colonists were good guys, they ended the slave trade, etc. But we just heard about the Bengal famine. There were tons of other famines that the British Empire caused, and millions of people dying and stuff, despite the ending of the slave trade. So it is great. Yeah, ended the slave trade, right? Ended the slave trade. But if we're looking overall, that's sort of a cute little side note compared to the mass death and destruction wrought by the British Empire, okay? I'm just a note there. It's also like same thing in like American history. We ended, you're right, Inverted Panda. Like I should say the Atlantic slave trade, right? But the chattel Atlantic slave trade ended. On like the same thing in America. Like we talk about how like we ended slavery in America. Well, kind of, I guess. We also slaughtered all the Native Americans. Like, yeah, okay. And if you look at how labor is treated in the global South today, how little wages labor gets, and how all that wealth then gets siphoned to the imperial metropole, whether it be the Europe or the United States, it's really hard to tell the difference between slavery and like working in a sweatshop in some ways. Okay, like that's only a slight exaggeration, but there's still massive structural inequalities that result in tons of people basically in slave-like conditions. Anyway, regardless, we'll keep watching this.
Through slavery and petitioned Parliament. Petitions were led by MP William Wilberforce, and after years of failed attempts in 1807, the slave trade was abolished in the British Empire. But up to that point, some 11,000 ships had sailed from British ports with the purpose of transporting and selling people across the Atlantic, with countless thousands dying along the way, and the ones who made it left to a life of slavery, sometimes under extremely brutal conditions. To their credit...
There we go. There's a tight pack, so he did show a tight pack.
Following that date, the Royal Navy took an active role in patrolling the Atlantic waters, cracking down on those traders who defied the ban, as we we discussed in our recent video, The True Story of the Amistad. However, slavery itself was not abolished until 1838, after which the slave owners, not the slaves, received compensation from the government. Again, you can absolutely have a field day by pointing out which atrocities we failed to include on this list, because had we covered it all, or in any further detail even than we did, this video would likely have set the record for the world's longest YouTube video ever. And not only been
I honestly, guys, and I don't mean to defend him, as a creator, this video would have had to be multiple hours long if you went into all the details of all the horrors. And it's also one of the issues, and again, I'm not defending it, but it's an issue with our education system, probably in the UK also, is there's only limited time you have to teach. So you cannot go into tremendous amount of details in every little thing. So a question becomes, how do you capture the horror while also needing to have enough time to go through everything that you're required to teach? It's a big problem. So like, yeah, I get it. He's kind of having to quickly cover certain things that could require a lot more detail. It's an interesting balance people have to sort of overcome. Maybe that's why we should have universal Matt Sai guy. That's a problem. You're right. Like oftentimes this results in people picking the events that make people feel good, right? We need, this is perhaps why we should have universal college education, because then at least, both in the UK and America, because then at least you would get more time to be educated and learn more about the details and stuff. But again, we could debate this, right? Yeah, exactly. You would have to you would have to do an entire AP class on the horrors of whatever, okay? Or yeah, okay. Hilarious, Paul Squall.
monetized but age restricted as well, as happened to our aforementioned video about the truth about the Japanese Holocaust. But please do be our guest, discuss as many things as you wish in the comments below. I don't think they can demonetize us for that. All that out of the way, let's now finally look at the British Empire in the UK syllabus. To begin with, on this, Anira Rose McClue, former teacher and member of Facing History and Ourselves UK, a charity that uses the teaching of history to challenge bigotry and racism, states, "The history we learn in educational institutions and wider society concerning the British Empire is incomplete."
Isn't that the understatement of the year? You think? Okay. Again, I guess same with America though. I know I keep saying same with America, but it would be an understatement to say that American education, when it comes to American history, is incomplete. Yeah, okay.
Stories that dominate tend to amplify the voices of the colonizers, depicting the imperial period as a time of glory and greatness, while the plunder, oppression, and destruction of indigenous peoples and their societies and cultures often occupies, at most, a footnote.
Can I also point out that the British Empire was not good for the British, okay? Okay. Obviously, I'm not comparing the suffering done to the direct victims of the empire and the suffering experienced by people that lived on the island, in Britain itself, okay? But like, there was a massive underclass of impoverished people, of laborers, of people who were not directly benefiting from empire. There was, however, a very wealthy upper class, and there was a middle class that did benefit quite a bit in Britain. But just like in America, like most Americans aren't really benefiting that much from American empire. Okay, so yeah, the empire was not good for a lot of British folks too. By the way, not good at all. And a lot of times they would, the British folks would get sent to die for no good reason to maintain empire as well. So empire bad overall in a lot of ways. Okay.
We hear how Britain's empire left behind sporting traditions, trade networks, education, and democracy.
Okay, yeah, we hear of how yeah, okay. I'm sure this does sound like someone we know, Matt Saigai, doesn't it? Now he's quoting. This isn't what he's saying. We hear of how Britain's empire left behind the traditions, train networks. I hear that one all the time. We know that, don't we, Matt Saigai? We hear that one all the time. They left. Yeah, exactly. Inverted Bandit. They forcibly impressed British sailors and things like that. But I'm so sick of hearing the argument that the British brought trains to India. Okay. Okay, besides the point. Education and democracy. Okay, as if those subjected to colonialism wouldn't have come to these themselves. Yeah, okay.
democracy, as if those subjected to colonialism wouldn't have come to these themselves, but learn little of how much of Britain's current wealth can be traced back to the suffering, exploitation, and enslavement of millions of fellow human beings in overseas territories. End quote. In her article, Ruse McClue quotes a March 2020 survey.
Exactly, Louise, exactly. Tolpuddle martyrs, the Peterloo massacre, the potato famine in Ireland, the Culloden, etc. Yeah, not to mention the labor violence, the violence done to labor, the treatment of women in a lot of cases, the treatment of the Scots, the Welsh. Yeah, Louise. The British Empire was brutal towards its own people as well. Absolutely. And that's a classic experience of empire. Remember, guys, we talked about the boomerang effect, the theory that fascism is where your external imperial actions boomerang back to the homeland, okay? And a lot of that, and I don't want to say that was necessarily fascism, but a lot of that ricocheted back to the mainland in the UK, okay?
33% of respondents believe that
I know, right, Inverted Panda? Look at all that fancy trains and ports that we use to transport all the wealth back to England. Ooh, yay, right? Like, ooh, it's so gross. It's so gross.
former British colonies were better off overall for having been a part of the empire. She then goes on to comment that if the brutal realities of the colonial past of the British government were taught in schools and discussed more within wider society, those survey results would no doubt be very different. Historian William Dalrymple chimes in on all of this, saying, the British history curriculum moves suddenly from Florence Nightingale to the Nazis, so that Britain always seems to be on the side of liberation, freeing people. You learn about the Roman Empire, the Holy Roman Empire, all sorts of empires, just not the British Empire. The fact that we conquered half the globe was bizarrely...
You know, though, that's very similar to the USA. We never taught, there is no part of the curriculum that is about American empire. None. Okay? Like, how do I frame this? Like, you never hear that the post-World War II American global presence is imperial at all. You never hear that, all right? The same thing with apparently it sounds same with the British Empire. You don't learn much about it, I guess. That's what they're saying here. I could be, maybe that's wrong, but it's almost like it's invisible. And then what you hear about in American history classes is all the things we did all over the globe, but you never hear, I mean, the good stuff, the quote unquote good stuff, but you never hear the word American Empire used, all right? Let's see here. Paul Squaw, Mr. Revolt, I am curious as to whether you consider the Holy Roman Empire an empire. No. It's bizarre, by the way, guys, to talk about, and I don't think he's saying that the Holy Roman Empire is an empire. That's what they're taught about. So Inverted Panda, that's a fair point. Allow me to explain. So there is a section of American history where you learn about the Spanish-American War and American imperialism. But it's very limited to like Guam, Hawaii, Philippines, Puerto Rico. You learn about that as American Empire, which is American Empire, but that is a very small part of American Empire. So you learn about direct American Empire. You do not learn about a modern American Empire. The military bases all over the globe, how we basically have global economic domination. We have an imperial core and a periphery and things like that, if that makes sense. So you do, I guess I should rephrase and say you hear about like late 19th century American empire, but that's about it. All right. And then it almost always ends up, and then you don't talk about it ever again.
Left off the curriculum. He goes on, now more than ever, we badly need to understand what is common knowledge elsewhere, that for much of history, we were an aggressively racist and expansionist force responsible for violence, injustice, and war crimes on every continent. End quote. As for more specifics, up until the period post-World War II, history lessons dedicated ample time to the empire with a nationalistic approach. In other words, teachers and teaching material covered the glorious exploits of British politicians, administrators, sailors, and...
Yeah, Inverted Panda, I know. It is interesting that the guy said were. Now, I will say, obviously, I'm not defending the British Empire, but the new British Empire, the sort of empire of finance and capital and things like that, it isn't, I wouldn't say, I don't even want to say this, isn't as brutal or horrific as the original British Empire. But yes, there is still a global economic empire for European countries, including the UK, absolutely. I mean, look at like what happened with Iran and Mossadegh, and how the British Petroleum Company or the British oil company, was it BP? I can't remember. assisted in the overthrow of Mossadegh because they wanted to keep control of their oil company. That would be an example of sort of economic empire. So yes, there is still a British Empire out there. And direct British Empire is very small, right? It's not like, what is it, like the Falkland Islands and like maybe an island or two, like the Cayman Islands. And there's the Commonwealth, but that isn't really direct empire at all. But like, yeah, there is still neo-colonial, neo-imperialist empire. Absolutely. Um, yeah, exactly. Yeah, they basically want to make the UK a finance center. Yes, correct, Louise.
Soldiers, emphasizing military victories against rival colonial powers and invaded territories. As a consequence, the most unsavory aspects of British colonial rule were just mostly ignored. In the 1950s and 60s, another school of thought took hold called New History. This approach stressed the importance of understanding and analyzing the experiences and point of view of the populations involved in historical events rather than their leaders. Monarchs and generals faded into the background.
That's called social history. I love it. Some of the great, my favorite historians are English historians, British historians. What's his? Oh my God, and yet I can't remember his name. Who wrote a history of the English working class? History of the English working class. I'm having a mind blank here. That's right, E.P. Thompson. E.P. Thompson is an example of this. They started a movement of, instead of like reading history from the perspective of the like just doing political history and like great man theory, looking at history from the perspective of the working class and people lower down on the power spectrum. You also have, oh, what's his name? There's another one too. God, why can't I think of him? So I've read The Making of the English Working Class, which is a great piece of history. And then what is his name? God damn it. One of my favorite historians, and I can't think of his name. There's another guy too. Is it Eric Foner? I don't remember. Yeah, it's very good, Lacroix. It's very well done, okay? And they started highlighting, these historians started highlighting how, like, yeah, the history of people lower down on the totem pole, okay? And it really changed a lot of historians across the planet's perspective of history. Okay, yeah. So anyway. All right, where was I going? So going back here.
In favor of a bottom-up method founded on empathy for those who suffered from the tidal waves of history.
And that's my approach to history, guys. I am I'm kind of a disciple of a guy named Paulo Freire, who believes that teaching empathy and is one of the keys to history, to teaching social studies, teaching the shared humanity of all people, and teaching empathy. I've done presentations on it before, but that's, yeah.
In this context, any patriotic or nationalistic feelings were expunged from the classrooms. The history of the British Empire was mostly sidelined or downgraded, with the exception of Britain's role in the slave trade. This was, and still is, an incredibly important subject to tackle, but the history syllabus was not standardized across the nation, and it was up to the discretion of the individual teacher whether to include slavery or not. In 1991, Prime Minister Margaret Thatcher...
Oh, ew, God, why do we have to see her face? No.
Introduced a national curriculum to introduce some sort of standardization across all subjects. In her memoirs, Thatcher claimed that it had been easier to fight the Argentinians in the Falkland Islands than to agree on a national history curriculum with teachers and historians. Her Secretary of State for Education, Kenneth Baker, had some clear views on how to portray the empire in the new curriculum. To quote him, pupils should be taught about the spread of Britain's influence for good throughout the empire in the 18th and 19th centuries. These things are matters in which we should
take great pride. Right, okay.
Great pride. But
yeah,
the end result was a syllabus which covered the history of Great Britain in chronological order, yet leaving ample discretion to teachers on what topics to cover in detail. Once again.
Oh my God, that's so slimy of her to leave it up to the teachers, because she knows that like the nationalist teachers and the conservative teachers aren't going to cover the bad stuff then. Anyway.
A holistic history of the empire was largely left out, with the exception of slavery. The National Curriculum for History was revised in February 2013 by David Cameron's Conservative government. The proposal for renewal of the syllabus included topics such as English colonization of the Americas and India, the occupation of Ireland, and a large module called Britain's Global Impact in the 19th Century, which would span the scramble for Africa, expansion in Central Asia, and the Indian subcontinent and the Boer Wars. Despite it mentioning the 19th century, the module would also include the post-World War II independence movements and the immigration into Britain of citizens from Commonwealth countries. The overall intention was to accord more importance.
Because Winston Churchill was an angel who never did anything wrong. And guys, don't you know? Sorry, I know he didn't mention this, but I have a feeling that a lot of those teachers that do what Thatcher wants are just going to talk about how Winston Churchill was a massive hero, and he never did anything wrong, and he was a perfect little angel, and he saved the world from Nazism. You know, nothing else ever happened with Winston Churchill. He never said anything disgusting, wasn't a racist at all. What didn't he call? What was the phrase he used? He called Indians, I think, monkeys. I'm sorry, I know that's gross that I even said that, but didn't he say that Winston Churchill view of Indians? I can't remember exactly. Oh yeah, that's right. I hate Indians. They are okay. God, don't. You know I'm quoting him. Okay, he said, "I hate Indians. They are a beastly people with a beastly religion." Okay. Oh my God. Yeah, not great. Not great. Amongst all the other horrible things he did. Okay. Interesting guy. Pretty horrible. How dare you, Jonas? All right. How dare all of you? I hate you all. Okay, don't you dare clip that. I swear to God, I'll come after each of you. I'm not threatening you. I'm not threatening you. Okay.
And time to the Empire, with exhortations from the cabinet presented in a largely positive light. The end result was a syllabus which did include some imperial topics, but once again, it was up to individual teachers to decide what and how to teach their pupils, if anything at all. Now, all of that said, in very recent years, the issue of imperial instruction has taken centre stage in British Parliament. Following an online petition, the House of Commons held a debate on Monday, the 28th of June 2021, to discuss how Britain's colonial past was addressed in UK schools. Labour MP Chris Evans quoted
Honestly, I don't know, Oxpecker. I'd have to look.
Dr. Deanna Heath, who teaches Southern Asian and Imperial Colonial History at the University of Liverpool. I face an uphill struggle at the start of each new academic year. Many of the undergraduates who greet me know virtually nothing about any of the subjects I teach. End quote. Other MPs from both Labour.
Guys, remember how I told you when an empire starts to decline, especially when it comes to a capitalist empire, right? Typically, if corporations are having trouble exploiting labor elsewhere in the world, okay, they will typically return home to the imperial center and then start cannibalizing the people of the country they are from. What do I mean by that? They will start trying to then exploit the people at home. So we're kind of seeing that happen in the UK. A lot of how the UK, or not the UK, the British Empire benefited from global empire. Now that the elites and stuff in the UK can't economically benefit as much as they used to, they're kind of cannibalizing on the home front, which is resulting in a lot of poverty in the UK. And a lot of people there, like housing costs are through the roof, increased costs across the board, neoliberalization. A lot of that is sort of a return home of corporate entities, business entities, and things like that. And we're seeing that happen in the United States. As the American empire starts to falter, a lot of those companies that were exploiting people overseas and are not as able to anymore, they still are, by the way, a lot of them still are kind of returning home and doing it here instead. It's sort of it's like the last stage of empire, basically, where your companies start cannibalizing your own people, etc. Not that they weren't already, but it gets worse. Let's put it that way.
And the Scottish National Party agreed that schools oversimplified Britain's role in the transatlantic slave trade, as well as largely omitting the contributions of non-white historical personalities. This omission extends also to the struggles of the lower classes, with Labour MP Bel Ribeiro Addy suggesting that this exclusion is both racially and class-driven. The response from the Conservative majority was simply to point out that as of 2021, the British Empire and Britain's colonial past were a statutory theme for the Key Stage 3 history curriculum. To clarify, Key Stage 3 responds to pupils aged 11 to 14, and a statutory theme indicates a theme which must be
There is a phrase, guys, the sun never sets on the British Empire, because literally it never set on the British Empire, because it was so large it spanned across the globe. The sun was always shining somewhere on the British Empire.
But as part of history lessons. The selection of these specific topics within a statutory theme, however, is once again down to the choice of the teacher.
Jonas.
So, we took a peek into the current national syllabus for the UK. And as of June 2023, the Key Stage 3 curriculum includes 2 statutory themes related to the empire. The first is Ideas, Political Power, Industry and Empire, Britain 1745 to 1901. Topics contained within include the transatlantic slave trade, the 7 Years' War, War, the American Revolution, the relationship with Ireland, and the development of the British Empire with a depth study. The second theme is challenges for Britain, Europe, and the wider world,
Challenges.
1901 to the present day, which features topics such as the World Wars, Indian independence, and the end of the empire. So in theory, the empire should be a part of what preteens and early teens learn about in school, and in theory, there are plenty of chances to discuss all facets of imperialism, including Britain's role in rather extreme crimes against humanity.
Rather extreme. He's joking.
Practice, this is not always the case. So in preparation for this video, we asked a small sample of students, teachers, and one retired head teacher about their individual experiences. In all cases, they replied that these themes and topics simply had not been touched. More than a concerted effort to sweep a shameful past under the carpet, it appears that history teachers do not have the time to fit these supposedly statutory themes into an already packed curriculum. And yet, there is plenty of available resources for some teachers to develop lessons on our colonial past. For example, education consultant Neil Thompson, through his company Key Stage History, provides a good sample of imperial topics which may have been taught by Key Stage 3 teachers as part of the statutory themes. Examples include an in-depth module about the slave trade and how it was propelled by the soaring demand for sugary products, which required a massive unpaid workforce for the sugarcane plantations in the Caribbean. This module would then delve into the horrific conditions of the individual slaves, the status of African servants in rich households, and how they were portrayed in 17th and 18th century.
Okay, I like that. That's pretty good. Okay.
The lessons would then conclude with the abolitionist campaigns and Britain's role in policing.
I will say, I do get a lot of history books when they have images of enslaved people, they don't include any violence. So like, look at this image here. And I don't know if this is an image in a British textbook or whatever, but look at this. There's no violence happening here. This is kind of cute, isn't it? It's kind of cutesy. They're sitting around a fire. There's a white guy, but you know, I don't see any whips. I don't see any brutality. And it is not an exaggeration to say that it's like slavery is not possible without constant violence, constant and arbitrary violence. So that was always an annoying thing to me, is it's hard to, right, Louise, it is hard to, but like at the same time, one of the problems here, guys, is that's one of the issues, is if you teach this to young kids, you're not going to be able to show them the reality. So like when that's one of the ways in America we've gotten around teaching the reality of these things. There is no unit on slavery in high school. You get the unit on slavery when you're in grade school, which means there are some things that you cannot show them or talk to them about, which means they're not going to know about it. It's sort of an informal way of censoring, and I don't know if it's done on purpose, but it certainly seems like it to me. So whenever I would teach in a high school class, I would be sure to do a quick review of slavery and remind and then show them what I wouldn't have been able to show them as grade school students. Okay. So yeah. And I know this sounds evil of me. I sometimes think it's okay to traumatize students. Okay. What do I mean by that? Okay. What do I mean by that? That sounds horrible. And I don't mean like young kids, but sometimes it is important to show the reality of things, because then it'll create an aversion to those things. And okay, no, what I mean by that, right? When it comes to education, like I would hope that you get traumatized learning about the Holocaust, for example, or that you come away a bit traumatized learning about the slaughtering of Native Americans. You know what I mean? Like I would hope that leaves a mark on your psyche. Because that is a slight sacrifice to make for the sake of ensuring it doesn't happen again, and for getting people an accurate view of what these things do. I want people to have a immediate repulsive sense of repulsion when they hear about these concepts. Like, oh my God, no, as soon as you hear about slavery, or oh my God, genocide. Like, you see what I mean? But I get it. I'm not trying to be an asshole, but I do think part of the issue is that when you teach these things in younger grades, it is a form of propaganda, because they don't get to hear the full story. Excellent, Stan Durko. And this isn't the same everywhere, Stan Durko. Like I would teach it correctly, but a lot of teachers don't. So I'm glad you did, Stan Durko. Stan Durko said, I'm old and raised in a small town. In school, we were shown the violent way slavery happened. Fantastic. Exactly, Louise, and I agree, Louise. And this is what I mean, Louise. I don't think primary school kids need to know the reality. Like we don't need to be teaching like primary school kids about what happened in the slave trade, which is why we need to save those topics for high school. But unfortunately, at least in the United States, we often make the primary kids learn it, which means that they don't learn it because we don't hear about the reality. Um, so in the United States, primary school is what? That would be first grade through I'm not sure. What is primary school in the UK? What grades are primary school? This is hard. So high school in the United States is 4 years, and it's like what is it, 16 or 15 up through age 18? I'm sorry, age 14 up through age 18. And then middle school is, what is it, 12 through 14? High school is 4 through 11 years old. Okay, yeah. So that makes sense. Then yes, okay. Because so that's a lot younger than American elementary and middle school. Elementary and middle school in the United States goes up to age 13, approximately 13 or 14. And then you have high school, which is 13 and 14 or older. So I think that is it, like high school is a good time to teach those things when they're 13 or 14 or older. But for like 4 to 11 years old, that is not, I don't know, that would be more difficult. That would be more difficult. But I do think when they're in high school, they should learn it, and they maybe should be a bit traumatized, right? You got your high school is 11 to 18. Interesting. Okay. Interesting, Joe. Yes, we are, LaCroix. Hello, SoCal. Well, welcome, by the way, Joe. Welcome back, Standerco. Yeah, 11 school, 11. It's 11 years to 13 years. Interesting. Interesting. Okay. That's interesting, guys. So I guess what I would say is I think teenagers 13 and up should learn about the actual horrors. Maybe like, and then beneath that, maybe not as much. But that's why it's important to put that curriculum in the high school so that you don't have to hide the reality if it's put into younger grades. Yeah, no, I totally agree, Matt Saig. I totally agree. I totally agree, Joe. And guys, I told you I would get into fights sometime, not like fist fights, but sometimes I'd get in trouble because I would teach high schoolers and I would tell them the reality. I wouldn't actually get in trouble. The vast majority of principals and things like that agreed with me. But sometimes parents didn't like it because I would teach the reality, and I'd show images, and I would not hide it. And I would always warn parents in advance, but even then they would still sometimes complain, but they need to know the reality. Okay? All right. So I'm going to continue. Let's continue with this. But anyway, sorry, going back to this image here, a lot of history textbooks, when they show images of slavery, it is not, you don't see the violence. You see a bunch of slaves and white people kind of milling about. One of my favorite images I've ever seen in a textbook, in terms of like gross images, slavery image, happy white. Let's see here. Where is this image? This might not be a maybe I can't find it here, but like there'll be images like this showing like dancing enslaved people, how happy they are. Or one of my favorite images is an image of like something like this. Okay, look at, like, that's racist, right? You have two white slave owners, and then you have a bunch of African slaves. So like you'll see images like this that are kind of cute, but very distortive of reality. Okay. Anyway, so because slavery thrives on violence, it can't survive without violence. Anyway, moving on.
The illegal slave trade. Another wide-ranging
Joe.
topic apparently largely ignored
I
is
know,
British rule
LaCroix.
in India. Thompson recounts a module spanning 4 centuries of history, from the birth of the East India Company to Indian independence, without shying away from events such as the Amritsar massacre or the recurrent famines. Finally,
Oh, Lisa,
Thompson
so Cal, you say I remember learning about it in 6th and 7th grades, but we actually explored it in high school. Good, so Cal, that's good. And some places do it better than others. Joe, I never learned about the reality of colonization, slave trade at school. I had to teach myself about it as an adult. There's a lot of adults like that, Joe, that I've met. Alyssa, honestly, I learned so much about how bad it was because of you. It was absolutely watered down in school. Thank you, Alyssa. Yeah, Alyssa. So, um, okay. Meowzord, insane.
Is for teachers to stimulate classroom discussion on the British Empire as a whole, for example by asking, how did Britain achieve to conquer such a large empire? How did the empire eventually dissolve? And to discuss the pros and cons of the empire itself.
No. Guys, no. I know. I sound like I am suppressing freedom of speech. Ain't no way I'm ever going to ask a class, what are the pros and cons of the British Empire? And I got to tell you, I've met teachers who actually do that in America. Talk about what are the, in world history class, they will ask like their kids on a test, what are the pros and cons of British Empire? Or of empire, of European empire or whatever. No, thank you. I'm not going to play that game. That is very dark, okay? And I don't think that is exactly. And there have been incidents in America, by the way, where there have been teachers who have asked their students to list the pros and cons of slavery, and it's made the news because it's like, what the hell are we doing? Yeah, okay. And I know that sounds like I'm trying to suppress that, but no, I'm not going to do the propaganda of these empires for them by having people list the pros of it, okay? It's insane. All right.
At this stage, we'd really like to hear from you, our esteemed audience. If you hail from the UK, like me, let us know if and what you were taught about any of these subjects when you were at school. More interesting, if you hail from a country formerly part of the Empire, how were you?
Oh, Meowzord, no, but seriously, were they painting to depict reality or to market their work to white buyers? Meowzord, they were definitely not. You're right, Meowzord. You're right. You're absolutely right, Meowzord. You were being serious. I thought you were joking, but yes, you're right. They're propaganda. Those images of white owners and black slaves were definitely propaganda. Correct. Okay. Yeah. See, Matt Saigai, as I said previously, also it's interesting to look at these AI chatbots try to look at colonialism and slavery objectively. I know. Like, it's insane. I don't get it. Yeah, Lacroix, it's very dark. Like, I just don't. Yeah, Lacroix says there aren't pros to these things. There's some things that are less bad. And guys, sorry. Bleh. What drives me crazy is I think was it you, Matt's like I mentioned the Holocaust. Yeah, here in the West, right? Here in the West, like in the United States and Europe, we have a tendency to view Holocaust as 100% bad, as we should. But then when it comes to questions of like British Empire or questions of, European imperialism or American imperialism, suddenly we're okay with having a pro or con argument, and we're okay with being like, well, they brought trains to India. Do we see how ethnocentric / racist that can appear to people? Because you have no problems not discussing the positives of the Holocaust, which arguably had a less, and I'm not downplaying it, had less of an impact on the globe and fewer people perished from than you are something like imperialism or colonialism. Like, it's kind of a weird double standard. And it's kind of gross when you think of it that way. And it really shows who gets to make those decisions. All right. Okay. Anyway.
Taught.
So that was the end of it. So that was very interesting. I wasn't terribly surprised by a lot of it. Is that because, probably, Louise, it might be, excuse me. Sorry. I know I'm like dying here for some reason. My throat's closing up, but yeah, Louise, is it because it's more recent history where slavery and the slave trade was like 200 to 300 years ago? Possibly, Louise, but it still doesn't change it, right? Like, it doesn't change it at all. The British Empire was very recent. It was very recent. It maybe it ended like right after the Holocaust, but it was around. So I think it's a bias that we have. It's definitely a bias we have. And also, it's easier to demonize what other people do versus what we do. All right. You're right, Standurko. So I think that's another issue. One thing that bothers me, yeah, Matt Saiga, one thing that really bothers me is that, like in America, there are in near the city where I live, in Columbus, Ohio. I don't live in Columbus, Ohio. I live right by Columbus, Ohio. If you go downtown, there is in the Columbus, Ohio, the State House, which is the capital of the state of Ohio. There is a monument to the Holocaust. There is a Holocaust Remembrance Monument. Is there a monument to the indigenous people that used to live in Ohio that were exterminated and genocided and kicked off their land? No, not a one. We have a Holocaust memorial, but we don't have. And again, I'm not trying to downplay the Holocaust, but also that didn't happen here. That happened elsewhere. And so, yeah, I support having a remembrance to the Holocaust, but we better have a remembrance to what we did to the people here. There isn't a statue to the Japanese internment camps in downtown Ohio. Can you see what I mean? So I don't. Okay. Meowzord, hilarious. They say flaying people alive was inhumane. I know, sir. Well, Sir Bart, you're right. What does a small town in America? Although, admittedly, I know, Sir Bart, I'm nitpicking. Columbus is a massive city, but yes, you're right. It doesn't, Sir Bart. It doesn't have an issue. It doesn't have a. It doesn't have much to do with it. But it's dark, right? Very dark. Oxpecker. Well, they invented this thing, I guess, would never have been conceived as a concept in any alternate reality where this shitty thing. Yeah, yeah, exactly, Oxpecker. Uh, um, so SoCal, well, I would guess SoCal that one is something that we didn't do, and one is something that someone else did. It's much easier to talk about the crimes of others than it is to talk about our own crimes. Okay. Yeah, you're right, Lacroix. And that's the same in a lot of places, guys. That's the same in a lot of places. So I'm not just saying this is not only an American issue. A lot of countries, because of nationalism, do this shit. Yeah, Stan Durko, same thing with in Columbus, Ohio. By the way, Columbus, Ohio, named after Christopher Columbus, and there used to be a big statue to Christopher Columbus downtown that was removed. So hey, but we never replaced it with anything. We never replaced it with a remembrance to the native peoples or whatever. Okay, I'm going to put my face up here, guys. Let me put my face up. Where is my face? So, okay. Yeah, it's those big contradictions that a lot of us face. You do, Louise, fantastic. You have museums dedicated to the slave trade. That is great, okay? And that is something that I deeply appreciate. Fantastic, okay? So hello, Outer Signal. Let me know. Well, actually, wait. Before I go on to something else, Matt Saigai sent this to us. I want to see what it is. I want to see what this is. They put a tree in its place. Oh, interesting. Okay. So, and by the way, in some places in America, they do have these things. I don't want to make it seem, but I'm talking specifically about Ohio. It's strange. But here we have. This is sent to us by Matt Saigai. I don't know what it's about. We'll watch.
Now have a generation that believes everything we did by colonizing. Yes, it is true. They think everything about colonization was wrong. It wasn't. There were some terrible things, and there were some good things to come out of it. And that is about properly acknowledging your past.
Education.
Yes, completely.
Sanitation.
Transportation.
Yeah. There was so much that we brought to communities. But that is. But you not think
you're typical of what we're talking about.
No, I'm saying that colonization. The empire was wrong. It was wrong, full stop.
Yeah. Yeah.
That's, the things that Britain might have done.
But that's very much through your modern sensibilities,
Yes.
you might say that, because we wouldn't now routinely go into other countries.
It was a profoundly racist set of basically invasions of other people, where we subjugated people to our rule and have made them work for us. It was completely
made their countries work. We now have it.
Dear God. Dear God. Yeah, and we should know, guys, that there were people even at the time that knew this stuff was wrong. Okay, come on. There were people even at the time that knew this shit was wrong. Thank you, Paul Squire. I will hydrate. So that's just bullshit. Okay. Yeah, that's some of the stuff the Romans left in Britain that they didn't know how to maintain, right? And again, guys, I want to point out, obviously, you know, the British Empire was bad for a lot of British folks too. And the same thing with American Empire has been bad for a lot of Americans. And so I want to be clear that I don't understand why a lot of people in the United States, for example, defend American history or why some Brits defend British history, like defend the British Empire. Like it wasn't good for you either. It's like you're defending your own oppression also. Um, so anyway, I think I don't know. It's to maintain some kind of hierarchy, some kind of view of the world that paints one as being superior to others, which can kind of hide the fact that you're being oppressed. Okay, anyway, but it's insane. Yeah, nationalism is a hell of a drug, and this is why, guys, our first identity should be human. I'm telling you guys, if we get rid of all this nation state bullshit and everyone just starts thinking first, I am human, they are human, and start thinking of a historical events in the way of how does this affect humans, suddenly it becomes clear what should be celebrated and not celebrated, right? Like, okay, if you think like what the people in India are human, suddenly you can see that we should not be talking about colonization as a good thing. All right. Okay. Or same thing with Native Americans. You get my point. All right. All right, all right, all right. Okay, guys, so I'm going to go get something to drink. We're getting close to 2:30, so we can talk a little bit about tornadoes when I get back, and then we'll get into the news and such. So give me 1 second, guys. I need something to drink. I don't need to pee yet, but I need some caffeine or something. Okay, so give me a second. I started very early today. For those that are just joining us, I did start pretty early today. Elevator lady. We talked about British Empire and how it is taught in British schools. So now I'm going to be right back. Please stay around. We're going to talk about another somewhat light subject, tornadoes. No, we're not going to talk about weather. We're going to talk about, you'll see. And then we'll do our regular shit. Okay. I'll be right back, guys. Stick around. Yeah.
How do we close this door? How do you switch up your mindset? Rain doesn't care if today you plan to picnic.
guys. Hello. I'm just quickly making some coffee, so please pardon me for a couple more minutes, a few more minutes. I'll be right back. Don't you dare leave. All right? I'm watching you. I'm watching you.
I'm walking on a tightrope, and I wish I could touch the ground. My future's covered in smoke, but my head is up in the clouds. And maybe this will all fade after one bad day, and I'll be okay. But my life is in the worst place, and I can't wait for heartbreak from my mistakes. I don't wanna burn these bridges anymore. It's easy to say things you don't mean when you're at war. I'm just too tired to fight, but there's an end in sight. Wave the white flag, I'm yours tonight. 'Cause my heart can't take these heights. I need your love with me for life. I need your love, I need your love with me for life. Sorry it ended this way. Sorry, I need your love with me for life. I'm sorry it ended this way. I know I made wrong mistakes. I need your love with me for life.
I'm back. Don't worry, guys. Don't worry. All right, guys. Hello. Hi, guys. How's everyone doing, guys? Welcome to the stream. For those that are just joining us, I know I started very early today, so I apologize to everyone who Lacroix, thank you so much for the contribution. Lacroix sent 500 bits. Thank you so much, Lacroix. I started early today, so I'm glad. Please start. If everyone's going to start filtering in because it's now past 12:30 when I normally start. So let me give you some boops. Let's hand out some boops before we begin, shall we? And I want to point out, I said previously, guys, if we get like $50 to $60, I will play a video game. Okay, so if we do get $50 to $60, I will switch over to playing a video game. I'm thinking like Elden Ring or some shit. I'm $50, not $60. I'll play Elden Ring or something on stream. So that's a goal we have. If we get $50, I'll play Elden Ring. We can kind of have a chill gaming stream. What was I going to say here? Oh, yeah. So I started early today so we could watch that video on Britain and also talk a little bit about tornadoes. I know. Oh, thank you, Sir Bart, for that. What? Tossing me a penny? Okay, love that. Thank you very much. Oh wait, don't we get an after dark today? No, Fox Emblem, we didn't get $80 yesterday, which is what I said it would be. We could do an after dark instead. If you would like to do an after dark, we could change that to the goal. Okay, we could change that to the goal today. Would you guys rather do? Of course, I remember Matt's like we could. Thank you, Alyssa, for the contribution. If you guys would rather do an after dark stream, we can make that the goal, and we can do an after dark later. So if that is the goal, then we can say $50 and we'll do an after dark stream. Okay. I know I am milking all of you for everything you're worth. I know. But again, for those that are new, you can watch for free. Of course, it doesn't matter. I just try and survive off of y'all's donations and shit. Thank you, Sir Bart. Okay. Thank you, Sir Bart. So let's see who we got here. I made some toast for myself because I'm very hungry. Okay. So, what was I gonna say here? Thank you, Matt Saiga. Thank you. Thank you. Thanks. All right. So let's see who we got here. Welcome, by the way, Jeffrey Funk. Welcome. What does JT mean? What does FD? Oh, F Donald Trump. Totally agree, Jeffrey Funk. Hate Donald Trump. Okay, hate it. I love it, guys. Yeah, no need to. I don't care, Bright Love. I don't care if you guys donate. It's fine. I mean, I would like you to donate, but if you can't, it's okay. I get it. And you can still watch, etc. You're still part of the community. All right. So, guys, let's see who we have. Let me see what comments we have. Wait, we don't get after video. You don't care. No, I do care. I'm sorry. I don't mean to be an asshole. I meant to say I do care if you donate. That sounded so bad. Okay, sure, Sir Bart. I will hydrate. Okay, so what I was gonna do. I know, guys, the title of this stream says Donald Trump is Jesus Christ, which I've already gotten 2 people in here who think I'm being serious. But that's kind of fun. That worked. Okay, such a big glass for such a big boy. Thank you, Sir Bart. I know I am a big boy. I'm a big boy now. Anyway, as that corporate ad goes. So anyway, we'll talk about a few things. Let me see who's here. Hello, Parkours. I've already said hi to some of you. Hello, Oxpecker. I know Matt Saigai, of course. Hello, Fox Emblem. Hello, Fox Emblem. So glad you're here. Bright Love. Hello. Jeffrey Funk. Hello. Stan Durko. Welcome back, Stan. So glad you're here. Alyssa. Hello, Alyssa, of course. Outer Signal's here. Hello, Outer Signal. I'm going to hand out some boops. You get a boop. Parkours. Boop. Sir Bart gets a boop. Boop. Oxpecker gets a boop. Boop. LaQuois gets a boop. Boop. Matt Saigai gets a boop. Boop. A Bright Love gets a boop. Boop. Fox Emblem gets a boop, boop. Jeffrey gets a boop, boop. Stan gets a boop, boop. Alyssa gets a boop, boop. Anyone else want a boop? Elevator Lady gets a boop, boop. Outer Signal gets a boop, boop. Anyone else want a boop? Anyone else wants a boop? I think we generally got a lot. No, LaQuois. I never said that. So LaQuois says, I'm sorry, Alyssa, you get a boop, boop. LaQuois says, well, then what happened to say? Are you suggesting that he should have done to him what the Romans did to Jesus? No, LaQuois. Guys, when I say what happened to Jesus, I'm literally asking. I don't know what happened to Jesus. I'm not implying that the same thing that happened to Jesus should happen to Donald Trump. That would be against TOS. That would be a Fed post. So I'm literally, the title of the stream is literally a question because I'm just an ignorant little jester. What happened to Jesus? I mean, really, what happened? I don't know. What did happen to Jesus? It is not me saying, what happened to Jesus? Okay, if Donald Trump is Jesus, what happened to him? Anyway, I'm literally saying I don't know. Okay? If this were in court, that's what I mean. All right. So, okay. Yeah, oh, exactly. I have no idea, LaQuois. I'm just an innocent little gay man. I don't know what we're talking about. I don't know what any of that religious stuff is, right? Is that like is that a character from RuPaul's Drag Race? Jesus? I don't know. Okay, okay, Jesus lost all his fans for being too woke. That's true, Jeffrey Funk. Okay, that's true. Okay, guys, moving on. So first thing, okay, I know normally, guys, okay. I know I'm all over the place today. I know Sir Bart's gonna beat me up. a few things. One, there's not that much interesting news today. I have some news items lined up, which we will talk about in a moment. But there honestly isn't that much interesting news, in my opinion. The main thing is, well, we'll get to it. So we have a few things to talk about in the news, but I wanted to first talk about tornadoes, all right? And I know it's like, why the fuck are we talking about tornadoes? I promise you it's not because I have an autistic obsession with tornadoes, though I do. I love tornadoes. They're super interesting. I know a lot about tornadoes. I really want to go on a tornado chase, and I'm going to go on one with Elevator Lady one day. But also, disgusting, Mad Sci Guy. But also, we're going to learn about tornadoes in Ohio, or at least in America a little bit, for two reasons. One, I'm sharing with you part of my culture, okay? Because people that live in the center of the United States know, hey, there you go, Wizard Bread's books, you know it, are like obsessed with tornadoes. A lot of us are. And secondly, I want to teach you about something about, so when it comes to natural disasters, there's some economic components to this that are important in any scenario, okay? That will be sort of a lesson for the day, okay? So let's begin. So let's talk a little bit about tornadoes. I know it sounds weird, but please stay around, stay around. Tornadoes are super interesting, at least in my opinion, they are. So guys, before we start, just to be, actually, because we're starting, to be clear, you know tornadoes, Gwen. To be clear, the two countries on the planet that have the most tornadoes are the United States and Bangladesh. All right. So some of the a lot of places in the world have tornadoes, but they have very few compared to the United States and Bangladesh. It's one of those unique things. If you live in Bangladesh or the United States, you're much more prone to seeing tornadoes than elsewhere. That doesn't mean there aren't tornadoes elsewhere, but there aren't nearly as many, okay, as are in the United States every year and in Bangladesh. Now, where is he here? Tornadoes.
Big time tornado.
Okay, so just to show you here, so right now, tornado season is typically in the transitionary season. So in spring and in fall are where we get the most tornadoes here in the U.S. And Tornado Alley, just to show you, is right here. Tornado Alley. Yeah, don't worry, Alyssa, we will. Okay. And so now it has been moving east. Tornado Alley has slowly been moving east because of climate change. But Tornado Alley is, depending on who you ask, this doesn't look like that. Here, this is a better one. So in the United States, you can see this image, guys. Right here, okay, in the center of the United States, and then the risk decreases as you go away from this center, which is in the middle of Oklahoma. I'm in Ohio. There are quite a few tornadoes in Ohio, and there are a ton in the center of the United States. And by like a ton, I mean like dozens a year, okay, like a lot. We have hundreds of tornadoes a year. And it's slowly over time, this has been shifting east and into the south, okay? East and into the south as climate change occurs. Okay, yeah, last year was a historic number of tornadoes. It's been getting worse and worse and worse, all right? Light glow up, am I a Christian? No, I am not, okay? I am not, nor do I like Donald Trump, if you're asking because of what I posted, okay? So, no, okay? Okay, so why am I telling you about this? Well, if you don't live in the United States and you don't live in Bangladesh, you might not be as think about tornadoes as often, I'm guessing. They're scary as fuck, okay? Like, okay, what do I mean? So let me show you a video. This is from a few days ago. It gotcha, okay? I'm an atheist, folks. I'm not a Christian. But anyway, here we have an image from a few days ago. This is from Ottawa, Kansas. And these things are really goddamn scary. And I know they look scary. They sound scary. They can come out of nowhere. I have personally seen probably 2 tornadoes in my life that were close to hitting my house but missed my house. So around this time of year in the Midwest, especially in Tornado Alley, people talk a lot about tornadoes to the point where it's become part of our culture in the Midwest, like storm chasing and talking about the weather for fear of tornadoes coming through. Just to show you a video of one of these things, I'm going to show you 2 videos of what tornadoes look like. Tornadoes, by the way, are ranked by an EF system, which means enhanced Fujita scale. It goes from 1 to 5, EF1 to EF5. EF5 is the worst. That's like, I think, 200 mile per hour winds or more, which, by the way, is worse than a hurricane. Okay? Tornadoes have higher winds than hurricanes do. And I know most of the time they have much higher winds than hurricanes. The fastest winds on Earth are tornadoes. Okay? It is not a hurricane. And tornadoes can have such high winds that they can literally turn to dust concrete. They can turn concrete into dust because of how high their winds are if you get an EF5. There are other tornadoes. There's EF0, 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. The worst are EF5. EF4s are horrible. EF3s are bad. 2, 1, and 0 aren't as bad, but they still do damage, okay? And they're ranked based off wind, the amount of wind they have in them. Oxpecker, wasn't there one singular EF6? There is a debate about whether there should be an EF6. If you're talking about the El Reno tornado, which had some of the highest winds in human history that we're aware of anything on Earth, there might need to be an EF6, okay? Regardless, I'm not forgetting, Doug, what also comes with tornadoes, guys, isn't just the winds. They come with hail, a lot of hail, very dangerous hail that can kill you, that can kill you. It's both, Elevator Lady. They're ranked off of damage they do and wind speed. Okay, I don't know what that is, Light Glow Up. I don't know what the Saturn theory is, so probably not. Okay, so they also come with a lot of hail that can be deadly. And the speed of a tornado's winds can cause hail to go horizontal or rain to go horizontal because the wind's so high, the rain starts going horizontally. And I've seen that before, and it's scary because if you see the rain go horizontal, you know you got an issue. Anyway, so they're scary, and they look like monsters, and they sound like monsters. Whenever I've heard a tornado, it typically sounds like a freight train. It literally sounds like a giant freight train coming towards you, and it gets louder and louder as it gets closer and closer, and the sky turns a dark green color or a dark greenish, dark black color, and it's creepy. Here's a video from a tornado in Ottawa, Kansas. I'm going to show you a couple videos of tornadoes just so you get the idea of what these things look like.
Big time tornado. Holy cow.
All right. This one is from a few days ago. Like literally a few days ago. Sir Bart. Okay. This one, this one isn't as good a footage as other ones I've seen, but this has literally happened a few days ago. You hear those sirens, guys? So when a tornado, most towns in America have tornado sirens. They are air raid sirens. Where I live, every Wednesday at 12 p.m., they test those sirens. So every Wednesday at 12 p.m., I get greeted by air raid sirens that are being tested in case a tornado hits us. So those are air raid sirens that go off when a tornado is coming towards you. And people from all around the world don't necessarily know what that's like. I have had students that are from other countries who, when they hear these sirens, hide under their desks because they've come from countries that have experienced bombing. And so they think they're about to get bombed. Now that's terrifying. But yeah, we have these air raid sirens when tornadoes are around. Yeah, Alyssa. Okay, so you can see it in the distance. Those bright flashes of light are the tornado. I don't know if you saw that hitting electrical stations and causing electric blasts. That guy should not be outside. There you go, Ivana. Hear that siren twice a day, 12 and 6 p.m. Got you, Ivana, all right? So that's just one example. Thank you, Matt Slugger, for the contribution. So, okay. You see how creepy the sky looks, too? It becomes pitch black. You can hear the sirens in the background.
Guys. This is not good. At least it got past Ottawa, I think.
And there is a culture of people who chase these storms and videotape. Sorry, you guys probably can't hear me. There is a culture of people who chase these storms and videotape them. Okay? Okay, so you can see sometimes they're hard to see because they'll be rain wrapped, so you can't even see if they're coming. Yeah, you can't tell how bad the destruction is from the video, Alyssa. I'm going to show them something about Moore, Oklahoma here in a second. Americans, especially Midwestern Americans, have a bunch of names in their minds about horrible tornadoes from history, like Moore, Oklahoma, Joplin, Xenia, Ohio, the Tri-State tornado. These are all like part of our mythology. These horrific tornadoes that destroyed entire towns, and they did destroy entire towns, often killing hundreds of people or dozens of people. Yes, outer signal. I can't remember which one it is, outer signal, but yes, there is. So that's one video. And I'm going to show you one more. Okay. I promise there's a point to me talking about this. All right. That will go back to what we're talking about. So here we have one of the worst tornadoes in American history happened in Moore, Oklahoma in 2013. It literally knocked out a whole city. Okay. It destroyed practically a whole city, or a suburb of Oklahoma City. Okay. And this is just a video, one of the best tornado videos I've seen, guys, where you get to see a tornado come to life, grow into an EF5 tornado, and then it ends up destroying a city and killing a bunch of people. Now, we're not going to see people dying. I'm not going to show you video of people dying, okay? But this one does kill a lot of people, and it leveled an entire suburb. And this guy right here is a storm chaser who follows it from its birth to its death. And it is a scary video. You get to see how big and powerful these things are. So I'm going to show it to you. Okay. You can hear the sirens in the background. All right. And I grew up, guys. I grew up having to hear these sirens and having to run into our. So when you hear a tornado siren go off, you are supposed to go into your basement if you have one. So whenever a tornado siren would go off, we would have to gather up all of our cats and animals, bring them into the basement, and cover ourselves with a mattress and hide in the basement until the tornado sirens ended, in case we were about to get hit by a tornado, to prevent ourselves from being killed. A lot of Americans don't have basements, in which case you're supposed to run into an interior room to try and stay away from the walls and the windows. I know, right, Louise? Horrific. And then so we were lucky we had a basement,
hey, Kyle,
but sometimes you
chance
don't.
That number wouldn't go through. I just had a brief touchdown about 2 minutes ago on this Newcastle storm.
Okay, hang on. We'll get you on the air. And so again, it's going to be right along northwest as Route 37. And again, this will eventually cross over the Canadian River. This is going to barely make it.
Stuff coming up from, I'm seeing condensation towards the ground.
If you're curious,
if it's not on the ground, it's
as
very
to
close
why.
to it. Yeah, you can definitely see that.
LaCroix, that's exactly my point that I'm going to be talking about. LaCroix asked, what do you do if you live in a trailer? Exactly, LaCroix. There is a class element to tornado deaths that I'm going to be discussing, because that's why we're discussing this. When it comes to natural disaster, okay, I'm getting ahead of myself. I'll explain to you in a second why we're talking about this.
This is a developing situation, developing tornado. There you go. You see it? There you see it.
Okay, so there it is. That's the funnel. It's touching down.
Tornado on the ground.
It is touching down.
All right, we've got this tornado, and again, this is going to be, I'm still depicting it, just a couple miles north of Newcastle, Rusty. I want to bring Chris. It's Rusty. Can you hear me?
Yes, we're looking almost due west down 149th Street.
Okay, it's going to cross the river momentarily, Chris. Let me know when you see that happen. Okay, this is
there
going
it comes.
to,
Now it looks small.
stay going east here, so this is going across.
Sir Bart, I'm eating toast.
We're still just a few miles, what it looks like just north of Newcastle.
It looks small, but it gets big. This becomes a deadly tornado. I think it was EF4, EF5.
Looking at the velocity, look at the picture right there. This is tightening up. This rotation here, you can see this tornado. This is the early stages of this tornado right here. You can see it right here moving to the east. As we pan across here, you can see this coming in from Chris Lee.
Yeah, correct, Ivana.
We got it on 3 different people.
Okay,
there it
right
is.
here by it.
Okay, we may be talking to you here in a little bit. Hang on.
Okay.
Okay.
Where's your weapons, bro?
Now,
right here. now is a perfectly good time to make sure that you download the KOCO5 Tornado app and the KOCO app as well. You can watch our streaming coverage as you go into your tornado shelter. Again, you can see this right here. This is going to be near Southwest.
Yeah, they're unpredictable.
159th Street in May. Large tornado on the ground. Chris, give us your exact location right now.
So this is a tornado chaser, and this is what they do. They will communicate with people to tell them where the tornado is going and stuff. It's also partially a thrill to do. I'm going to go forward a little bit. You can see it grows. It's getting bigger and bigger. Okay, it's getting thicker and bigger. See that? It's getting much bigger. Look at the sky, guys. The sky is twisting. The whole sky is rotating. And look how thick it's getting, and it's going to get thicker and thicker. It just hit a house that just got evaporated, basically.
Damon, this tornado's turned into a violent stovepipe. It just hit a house or a barn.
There are different kinds of tornadoes. This is called a stovepipe because it looks like a stovepipe.
It's a quarter mile west of I-44 and the river. It's about a mile and a half west of the river. This is going to be...
you can see, by the way, the whole sky rotating if you look up there.
It should be coming up on 37, but it's violent now.
Yeah.
We're in the high-end EF3 range on this tornado, and
tornadoes, by the way, guys, can be up to a mile wide. I think the biggest tornado on record was a mile wide. That is a big goddamn tornado.
37 where McDonald's is, and all the gas stations is just to the west, and it's doing damage, major damage. We're going to follow it here.
It's getting so big that it's becoming what is called, it's becoming what is called a wedge tornado. Okay, where literally like the clouds have come down to the ground and is just rotating in a big area. These are some of the biggest and deadliest tornadoes. Okay,
but it's getting a lot larger. It's a couple hundred yards wide right now as we speak.
Chance, right? Exactly. Where are you right now? Where are you?
I am Highway 37 and
yeah,
I-44.
Sir Bart.
It just crossed Highway 37, and it is moving northeast up towards I-44.
Okay, Chance, where are you in comparison to the first Moore exit off of I-44, otherwise known as Southwest 149th Street? Are you near there?
We're 2 miles south of there. It just missed the Brahms and McDonald's.
Not the McDonald's.
On Highway 37.
Okay, you're at the Newcastle exit. Okay, along Highway 37 right there.
Okay.
That is getting ready. Looks like it is going to cross.
Stay with me here, folks.
Over the Canadian River there. Okay.
Damon, this thing is mean.
Go ahead, go.
Yeah.
Damon, people in Westmore need to be underground on this tornado. We have debris, large chunks of debris. Give me just 1 second.
The winds in this one, I think, got up over 250 miles per hour or something like that, which is enough to wipe a house off of its cement foundation, as I recall. I could be getting this one mixed up with another one, but if a tornado's winds are fast enough, all that will be left is a cement foundation of a house and nothing else will be there, okay?
Right over the bridge on I-44 and come in on 149th.
I know,
got you a view right here. It's going to pass right in front of me.
Okay, this is going to be
look how the sky is darkening.
Tornado.
We have large debris in the air. Here it is, Damon, right in front of me.
It will literally, guys, it will literally pick up semi-trucks and cars and throw them.
More, if you're living along
you can't, Matt Zyga. You
100...
can't end a tornado. There's no way to do it. We haven't figured out a way to stop a tornado.
49th Street, South Pennsylvania Avenue, Southwest 160.
There are scientists trying to figure out ways to do it, though. You can dump certain things on the clouds to try and end it, but they haven't figured it out.
4th Street, Southwest 179th Street, otherwise known as Indian Hills Road.
Look at the sky, or the clouds there.
Rail Park, west of the Moore Golf and
You're fucked, LaQual. You're fucked. If you get picked up and you're in a car, good luck to you. There's a bunch of things you should do. So if you're in a car, guys, don't try to outrun a tornado unless it's really far in the distance. Get out of the car and find a ditch. Yes, it is safer to be outside and in a ditch than it is to be in a car. They travel, Louise, it depends. They can travel up to like 60 miles an hour. But most of the time they travel at like, I don't know, 30 to 40 miles per hour, I guess. I'd have to check. They can move pretty fast. So, but sometimes they can get stuck over one location. It depends. Each one is different. Okay.
Club, southwest 134th Street. This is a large tornado that is now moving into western part of Cleveland County. Rusty. Winds that could be in excess of 150 miles an hour, perhaps even higher than that.
Look at how big it's getting, guys. And you can see the debris. Do you see the debris in the sky over here?
Maybe even higher.
On the edge of it, you can see debris flying around it. Pieces of houses, pieces of other things.
This storm that is moving into more right now. This is a tornado emergency. This is higher than a tornado warning. This is the most significant of all warnings that we can issue when it comes.
So Ivana, not anymore, Ivana. So guys, you should not hide under a bridge or an overpass if there's a tornado. The best you can do is find a ditch, and if not a ditch, try to find get low on the ground. Yeah, Ivana, they've changed the directions on that. Hiding under an overpass acts like a wind tunnel. You will be sucked out from underneath the overpass and sucked into the tornado and killed. So they do recommend you do not go under an overpass. But Ivana, that was a very recent thing they changed. Yeah.
A tornado, okay? This is more significant than a tornado warning. A tornado emergency.
Oh, there's a electric shock
for Cleveland,
blast.
McLean, and Oklahoma
Yeah, it
County.
is.
Danielle Dozier, go.
Look, the debris will kill you. Look, there's a secondary. Do you see that? Oh my gosh, look at this thing. Now, yeah, the debris is dangerous. As a matter of fact, guys, an EF4 or EF5 tornado can drive a piece of straw. Yes. Straw, like a piece of hay, straw, whatever you want to call it, and drive it through concrete. I am not joking. Like a dead piece of grass can be driven through concrete with the speed of a tornado's winds.
It is moving to the northeast, and we're looking at it right now. It's moving to the east-northeast generally, but I mean, if you are in Moore, I would go ahead and get underground right now. Violent tornado, and this thing is picking up debris. We just zoomed in. We saw the debris now. Of course,
look at
the
that.
trees are a little bit in the way, so we can't see it actually at the ground, but this is definitely
so it's crossing the road, so that's why he stopped in the road.
We saw yesterday, they would produce a tornado and it would come back, it would go back up. This one has gotten stronger and stronger and stronger. We have not seen any weakening at all. It just seems to be getting bigger. That really concerns me about how long this thing is going to be on the ground. It's headed into the south parts of Oklahoma City.
Oh, those are cars! Oh my gosh, those are cars!
So it's hitting power
He
lines.
sees cars flying around it. Okay.
Over there, probably approaching May Avenue. We're going to need to get out of here because it's going to come. Is this a little too close to where?
Okay, yeah, Chris. So right along Southwest 149th Street, that is in Oklahoma City. Southwest 149th Street, as
I agree,
into Moore, becomes Southwest 19th Street. We're talking about Moore City limit.
I'm going to stop it here in a second, but he's going to try and get closer to it.
In the Oklahoma City area,
has crossed the street.
134th Street and 149th Street, south of 164th Street. This is a tornado emergency. You need to be
Look at how dark everything is.
You need to be below ground immediately. Now is the time to go into your tornado shelter. We are not here to scare you, but this is a very...
I know it is elevator lady. If you open your window, which I wouldn't do at this point, I would not open my window because you're going to get stuff flying in there. But
the tone that we are using right now,
look at that thing. Jesus Christ. You can hear
a life-threatening situation as we have this large tornado on the ground.
Yeah, right off.
Tornado sirens, they are going off.
It's exactly far. I have guys when I've been near a tornado, it's like suddenly day turns to nighttime. It's really scary. It's very creepy, and the sky is actually a greenish color. You can't really see the greenish, but a lot of times the sky is kind of a greenish color. It's kind of like being in hell or like in an evil other dimension. I know I really want to, LaQual. I really want to be a storm chaser. Storm chasers rarely die. I think there's been like 1 or 2 cases of storm chasers dying in the past 50 years because they typically know how to follow these things and be safe about it. But yes.
Tornado, siren seriously, take our warning very seriously. Again, a large
Jesus
tornado
Christ.
is moving now in the western. David, I have this tornado going over the river as we speak. I do believe it is starting to turn northeast. We get these large tornadoes, they become right turners. They can right now.
Okay, you guys get the idea. I don't want to overdo this. I'm going to show you, though, what the results of that tornado were. More Oklahoma tornado. 2013. Oops. Here we go. Like this. Nothing left. Okay. Look at that. that is a whole neighborhood just turned to rubble. It kind of looks like Gaza, and I'm not trying to say it's the same level of death and destruction as it's the same level of destruction, not nearly the same level of death. But if you take a look at like an EF4 or EF5 tornado, it is, though. It does look like Gaza, doesn't it? Okay. It's like it has the same amount of power as a nuclear bomb. It literally does. So it is massively explosive damage. There have been tornadoes, guys. There have been tornadoes where, look, you can actually see the path of these things. Okay. You can see this. That's called ground scrounging. Scrounging. I can't remember the word. It literally will carve a path through the grass, and you can see the path of the tornado where it tore up everything. All right. So like they literally, you can actually from space, guys, you can see the path that tornadoes take from space. You can see like the scars on the ground because they do so much damage. Okay. So you guys get my point here. I'm not going to try and overemphasize this. They can literally wipe out and kill tons of people. All right. And there are tons of them, and they're slowly becoming more. Look at this. Okay, look at this crap. You can see that this was a suburb, and it's just where the tornado was. You can see the path, and it's gone. Okay. So why it's a rational fear. Okay. Why am I talking about this? Because let me pull up something for you guys. All right. So why the hell am I talking about this on a news and politics and history live stream? Because the worst tornado disaster in history happened in Bangladesh in terms of number of people that died. Okay. That it was called happened in 1989, and it was, I believe, the Daulatapur Saturia tornado. And it injured 12,000 people. And honestly, this is an underestimated. It probably killed between 2,000 and 3,000 people. That's a lot of people. All right. Why do we think, if we were to guess, why do we think that tornado killed that many people in Bangladesh? Where, if we go and let's look at Joplin tornado, which is one of the deadlier ones in the United States. Not one of the deadlier ones, but one of the deadly ones. Joplin tornado, which was another really bad one. It was an EF5 that hit Joplin, Missouri. That was about 200 to 300 people died and about 1,000 injured. Dense population, poor housing. Yeah, okay. So that is true. So Bangladesh has much more dense populations. And Joplin has far less dense populations. They also don't have basements and things like that. And the construction in Joplin was better in a lot of ways than in Bangladesh. Why am I talking about this? Well, because when you have a natural disaster, okay, when you have a natural disaster, whether it be a hurricane or a tornado, okay, whiteboard. Let's see here, Canva. So let me, okay, so I wanted to pull this up so you guys, I could write it down. So when you have a disaster, a natural disaster, there are two components to a natural disaster that make it a disaster, okay? The first component to a natural disaster that make it a disaster is the disaster itself, okay? The natural part of the natural disaster, okay? The natural event, okay? So, first of all, tornadoes are natural. They happen when you have different flows of air coming into an area, especially in the United States, where there happen to be two big flows of air that run into each other right at that point in the middle of the United States, same in Bangladesh. That will cause tornadoes. So when there's a disaster, a mass incident death event from a tornado, part of that can't be helped. Part of it has to do with the natural event of the tornado. It's the same thing with a hurricane, same thing with an earthquake. These are natural events, and human beings are going to have a hell of a time controlling Mother Earth. Okay? So that's the first part, and that's a part that a lot of people like to focus on. All right? The next part that creates a disaster, though, is the part that people often don't think as much about. And that is the human factor, okay? Human response, the human factor. What are the human factors? Well, we don't ever think about this, but natural disasters have a tendency to kill poor people. And so, what do I mean? Well, if you're living in a trailer park and a tornado hits a trailer park, you're probably not gonna survive. Or you're gonna at least have to run from the trailer park or find some ditch on the ground rather than stay in your trailer when you get hit by the tornado. And typically people that stay in trailer parks have lower income. And there are lots of trailer parks in the central United States. And they do have sirens, but it decreases your chances of surviving. So the poor are more likely to die from natural disasters. Bangladesh is a very poor country. They do not have the same warning systems. They do not have the same construction that the central United States does. They do not have much of the infrastructure that we do. So a lot of those people died because of poverty. A lot of those people died because of human factors. Okay? When a hurricane hits the shore, like if you guys remember Hurricane Katrina, a lot of poor black folks died. They were drowned. They were killed by other things. Majority of the people that died in New Orleans were poor and black because they lived in a part of the community that didn't have good infrastructure, that was right next to a big, basically was under sea level, okay? And they died. I could go on to, and yes, J-Mac and George Bush hates black people. So disasters are not just about the disasters, they are about the human response to disasters. The human response and our own socioeconomic systems. So it is not an exaggerate. When we oftentimes talk about natural disasters, we talk about the disaster, or like forest fires, for example. Forest fires, right? Which affect people in California and then end up killing a lot of people. Okay. We have a tendency to blame, like, if people that live in the central United States, I have heard people say things like, that people that live in the central United States, well, why would you live there? Why would you live there if you know it's Tornado Alley? Why would you live there? I have heard people that I know that are dear to my heart say things like, well, why are people living in New Orleans? Why are they living under sea level? That's their fault. I have heard people say about California, well, maybe people shouldn't be living where there's forest fires. That's their fault. They shouldn't be there. Okay? Like, why don't you move? Okay? That's a very cute thing to say when you're in an advantaged position, right? If you're impoverished, it's not going to be easy to move, for one thing. Like, you're going to have to find a new job. You're going to have to afford to be able to move. And people need to live in these places to do things like grow crops. Exactly, LaCroix. Yeah, it's completely missing the point. The issue isn't that people live there. We have the capacity to build things so that they don't fall over or are destroyed, and we have the capacity to make sure people are safe when there are natural disasters, but we don't do it, okay? So that's mainly what I wanted to talk about, guys, is how natural disasters are not natural. And I do not like the phrase natural disasters because they're not natural. Yeah, there's some natural part to it, but what makes them a disaster is not the natural part of it. We have tons of technology. We have tons of abilities to save people. We have tons of ability to build things in a way that keep people safe. There are tons of different buildings that you can build to prevent a tornado from knocking it over. There are tons of buildings you can build to prevent an earthquake from toppling them, all right? But we don't do it because of money and because those people aren't rich and it doesn't make a profit to anyone. As a matter of fact, when it comes to the last big fire that happened in California, in LA, the insurance companies that were responsible for helping people after their houses burned down left left the area and refused to do fire insurance right before the big fire because they wouldn't make a profit because they'd have to spend so much money. So there was no insurance available for anyone then. So if their house does get burned down, well, tough. Okay, you're gonna have to pay for that shit. Gwen, FEMA is not enough, and FEMA does not stop the deaths. FEMA helps in the cleanup. Like, that's the problem, is that FEMA is an afterthought. We can save so many more people if people had the housing that they could, that would protect them, if they didn't have to live in trailer parks, if they had better materials in their homes. Okay, yeah, exactly, SoCal. If there wasn't climate change, a lot of people would be saved. If there were, if we help people evacuate, I got you, Gwen, forgive me, okay. And so we are killing people because they're poor. We're just not doing it directly. We are killing people indirectly by letting them be killed by natural disasters when they don't need to die. We could easily afford to help them live if they live in areas where there are natural disasters. Okay? So during this tornado season, we're going to start hearing stories come out. There you go, Outer Signal. Thank you. Climate resilience. We could invest in climate resilience. Okay? And we need to also assist those countries, or at least maybe help countries who can't afford climate resistance to develop climate resistance. Like Bangladesh, and I'm not trying to do like, here comes white savior Sam, but like a lot of those countries are very poor. And they could easily help save a lot of people if they could afford it. But we're like, those people over there don't deserve to live because they're poor. Or they've been subject to colonialism, right? By the way, guys, there are tons of people now every year dying in India from heat. And it's getting worse every year. People dying from heat exposure in India because of climate change. We could fix that. We could fix that, but we don't care. We don't care. We don't care. We're okay with people in India dying of heat exposure, a horrible way to die, because we don't want to, stop climate change or perhaps provide assistance to building things that would places to people to go. You see what I mean? Right, LaCroix. There you go, Sir Bart. There you go, Gwen. Okay, so that's all I wanted to talk about, guys, is how as we start, tornado season has started in the United States, and as we start to hear death tolls, and as we start to hear about cities being knocked down by tornadoes and people dying, don't forget that this is not a natural disaster. This is a human-caused disaster. All right? We understand me now? We get my point of why I'm saying all of this? And, of course, I also just like tornadoes. I think they're cool. So I wanted to show you some tornado videos. That's my excuse. And, yeah. Okay, and I want you to share my culture with all of you, because that's a big part of Midwestern culture, is talking about tornadoes and trying to figure out when we're going to get hit by tornadoes. All right? Okay. All right. Everyone good? Does that make sense to everyone? So that's our lesson for the day, that natural disasters are not natural, okay? That they are human-caused. And we need to maybe do something different so that they're not these disasters, and they're not disasters anymore. There will always be some people that die from natural events, but we can definitely mitigate that and make it a lot less worse. Excuse me, make it a lot less worse, okay? All right. I actually did like the movie Twister a lot, J-Mac. I admit. Okay. Okay, a bright love. I'm reminded of the Cartman quote, "Whatever, I do what I want." Exactly. Okay. There you go. That's my story. All right. We can talk about the news now. Don't forget, folks, on Friday, we're having another not Jester After Dark, we're having Kahoot. So there might be a question about, they're like, is it true that natural disasters are natural? And you'll know the answer, right? Though I guess technically they're partially natural, but that's not the answer I want. So it's wrong if you say yes. Okay? All right. Shall we move on to the news, folks? How's everyone doing out there? Did I bore everyone? It looks like I lost some viewers. Too much talk about tornadoes and shit, right? Yeah. Hey, look, while the death tolls aren't natural. Elevator lady, I did all of this for you. This was all of this. All of this was for you. Thank you, Sir Bart. Thank you for your exaggerated cheering. Okay, elevator lady, you know I did all this for you, elevator. I would do anything for you, elevator lady. Anyway, so, okay. Let's go on, shall we? Let's go on. That's okay, Alyssa. Oh, that's okay. So, let's talk about the news. Everyone excited? Yay, news. Yay. Let's talk about the news. Surely there's nothing bad happening in the world, and it's all great and fun, and we love it. And it's gonna be great, and I'm excited. Okay. Sorry, guys. I know I'm eating. I'm, like, not talking much because I'm shoving toast into my mouth. Forgive me. Give me a second. How's everyone doing out there? Someone tell me in the chat. Everyone good? I heard Bart say he's having fun. I know he's a liar, though. He's a filthy liar. A filthy commie liar, but I don't believe it. How are we doing? Everyone good? You're absolutely right, Outer Signal. Which I'm actually waiting, Outer Signal, for some like right-wing pundit to be like, look at all these migrants, all these African folks causing storms in the United States by sending their winds over here to cause hurricanes, right? Anyway. They wouldn't say the word folks though, but you know, they would have a different word. Okay. All right. So, sorry, I'm chewing. Do we also remember when Donald Trump asked one of the members of his staff if he could drop a nuke on a hurricane to stop it? I'm not joking. Yeah, psychic juju wins, right? Do we remember that? Like, he literally did that. Hello, Dolly Boy. Like, he literally did that. And then that staff member had to tell him, no, Mr. President, you can't nuke a hurricane because that would just cause all the radioactivity to get into the hurricane and then go all over the United States. You know, because we have a brilliant president. Okay. That's cute. Love it for us. Okay. Yeah, God's Dandurgo, right? They would totally... Anyway, okay, let's go on. Okay, news, guys, news. I'm done sitting here and not saying anything and being lazy, being a bad streamer. All right, let's go on. So let's talk about what's happening in the Middle East. Okay, pretty good, Dolly Boy. How are you? Let's talk about what's happening on the Middle East. Dolly Boy, you missed it. I did a presentation on... Well, we watched a video about how the UK teaches about the British Empire. All right? Anyway, so let's talk about this. So the USA is negotiating an Iran deal that would buy time again. So apparently, guys, we all know there's a little bit of a war going on, right? A stupid little, you know, act of imperialist aggression with some cute little war crimes taking place also. You know how it goes. This is America, baby. Okay, it wouldn't be a day unless we talked about a war crime or some sort of international crime or whatever. You're right, Sir Bart. I guess we've won the war or whatever. Who knows? Okay, I don't know what the fuck's going on. But I will say this. Apparently, Iran... Okay, Biden. Trump has now closed the Strait of Hormuz again. Or he has closed the Strait of Hormuz. It's an excursion, correct. It's a special military operation for... Exactly, Standurko. He has closed the Strait of Hormuz and is now... there you go. Bright Love. He is now allowing some ships through, like Chinese ships, apparently. He's let through a couple Iranian ships, weirdly enough. I don't know what's going on there. I don't know what's going on there, but it is going on there. And so some ships are being let through, apparently. But he is blockading the strait. And apparently Iran has offered to stop enriching uranium for 5 years. Okay, so Iran apparently has now offered the United States a deal whereby they stop enriching uranium for 5 years. Now, if I were Donald Trump, thank God I'm not, but if I were, I'd probably take that deal because we're losing the war. So if they're going to offer me anything, I'd probably be like, okay, we did it. Yay, we won. I can say that we won, and I would take that 5-year stopping enrichment deal, stop enriching uranium deal. Do we all know what what offer he countered with? So Trump countered their offer with a different offer, and he said, no, 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 no. Not 5 years, 20 years. So that's cute. He's like, no, we're not going to agree to 5 years. We will only agree to 20 years, which is practically an impossibility for Iran to agree to. Okay. And yeah, guys, I would hope that Iran is lying and that they won't actually stop enriching uranium. But like, Iran, I hope, doesn't give in to this bullying. Okay. And I'm like, okay, Donald Trump, if you're going to shoot yourself in the foot, I'm all for it. Offer an impossible deal. Make it impossible for them to say yes. Good. Okay. So that happened there. Okay. And I just wanted to see if anything new has happened since I started talking, because guys, yeah, there you go, Stan Durko. All right. This is still being updated, of course, because this blockade only started yesterday. All right. Yeah, and I'm also confused because they are allowing, damn Iran for wanting to defend themselves, right, Gwen? Okay, we are allowing some ships to go through. Meanwhile, Israel has started bombing the shit out of Lebanon, if they ever started. Okay, and okay, I'm sorry. With all due respect, my fellow Canadians out there, not my fellow Canadians, my Canadian friends out there, this is nothing. All right. I just saw this. It says Canada allocates $40 million in humanitarian aid to Lebanon. $40 million, a drop in the bucket. That's like tossing a penny at a homeless person. They're gonna need a lot more money than that to do anyway. Okay, yeah, I know, Sir Bar. I don't mean to. It's better than nothing, but it's just kind of funny that I saw that. All right. So okay, so let's see if anything new is happening. Just give me a second before we Jesus Christ. Here are some oh, this is interesting. These are photos of the aftermath of the Sir Bart. These are photos of the aftermath of the US excuse me, oops, that was a slip, of the Israeli strikes in Lebanon. Yeah, look at that. Okay. All right. Let's do some humanization. Look at this. A woman mourns at a mass grave where civilians and Hezbollah fighters were killed in Israeli airstrikes. Okay. Here's some images of a destroyed building. Good. Good. Here are a bunch of residents sitting on a sofa in front of charred cars at the site of a building destroyed in an Israeli airstrike. Love that. Okay. Smashed concrete. Here's the Red Crescent trying to assist people. How would Americans feel if one of their cities was leveled to the ground like this? Okay. Okay. So also, Trump has been signaling that there's going to be more talks in Pakistan over the next 2 days. That's interesting to me. Yeah, Gwen, such defense, right? Dear God. So we will see if that's true. Okay, I'm sorry. I'm just quickly updating because, this changes by the hour, and I haven't looked recently. What's this newest update here? Interesting. CENTCOM claims that no ships made it past the U.S. blockade of Hormuz. What? But we've seen ships go through. Maybe they weren't ships that were part of it? I'm not sure. As the U.S. block of the Strait of Hormuz continues, the United States Central Command, a part of the U.S. Department of Defense, said that more than 10,000 sailors, Marines, and airmen, and a dozen warships in an aircraft are carrying out President Trump's mission to blockade ships entering and departing Iranian ports. During the first 24 hours, no ships made it past the U.S. blockade. Okay, interesting. But I thought that there were. Well, whatever. Yeah, they might be lying. That's very possible, Sir Bart. I just don't know enough. Like, maybe are there certain ships that they said they would let through, or are they just outright lying? But okay. All right, so there we go. So that's some shit happening. The head of the IMF, by the way, is coming out and saying that this war is going to reduce global economic growth. Well, obviously, it's going to cause a collapse in the global economy if it keeps going the way it's going. And now the United States is directly contributing to that by further blockading the Strait of Hormuz, which might cause a ripple effect where huge chunks of the planet have collapsed economies. That's fun. I like that. Yay. Sir Bert. They don't give a fuck. Okay. I love that. Okay. And it's also, by the way, the conflict could also fuel another bout of inflation. It already is, guys. Inflation is going up in the United States. Which, remember, Trump was all about we need to reduce inflation. Well, now he's purposely increasing inflation, so that's cute. All right. That's very cute. Okay. Yeah. Do anyone get solar panels? That's for sure. So I don't want to talk much more about this, but obviously we know that this is having a massive impact on the global economy. And although it might not be affecting America that much, it is. It's affecting us a lot, but it's not affecting us as much as like what's happening in the Philippines or Bangladesh or Australia. It's going to have massive consequences for us too, and it's already having massive global consequences. Yes, we did see that. So this is a quote from JD Vance. Thank you for posting it here, Outer Signal. It made it easier for me. JD Vance said, what Iran has done is engage in an act of economic terrorism against the entire world. As the president showed, two can play at that game. Thus, JD Vance admitting that we are doing terrorism, which, of course, come on, we shouldn't be surprised. America's the biggest terrorist state on the planet, as I've said before. Okay, biggest terrorist state on the planet. So I'm not surprised at all that America is admitting to doing the biggest, being a terrorist state and doing terrorist things, because we're a terrorist state. Okay, and this is just one more step of our nice little terrorist arsenal we have. We're very brilliant terrorists, okay? We're very skilled at doing terrorism. We have a whole arsenal of terroristic methods we can use, whether it be torture or drone strikes or murderous economic sanctions that starve civilians. We can also we also have girl schools seeking missiles. We have missiles that can seek out girls' schools and destroy them. We can fund people that do terrorism, like we do Israel. We have a lot of tools in our terrorist arsenal. We're very talented terrorists. Anyway, that's a side note there. If I see kind of passive and bored today, it's just the same shit, different day, don't you know? Okay? Just the same shit, different day. Just casually talking about how we're terrorists. Because we are. The sky is blue, the Midwest has tornadoes, and we're terrorists. Anyway, okay. So that's another cute story. Meanwhile, this is kind of a side story that you guys may not have heard about. It's not a side story, but it's an interesting point. I don't know, is Inverted Panda here? Is Inverted Panda here still? Are you still here, Inverted Panda? If you abandoned me, Inverted Panda, I'll be very depressed. Okay? I hope you didn't abandon me, Inverted Panda. And I know I'm calling you out, and I shouldn't be calling you out, but I'm just curious what people are saying in Pakistan about this. So, if you guys didn't know, Pakistan and Saudi Arabia, it's been revealed that they had a defensive treaty together. So they had sort of a mutual defensive treaty, okay, to protect each other. If one was attacked, the other one would come to their defense. And this defensive treaty was signed before what's happening in the Middle East, okay? And so technically, Pakistan has an obligation, according to this treaty, to come to the defense of Saudi Arabia, because Saudi Arabia has been hit by Iranian missiles. Now, Pakistan has already started sending planes and equipment to Saudi Arabia. Okay, they've started sending planes over there, equipment, and they're claiming that it is for like mutual, practice or like war games and shit like that. It's because they signed this agreement. Now, what bothers me, though, and here's the thing, guys. I think Pakistan has done a tremendous job at being the host to these peace agreements. But I don't think it's smart for Pakistan to continue being the host of these peace talks if they have a vested interest in being allies with a country who's going against Iran. And I know it hasn't there's no sign that they've been biased in these peace talks, but I just don't like the idea that the neutral country involved in this has a defense agreement with a country. Yeah, it's a conflict of interest. And I'm not saying it has affected what they've done. They've seemed to have been doing a great job being unbiased, unbiased third party. But I think they probably shouldn't be yeah, we need like a Switzerland type situation, Louise. That's just it's just a side note. This was from Drop Site News, and people weren't talking about it. And again, I think Pakistan has done a great job, but if it'd be unfair for me not to mention this, right? Like I feel like I would mention this in any other. Yeah, I'd be okay about this in any other scenario, but yeah, and like I would mention this in any other scenario, so I might as well mention it in this scenario. Let's see here. Outer Signal. I saw Saudi media complaining about Pakistan's refusal to honor the pact. Yeah, now they are, but like in a kind of subtle way, like trying to get around honoring it while also honoring it, because they are sending planes and stuff over there. But I don't think Pakistan should be hosting the talks. And we'll have to see. We'll have to see if they probably will still host the talks. And again, they haven't done bad, but just a note. Just something to keep an eye out on. It's just kind of a pet peeve of mine. I feel like a third-party mediator should be neutral. Thank you, Louise. Thank you, Louise. And thank you, Jonas. Guys, thank you so much, really. Okay. So just pointing that out, okay? As I always say, guys, sometimes I struggle to criticize countries that are in the global south. It's a bias of mine because, I come from America, which is part of the imperial core, and we have plenty to criticize about America and about Europe and things like that. But to be fair, yeah, but Pakistan's kind of being manipulative by doing this shit. And how dare they also send arms to a country that is a monstrous regime? But anyway, like America does. But anyway, just saying. Okay, there's a note. Just a note. All right. I'm trying to get better about it. Okay. Let's see here. Go to the PBS once upon a time in Iraq document. We've been seeing. Oh, interesting. Which for what, Alyssa? In regards to what you say? Go to the 37-minute PBS Iraq documentary. Maybe at some point we could. Not right now, but could you send it to me? Maybe put it in the reactions in Discord. Okay. Oh my God, LaQual, you're an angel. Thank you. Thank you. LaQual just gifted a bunch of memberships. Thank you to everyone. Or please everyone check. See if you were just gifted a membership. Thank you very much. Oh, gotcha, Alyssa. Okay. Thank you so much, LaQual, really, for all those gifted memberships. And now we have a hype train going. Thank you, guys. Hype train. Hey, hype train. Thank you so much, LaQual. You're an angel, and I love you so much. You're the best, okay? Thank you, guys. Goal sub. Yeah, we finally reached the sub goal. Thank you, guys. Thank you so much, LaQual, and everyone else who's contributed, really. Okay. All right. So just a note. Let's go on. Okay, let's go on here. What was I going to say? Okay, I think that's really it for the news. Does anyone know of any other news stories that I should be covering? Because I could not find many good ones. I do have some things I wanted to show you on X that are related to what we just talked about. This won't take long, but just a couple things. So,
3.6.
Okay. Okay. First of all, here. This, Louise, I think, mentioned this earlier. We know that image from yesterday showing Jesus. Yeah, I know, right? So showing Jesus as, yeah, I'm going to show us that, Alyssa, too. Showing Trump as Jesus. Okay. Oh, bye-bye, Stan Durko. Have a good one. Thank you for hanging out. Please come back, Stan Durko. We love having you here. You're an established member of the community, and we're nothing without you, Stan Durko, okay? Good luck at physical therapy. So remember that stupid thing that they posted? Govs to get new people that are followers, but don't view streams often to come to the stream theoretically. What do you mean, LaQual? I'm sorry. You say gift subs get new people that are followers, but don't view streams often. Yeah, you're right, LaQual. Yes, exactly, LaQual. Thank you. So okay. Do we know how yesterday? No, you're right. You're right, Jonas. You're correct. You're correct, and that's why I don't want to. I don't overdo the criticism, okay? Because there's a lot more. They have a lot more pressure on them than we do, okay? No, LaQuat, it's okay. Okay. But here we got, okay, so here we have this. So remember how Trump posted this weird thing showing him as like a Jesus figure or whatever? Okay. Showing him as like a Jesus figure and crap. So someone now it is AI. I apologize. I know Sir Bart's going to hate me. But someone posted an AI video response to this. And I think it's hilarious. So let's watch, okay? Someone hosted a response to it where you'll see. So here it is. Here is the updated Trump as Jesus.
Your reckoning has come.
What is this?
Okay, I support that. You know, I support that. I thought that was cute. Okay, I thought that was kind of cute. You're right. I'm sorry. His is a doctor. Forgive me. Don't we all love that, right, Drusilla? You said Zelensky's in Norway, Drusilla. Good for you. I go hang out with Zelensky. He's kind of a handsome man. Yeah, isn't that great? Isn't that great? Right. I got Trump derangement syndrome, right? Isn't that hilarious? Can we just watch it one more time for those who didn't get to see it the first time since I did it so quickly?
Your reckoning has come.
What is this?
Oh, I love it. I love it. So great. Anyway, just a note. I thought that was kind of fun. That was kind of cute, wasn't it? God, see, wouldn't that be nice if Jesus, like I said, turn the other cheek, but in the case of Trump, ain't no cheek turning or something like that. That'd be kind of cute. Okay, so moving on. Let's go on here. I wanted to show you something. So remember how I said that it is funny. Remember how I said, guys, that inflation is going up in the United States? Agreed, Drizzle. I hope so too. There's so many. I agree, Louise. There's a lot that are good at dissing Trump. So remember how I said inflation is going up in the United States because of, the war? Well, Fox News had Fox News had Trump's economic advisor, I forget what's his name. I can't remember his name, come on to Fox News. And the Fox host, even he couldn't help but point out the lies of the Trump administration. So you'll hear here, this is Trump's economic advisor. Oh, right. Who would have thought, Jonas? It's like we don't have a real democracy. And the Trump advisor is all like, oh, things are fine. The market's looking great. Well, listen to what the Fox News host says and then doesn't even give the Trump advisor a chance to respond to. Listen very carefully. Even the Fox host is like, okay, this is too obvious. All right, this is too obvious. Okay, watch.
Growth, and then say, well, maybe we get 1.5 out of capital spending and maybe half or 1 out of labor. Then the supply side of the economy is crying out for numbers north of 3.
A fine performance, if I may say. 3.3% inflation, and you smiled all the way through, as you usually do.
If you take...
I'm sorry, did you hear that? He's like, oh, fine performance. We have 3% inflation, and you smiled all the way through it. Well done. And the guy, he doesn't give the guy a chance to respond, by the way. He then says, thank you, and then cuts the guy off and goes on to the next segment. It's a small thing, but it's kind of cute, right? Do we all catch that? Should I play it again? Did everyone catch that little snub there at the end? Where he says to the guy's face, you did a fine performance lying about these numbers. Okay. Anyway, okay. No response. God, no one's talking. What's going on? Are everyone alive? Jesus Christ. Or am I being paranoid? All right. Was it inflation under? Yes, Jonas. And now it's up to past 3% now. So it was less. Yeah, bro is pissed that his premium grade gasoline is $10 a gallon, right? I know. And I'm not going to defend him. He's not a good guy, but that was funny, I thought. He's like annoyed. Yeah, exactly, Sir Bart. Okay. All right, you guys. You got you, and that's okay. I don't know, Jonas. He bankrupted most of his companies, but people are like, he's a good businessman and he can make deals. Okay, I'm pulling my hair out, trying to use OBS. Oh, I'm sorry, Xander. It can be kind of rough. I get it. All right, let's go on to the next thing. So that was a cute little thing. You'd like to see it again? Sure, Winterlinde. Let's watch again. So what real fast is very short, but this guy on the right is the Trump economic advisor, and then the Fox host literally says to his face at the end, "You did a great you did a great job lying to the audience." And he says it sarcastically, okay? He's like, "Good job. You kept a smile on your face, and we're good at lying to the audience."
So you take 2.5% productivity growth and then say, well, maybe we get 1.5 out of capital spending and maybe half or 1 out of labor, then the supply side of the economy is crying out for, numbers north of 3.
A fine performance, if I may say. 3.3% inflation, and you smiled all the way through, as you usually do.
If you
So, okay, yeah, that's just him being like a fine performance. Yeah, we have horrible inflation and you smiled all the way through this presentation. Good liar, okay? Anyway, so that's just a cute note there. Cute little side note. All right. Next part here.
Million births a year.
Xander says, amazing that they think they can just lie themselves through this. Like, don't notice the avocados are $6 each. Yeah, I mean, obviously, like, the people are going to start feeling the economic hit to it. And, I don't know. I don't know. It's so stupid. It is so stupid that, okay. Guys, I wanted to show you this just to prove a point. Remember, guys, I've decided I'm going to write a dissertation talking about how a core American value is assaulting children. I think I should do that. I think I think I can prove it now. I think I could probably take it to a university and complete my PhD with a thesis talking about how America is the land of pedophiles. So, just to prove my point here, okay? Just to prove my point about that core American value of killing and assaulting children. Listen, speaking of Fox News, listen very carefully to what this Fox News host says about birth in the United States. So they're doing a segment because they're a bunch of Nazis talking about how low birth rates are in the United States, okay? Listen very carefully to what he says about why the reason for that is, okay?
We still have 3.6 million births a year, but the problem is teens and young adults. From ages 15 to 19, the fertility rate is down 7%, and it's down 70% over the last 2 decades, meaning we're telling people that are young not to have babies, to wait till they're in a more stable life situation, till they're more financially secure, maybe they haven't found the right partner. To you, we still have 3.
Did we hear that, guys? Now, okay, yeah, from age 15 to 19, teenagers from age 15 to 19 aren't having enough babies, guys, according to the Fox administration, to Fox. Okay? So, the complaint by Fox is, we need to make sure 15 to 19-year-olds are having more babies because the number of people going down and doing that aren't enough. Now, obviously, I'm not critiquing, like, what if 19-year-olds or whatever want to have babies. Okay, whatever. But my point is like, why are you including, like, 15-year-olds and shit in this and, like, focusing on getting teenagers to have more births? Like, what the fuck? And it's just proving my point, guys. I'm sorry, it's just proving my point. I'm starting to actually believe this. It was a joke at first, but I'm starting to actually believe it. That, like, America is the land of people who assault children and who enable the assaulting of children and who like to think of children in sexual situations. But, like, I can't, it just gets proven more and more every single day. Who likes to kill children, by the way? Like, okay, Xander, I go from crying about child wives taking up welfare to complaining about teenagers not being pregnant enough, right? Okay. By the way, Fox is still the most popular online TV, or the most popular mainstream news source, okay, out there. Jesus Christ. All right. So that's last little bit here. Last little bit here over on X, okay? Last little bitty bit here. Donald Trump did a propaganda bit yesterday whereby he was going to talk about how much he hates the Pope, okay? Of course they are outer center. They're trying to normalize the, like, assault of, children having babies and crap. I don't understand. They're just weird people. It's so goddamn weird. Okay, so goddamn weird. All right. So this is a segment that Trump did. Okay, so Trump was waiting to speak to the press about the Pope. you know, the important things that we need to talk about in this country are apparently the spat with the Pope, because that's what we've come to, is the Trump is feuding with the Pope. But regardless, while the press were waiting for him to come out to talk about the Pope, he did this stupid little bit where he had this woman come up to the door of the White House and deliver McDonald's. Okay, a door dasher delivered McDonald's to the White House as a way to brag about him taking away the tax on tips, which he really didn't for most people. So, okay. So let's watch this. Okay.
Nice to see you.
Nice to meet you.
What was AI, Gwen? This was AI? This was AI?
I have your DoorDash order for you, Mr. President.
That's very nice. Look at this. This doesn't look staged, does it?
They're all your favorites.
That's good. These are good. DoorDash is doing a good job. So, the reason for this is the fact that I heard you picked up an extra $11,000 that you didn't get because the tax bill was so big. The refund was the biggest you've ever had. Is that a correct statement?
It definitely was. Yeah, I saved over $11,000 by not having to claim.
Was that surprising to you?
It was very surprising. Very
A
surprising.
great big beautiful bill. And that doesn't include overtime in your case. This is only just based on what we did in terms of every other aspect of the tax bill, right?
So,
yes, sir.
So it was 11,000.
To be clear, guys, this woman was put there on purpose. Okay, this woman was put here on purpose as a propaganda plant. She's a Trumper, and she wanted to brag about, she brought him there so that he could brag about her saving money on the tax on tips things. Apparently, she's not a DoorDasher to begin with, and he staged this whole thing and tried to make it look cute, and like, okay.
Yes,
Isn't
that incredible? And
Isn't
that's
that
what
incredible?
it is, the tax cut. It's really, you know, we call it the Great Big Beautiful Bill. We should call it the Great Big Beautiful Tax Cut Bill because it's tremendous amounts of money. And that's overtime. That's also on Social Security, as you know.
Yes.
And it's pretty amazing.
Yes, it is.
And you're really nice. Would you like to do a little news conference with me with these people? These are not the nicest people. They're not nice like you. You know that, right?
I'll do whatever you ask me to do, sir.
So the no tax on tips is something special, right?
It's very special.
And that's one that
Okay.
really potentially more than anything else.
Yes, sir.
That's fantastic.
Yeah,
So
no,
such an
wait.
honor to meet you. And I think
So, can to be clear, guys, I know this doesn't seem like very relevant, but this whole thing is a setup. The tax on tips thing barely helped people. Okay, it barely helped many people at all. So you'd bitch if he cured cancer. Okay. Oh, guys. Oh my God, I'm so excited. Okay. Oh my God, guys, I've been in the mood for a troll. I've been kind of in the mood for a troll. Give me a second. So we had a troll come in here, and they said the following. This is actually really funny. That's why I'm allowing this to be derailed so that you guys can hear it, because I think you'll find it amusing. This troll, whose name is Mel Gillum, says, so you'd bitch if he cured cancer. Got it. They'd sell menstrual cramp relief at Walmart, you know. You know, first of all, I do not have the honor of being a woman. So or maybe not even being a woman, of having female genitalia, okay? So no, I would not. But don't we love that comment? Isn't that funny? That is a good one. I mean, not a good one as in like, it's not a good troll, but it's a good reflection of an idiotic troll trying to insult the stream, saying that, trying to use hypermasculinity and demonizing women to insult me. This is very reflective of American culture right now, okay? The idea of we need to demonize and do hypermasculinity. And now this person is asking, you can define a woman, laughing face. So this is what a lack of education does, guys. And this is what ignorant people say. And it's funny because, I am always advocating in here. I want everyone to have universal health care. I want everyone to have very inexpensive housing or free housing, okay? I want everyone to have good paying jobs. Even this moron deserves these things, okay? So, Mel, I appreciate you. I want you to survive and have a good life. It's a shame you are a fascist, and it's a shame you're ignorant, and you're probably racist too, let's be honest. But I really hope that you have a happy life. And that I'm sorry you have to spend the time doing that. You have to spend time doing this because you don't have anything else to do. But anyway, okay. Anyway, guys, I just think that's interesting. This is very reflective of society. We rarely have trolls that come in here. Anyway, so let's go on. So anyway, this woman obviously is a plant, and a lot of people kind of fell for the fact, like they thought that she was literally just trying to deliver McDonald's to him out of nowhere, and that it wasn't a plant. It's a plant, and she's a Trumper. Okay, so this is the kind of bullshit that we're dealing with in this country. And it's also funny that he's having McDonald's delivered. Okay, anyway. Yeah. So, okay. Yeah, and she literally said she would do anything he asked of her. Hilarious. Okay. Oh, I love this guy. I know, forgive me, guys. I know you guys hate me when I engage with trolls sometime, but I'm in the mood. Mel says, oh, please. Y'all have been poking the bear for years. Get used to payback. We aren't the silent majority anymore. Besides, you're great comedy. Mel, isn't it funny? Since you're the one who's being very comedic right now, okay? You have no idea how humiliating this is for you, and I think this is funny. This is deeply funny, okay? The thing is, you don't really have to say much, guys, because these people will humiliate themselves without you even saying much, okay? But Mel, I love you. You're a human being. You deserve better. And I'm sorry that you've been brainwashed by a goon like Donald Trump. I really am. You deserve better. You and your family deserve better. And you're only holding yourself back. You're only holding back your children, yourself, and everyone else, okay? And I'm sorry. And I ask you to stop humiliating yourself because I care about you. And you're just embarrassing yourself. All right. Okay. All right. So, okay. Okay, guys, so let's go on here. Let's see what else we got. I'm going to put my face up. Am I going to put my face up? Yes, I am. All right. So let's see here. Yeah, there is a troll in chat, Louise. And I will say, there we go. Bad Mel, Norman. Okay, yeah, thank you. Hello, Norman. Welcome back. So anyway, by the way, guys, it's also, well, I don't want to say that. Let's put it this way. It's not bad for me that there's okay, Mel says, it's intentional. I love funny. You, on the other hand, aren't in a position to claim superiority. I love funny. So, Mel, again, Mel, I love you. Mel says it's intentional. I love funny. So, Mel, I'm a teacher. That isn't good grammar. I'm not sure how you're using funny in that sentence. You love to be funny. You love funny. Okay. You, by the way, capitalize the Y, also capitalize the I at the beginning of that sentence. You, on the other hand, aren't, there's a apostrophe there, in a position to claim superiority. Well, whatever. That's okay, Mel. Again, love you very much. Please stay around in the streams. Love having you here, okay? Anyway, so let's go on. Okay. Let's go on here. So, guys, I'm gonna try and find. I'm gonna try to find.
Why is Blackstone?
So I have some things that we can watch, guys. I know we. I'm also gonna check. Where is this shit? I'm gonna check some other things we can look at too. Where did I see this? Give me a second, guys. Oh. So this is gonna be a palate cleanser, guys. This is gonna be. I know, Sir Bart. I know. So I'll stop. I'm gonna stop, Sir Bart. I'm gonna stop. Don't worry, okay? But it's good for engagement, so I'm okay with it. This is something Dolly. I think Dolly Boy said. No. LaCroix sent us this. This is gonna be a palate cleanser because we need a palate cleanser in here, guys. We need a palate cleanser. All right. We need a palate cleanser. All right. So here we go. This was sent to us by LaCroix. Thank you, LaCroix. Are you still here, LaCroix? Yes, you are. And I thought it'd be very nice to do a little bit of a palate cleanser. And I stay at work as my mother was in the No, LaQual, I'm so sorry. I mean, not LaQual. Jonas, I'm so sorry. Jonas says, can I mention how insane it is that I had to stay at work as my mother was in the hospital? Well, of course, Jonas, the capitalist overlords need you to slave away even when there's a family member in danger, right? Because humanity doesn't matter under capitalism. So, of course, Jonas. Okay, yes, it is crazy, Jonas. I'm sorry you had to go through that. Okay. It's insane, Jonas. All right, so let's watch. This is just a palate cleanser. Thank you, LaQuois, for sending this. This is called A Cat Visits the Library So Often. He now has his own library card. And I'm excited because I'm so excited to see the kitty. All right, so let's watch. By the way, this cat is clearly a socialist. Libraries are socialist institutions. They are collectively owned by the public in an effort to educate. They are a perfect example of how good socialism is. And libraries are socialist enterprises, okay? They are great. I love libraries. So let's watch the kitty.
His nickname is Muffin. He's 5, and he loves the library. Peter and Janet Bjorn live nearby and have a very sociable cat.
10 people coming in. No, they just go by. Hi, Muffin. You know Muffin? Yeah, Muffin's always here.
He's a regular, part greeter, part ambassador.
He knows when to show up, he knows when we close, he knows which doors to go to as well. He'll try the front door, the sliding door.
Me too. Guys, is the audio only going through one of your ears? My audio is only coming through one of my ears. There must be something with the video. Forgive me. I don't know why the audio on this video is weird.
Muffin's family even lets the library know when he's on the prowl.
She said, he's the library cat that comes to visit you. So she said, I'm just going to let him out now. So she does, and wouldn't you know it, 5 minutes later.
Guys, all librarians look the same. I'm sorry, I don't mean to be mean, but every librarian has the same sort of look, don't they? They always have the glasses, and they always have the... It's like every librarian looks the same. And I love librarians. They're great people, but they always look the same, right? Okay, I'm kind of exaggerating. No, I'm not being racist, Norman. I'm not being racist. They're all different races, but they all look the same. Even if they're different races, they all have the similar sort of look, okay?
He was at the front door.
He doesn't go into the stacks. Muffin likes the staff members here. So much so, he's even tried to stow away.
We love him, the clients love him. He's like so wonderful to have at the door when you're walking into the library. You just see people's faces like light up.
Even though he's a card-carrying member,
look at his little face, little face. If anyone, guys, you know I'm going to ruin everything for you. Do you know why we think cats are so cute? Because their faces look like babies' faces. And a lot of times when we think things are cute, it's because they have faces that are similar to a human baby's. And it's sort of a natural evolved instinct for us to find these things cute and want to protect them. It's an evolutionary trait to promote survival. Yeah, the big eyes, right? So yeah, this baby, right? And we often literally call cute things babies, don't we? We're like, oh, little baby, you're so cute. It's sort of an evolutionary instinct where our brain gets confused and thinks it's a baby. And the cat, by the way, evolved this way too. The house cat did through our selection so that it would make us feel this way. Same with dogs. So who's playing who? Is the cat playing us or are we playing the cat? Regardless, this is still adorable, and I'm not trying to ruin it, but they're adorable, right?
Cats aren't really supposed to be in the library.
Well, you're wrong, Gwen. You're wrong. I will stand my ground, Gwen. You are wrong. Okay, I will gladly fight with you over the evolutionary traits of a cat, Gwen. Of course the witch would come out and be like, I want to defend the cat. Yeah, I bet you would, Gwen. I hope you know, Gwen. I'm joking with you, okay?
So we have to escort him out, usually by picking him up and bringing him out because he really doesn't want to leave.
Muffin's location device reveals to his family he's also made appearances at the community center next door and even the Royal St. Lawrence Yacht Club.
Oh no, a yacht club? I hate yacht clubs. $10 says that they're... Well, actually, I'd be surprised. If the yacht club actually is okay with the cat, then kudos to them. I bet you guys 20, I don't know if I want to bet that much. I could be wrong. I bet you $20 that they ban the cat. Because, I know, Gwen. I bet you guys $20 that they ban the cat because it's a yacht club and they're all very snooty monsters a lot of the time. I could be wrong, though. Maybe I don't want to make that bet. I fictionally bet $20.
Where the fur flew in the dining room.
All of a sudden there's a fur thing under and it screams. And then everybody, what is it? Raccoon or a mouse or something.
So Muffin was banned from the yacht club.
Hey!
You could say he's gatto non grata.
I knew it!
Yet,
Norman,
the
damn it,
library
it's too
likes
late,
the little
Norman.
visitor.
I mean, he's the
You
cutest
all
little
owe me
thing.
20
I'm
bucks.
more of a dog
You all owe me 20 bucks.
person, but for him, I'm a crazy cat lady. I just love him.
So they gave him a lifetime membership, good for all his 9 lives. Christine Long, CTV News.
You're right, Norman. I'm sure you do. Okay. Oh, that's so cute. And guys, that cat is a socialist cat. It's pissing off the yacht clubbers. It is going to the socialized library. I just love that, right? Don't we love kitty cats? They're all the best. All cats are amazing. Not all of them. Some of them are awful, but most of them are amazing. Okay? Love it very much. Okay, thank you, LaCroix, for that. That's adorable. Let's see what else we have here to react to, guys. I'm going to go over and check the Discord, the reaction section. By the way, please join our Discord. It's linked at the top of the YouTube chat and the Twitch chat. You can go over there, and you will be able to put things in the recommended section for me to react to. All right. I'm kind of being lazy today. By the way, you guys want to hear something funny? My electricity went out again this morning because, you know, America has terrible infrastructure. So it went out again this morning. Let's see here. So it went out this morning, which made it harder for me to prepare things. But okay, let's watch this. Thank you, Gwen. Gwen just sent us this, but it came back on before I started, luckily. All right. Obviously, if you guys couldn't tell. So Finn is back. Hello, Finn. Hello, Finn. So glad you're here. All right. So let's watch this. This was sent to us by that's fair in your groove. I should say you're right in your groove. Ohio has terrible infrastructure. I should be more specific in your groove. Okay. So let's watch this. This is sent to us by Gwen. It's called British Things, Horrible Histories, The Vile Victorians. And yes, this morning, by the way, we watched a video about the British Empire, about how it's taught about in British schools. So this goes right along with that. As you guys can tell, I don't have much planned for the day. I'm kind of winging it as we go. So we're going to be watching some reaction videos and stuff. I did a brief thing about natural disasters, how they're not natural. And anyway, so let's talk about this. Let's just watch this. British Things, Horrible Histories, Vile Victorians.
I love to be a British queen. I am Victoria, you see. Now where's my British butler with my British cup of tea?
Tea is not from Britain, ma'am.
No, it
from
isn't.
India it was.
Wasn't her butler, excuse me, not her butler, but wasn't like her best friend Indian or Pakistani? I could be wrong about that. Wasn't like one of Queen Victoria's and possibly lover, wasn't one of her lovers slash, I don't know if he was a butler. What was he? Do you guys know what I'm talking about? Especially people from the UK. Didn't Queen Victoria have like, I don't know. What was it? What was it? What was it? What was his name? I forget his name. He, yes, wasn't it Gwen? I can't remember. Maybe he wasn't a butler. I can't remember. But yeah.
Brought, yes, for your cup 1,000 died and many wars were fought.
British things, my British things. It seems that tea is not. British things, my British things.
Can I sweeten it? A jot?
And sugar isn't British either, by the way.
Do tell me sugar's British, though.
No, it's Caribbean imported.
For sugar in your cup of tea, slavery's been supported. I know it's wrong, your majesty, but slaves in Africa worked hard in fields
of... Jonas, my God, I'm sorry, why do I keep missing the things you send me, Jonas? Thank you so much for the subs, Jonas. Jonas just gifted a bunch of subs. Thank you very much, Jonas, really. Thank you. I don't know why I keep missing you, Jonas. Forgive me.
Sugar cane to sweeten up your cha.
British things!
I was going to make a joke about being racist, Jonas, but then I thought second of it. But now I think about it, I think you'd find it funny. So I'll make a joke about being racist. I guess I'm just racist, Jonas.
British things! I thought that there were many British things! Oh, British things!
Afraid there's hardly any.
Aww.
You know your British cotton vest.
What's wrong with it? Explain.
The cotton's from America.
Oh, is that true? John Brown? Okay, Louise. So yeah, that's right. John Brown too. I remember that. The Scottish guy. Okay.
And picked by
slaves again.
Yes.
Your empire's built on fighting wars. That's how your income's swollen. Your British things are from abroad and most are Frank.
Except I will say wool. Wool is a British thing. The British did produce a lot of wool. So I guess if you like wearing scratchy wool, that's kind of a British thing, I guess.
Be stolen.
Whatever next? Go on, pray tell.
Our British queen is foreign as well.
It's true, I am of
German,
foreign descent.
right?
And
Isn't
your
she German?
husband, Albert?
A German gent.
Yes.
At least I've got a British name.
Victoria's Latin.
Okay, honest question, guys. What was the original name? Here's a trivia question. The current royal family is called the House of Windsor. What is its original name? Okay. No, I don't mean they invented wool, but like locally produced wool is a British thing. What do you remember? Do we all know? Yes, Hanover, right? Wasn't it Hanover and Socks something? Like Hanover Sax something or whatever. Wasn't it longer than Hanover? I could be wrong. The House of Windsor had a German name, so they changed it to Windsor because it sounds more English. It sounded way too German, so that's sort of a form of propaganda or a form of, yeah, isn't it Saxe-Coburg, Hanover, or something like that? I could be wrong. I thought it, but it was some big German name, wasn't it? So in order to make it sound less German, they changed it to House of Windsor. Okay, just a side note there.
That's a shame!
British things, British things.
There are none, we declare.
All our favorite British things
Seem to come from elsewhere.
More sugar.
Don't worry, my British friends out there. You're very much like Americans. I don't mean that as an insult. I'm sorry. I mean like as in we have a very few things that are originally American too. Yes, they did, Dolly Boy. They kicked a Scottish family off the throne because they were Catholic, right? Which family was that? Was it the Stuarts? Was it the Stuarts that were the Catholic family? Is that who that is, Dolly Boy? I'd have to remember. I rhyme myself. Yeah. Okay. The Stuarts were kicked off the throne for being Catholic, etc. Yeah. Okay. See if yeah, it was hilarious, right? But we made Grand Theft Auto. Hey, that's something, Norman. That's something. You guys made Ren. Ren exists because of, you know, Ren is great. We like Ren. The Beatles are great. I don't like the Beatles, but the Beatles are great. Don't get mad at me for those that like the Beatles. What's that? You've done some things, right? There's other things you've done, right? I'm sure. Anyway, by the way, so one of the interesting things about tea, the tea culture, that's right, James. That's right, Louise. James Stewart took over from Lizzie the First. Okay. Tea. One of the reasons tea became so popular in Britain was because a lot of the groundwater and stuff in the UK and Britain is kind of very what's the term? Sulfuric. It kind of tastes icky. And that's not all of it does, and I doubt it does anymore. I bet you can clean this shit up, but a lot of the water in the UK tastes like crap. So making tea is a way of consuming water where you can make it taste better, right? You can add some flavor to it so you don't have to taste the sulfuriness or whatever it is that's in the water over there that in some places that makes it taste kind of bad. So yeah, that's one of the reasons tea became so popular is it became a way of boiling and making water consumable or at least not taste as bad as elsewhere. Scottish water, yes, Drizzle. They also drank a lot of beer. That's the same places in a lot of Europe. Europe became a way of sort of storing calories and storing water and things like that for long periods of time. Yeah, Scottish water is delicious. That's why there's a lot of Scottish whiskeys and things like that are made from Scottish water because it's thought to be. I thought, Norman, that it isn't. Scottish water is not delicious. Maybe I'm getting this mixed up. Okay, Jonas, it's insane to me how we don't realize that Britain ignores the fact that throughout most of its existence, we ignored the rights and happiness of the masses. Yeah, the British, kind of like in America, right? There's this bias in American history that favors the elites, the political elites, the cultural elites, all that crap, okay? And in the UK, it's the same way. There's like a lot of favoring of the elites and things like that. And a lot of British history has been very bad for the majority of the Brits, okay? And so that's why, like, when we talk about the empire, I want to clarify that not everyone in the UK, in the Britain, was responsible for the empire, etc. As a matter of fact, a lot of at-home British folks were victims of the empire. Not as much as people overseas, but still victims. Yeah, and like the voting and shit in the UK was horrific for a long time. Like you had to be propertied, and like it was not. There was definitely not universal male suffrage, and definitely women weren't allowed to vote until later. Women had to start doing terrorism in order to get the right to vote. And one woman especially had to die and get it caught on camera to get the right to vote. So yeah, and this isn't even considering, now that's more modern period stuff, but we could go back to the Middle Ages and the constant wars between the nobility over nonsense, like the War of the Roses, which was horrifically violent, bloody, and disastrous, and resulted in the death of tons of people over some petty squabble between the nobility. That's, yeah, okay. But how can you have a views of superiority, right? Well, Jonas, think about it. That is part of the reason why racism and cultural superiority exists. It makes you feel better despite you also being oppressed. Working class British folks who have this sense of superiority probably aren't going to be complaining, won't be focused on how their wages are low or whatever, because they think that they're better than the brown guy living next door. So at least I'm better than the brown guy living next door, you know? We got to protect my superiority and the fact that I'm British. The same thing in America, right? Like, we're American. We're better. We're the freest country on earth. Don't worry if you're working for less, like for minimum wage at McDonald's, you can barely survive. You're in America, okay? It's sort of a similar sort of thing, right? Okay. Absolutely. Anyway, hasn't been great for the Brits in a lot of ways. Hasn't been great for the Brits. So we like to, so this is why also we shouldn't generalize about the population of any country, okay? And I know I'm occasionally Anglophobic to be funny, but the reason I'm jokingly Anglophobic is because I hope you know, it's like obvious, it's obvious I'm not actually Anglophobic because you guys are very similar to us because we're all English speaking. We have a similar cultural heritage in a lot of ways. And like, so we have to understand, of course, not all Brits are the same. They're different kinds of people. I know you, Dolly Boy, but Dolly Boy, even you, come on, Dolly Boy. I know you're joking. I know you don't like, you know that the average English person is not a bad person. I know you are generalizing for the sake of being a joke. You don't like the English government. You don't like English nationalists, right? But you know that the average like English person is not out to get Scotland or whatever. I know you're joking, right, Dolly Boy? Okay, I know, right, LaQual, you're actually Anglophobic? Right. Okay, so I'm guessing that that is the case, Dolly Boy. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay, there goes Nora. Right, okay, fine, Dolly Boy, fine. Okay, fine. Okay, God, look, the Scots are rising up all over again. Great. God, Louise, quickly, call for Lawnshanks. We need to get Lawnshanks in here. Yes, Norman, I make these dark jokes about Scottish history, and I always offend Dolly Boy. But since you guys are starting it, I can play this game too. All right? Anyway, Jonas, you better quickly call up what is it? The Earl de Bruce. Call up the Earl de Bruce. He was English, wasn't he? Wasn't the Earl de Bruce English? I might be getting this wrong, but I'm pretty sure that Earl de Bruce was English. Maybe William Wallace was a great Englishman, by the way. William Wallace was a great Englishman. And we should always remember the contributions to English history that William Wallace made. Anyway, I'm losing my train of thought. I'm sure, yeah, okay, you really do think you're William Wallace. Do we remember what happened to William Wallace, Norman? He may have made some incursions into England, but that didn't last long, did it? Anyway, okay, I'll stop. I know this is a lot of inside jokes for people who might not know the history, but I love these jokes, okay? I won't, Louise, don't worry. I won't mention Culloden or Bannockburn. Don't worry. I refuse to mention them. Okay. I will not mention them. Okay. Who was William Wallace? Yeah. So William Wallace was kind of cool. He was a Scottish. I don't want to compliment Scotland now. He was a Scottish rebel. Kind of. That's. I don't mean to sound downplay, but he resisted the English rule. And had a serious success. I know. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. I'll leave. Actually, I'm not sorry, Dolly Boy. I will leave Culloden out of my jester mouth. Okay. Pronounce Culloden. Thank you, Louise. Okay. So anyway, yeah, he resisted English rule. He was victorious at a few battles against the larger English forces. Yeah, he was kind of a cool character. All right. Yeah. Earl de Bruce was kind of cool too. There's a lot of cool leaders. Scots that who has resisted English rule. Okay, I know, right? Jonas, what are you, a socialist? What are you, a socialist? Jonas says, maybe I'm going to sound like an extremist, but perhaps we should value people based on the content of their character. Jonas, God, Jonas is a dirty socialist. You guys hear this socialism right here? That is crazy. God, disgusting, Jonas. Jesus. Okay. All right. Okay. Let's see here. Oh, who's as long as Dolly Boy says, as long as I don't praise Bonnie Prince Charlie. I have to remind myself, Dolly Boy, forgive me. I literally Bonnie, let's look it up. Why not? For fun. Bonnie Prince Charlie. And I'll decide if I like him. Oops. Bonnie Prince oh, sure, I gladly, Norman, I'll say it. It's really gross. Oh, yeah, I knew that, Dolly Boy. 1 second here. So, for those who don't know, let me show. Okay, you know what? I'm going to look up Bonnie Prince Charlie first, and then, guys, I'll tell you how William Wallace got killed. Damn it, why can't I type today? I can never type. What am I mean? Prince Charlie. So, oh, yes, Charles Stewart. I know who Charles Stewart is. Okay. Yeah. Okay, I know who this guy is. Oh, look at that. Look at that face, though. But Dolly Boy, he's so handsome. Look at that. Look at that. He has the face of someone who's a good guy. I don't know about you. He seems, just by looking at his face, he looks like a lovely man. Okay, I'll stop. All right, so William Wallace, guys, who resisted English rule. I know. Okay. Look, guys. Look, Dolly Boy is screaming for joy. Look at that. He's screaming for joy. He's so happy about the commentary I'm giving. There we go, Norman. Okay. Anyway, so let's go on here. So real fast, William Wallace. Now, this is serious, though. I'm not going to joke about this. William Wallace died horribly, okay? William Wallace launched a rebellion against the English crown. Okay, I know it's a joke. Okay, I don't actually mean he's handsome. I'm just trying to insult Dolly Boy and Norman. Okay, because I'm a mean guy. So William Wallace, he was a Scottish war leader. He launched a war of resistance against the British crown, the English, and was victorious several times. He ended up being crushed. Was it by Longshanks or was it his son? Regardless, he ended up being crushed. And he was captured. And the English, sorry, I keep messing this up, decided to make a, Louise, the English decided to make a example out of him. Really? You had to learn how he died in nursery school? Oh, my God. Okay. Okay, I know, Dolly Boy, forgive me. I don't mean, I'm joking here. I just like being an asshole. I shouldn't make fun of the imperialism and the death and destruction and the poverty that they created, okay? Forgive me. I still like making fun of you, Dolly Boy, so I won't stop, but I do forgive me in advance. Okay, so what they did, guys, is I'm trying to find the, he wasn't drawn and quartered? Yep, okay. So he was. I thought so. So, guys, this is what he was drawn. Thank you so much, Jonas, really. He was drawn and quartered. So being drawn and quartered is really gross. I can show you this. I'll show you this. I don't care. Maybe I'll get demonetized. Drawing and quartering. This was a brutal form of execution from back in the day. Okay. Where is very creative. I'm not sure who ever thought of this form of execution. It seems kind of, Hun drawn and quartered. I don't really know how who came up with this. It's kind of creative. You had to be a sociopath to think that this was a way to kill someone. Now, if I can find an old image of it. Thank you so much, Jonas, really, for that contribution. Okay, well, there are different ways to be drawn and quartered, but here's an example, okay? I don't know why someone would want a tattoo of that on them. So William Wallace was hung, so he was hung first, and then he was drawn. Drawn, guys, is gross. Drawn is where you take out a person's intestines typically while they're alive. Now, unfortunately, in this case, not unfortunately, but in this case, he was already dead because he had been hung. But you take out a person's intestines and you feed it into a fire. Like I said, typically while they're alive. In this case, he wasn't alive. So that's called being drawn. When you pull out an intestines and throw it into a fire. Being quartered can happen in two ways. One way to quarter someone is you strap their limbs to horses and then have the horses run in different directions and literally tear the person apart limb to limb. Another way of doing it is you literally just hack off their arms and legs into quarters. You quarter them into 4 quarters, okay? So it was a common form of execution was drawing and quartering. You'd first remove their intestines and feed it into a fire and then cut them into 4 pieces. Now, what they did with William Wallace is that they hung him, drew and quartered him, and then they took his body parts and they sent it to different cities all across England and Scotland as a warning to anyone who might seek to resist the English crown again. So I think they put his head or something on a bridge in London. They sent one of his legs to York, another one of his body parts to Lancaster. He sent his body parts all over the place as a hello, Weirdomorphous Blob. Okay, so that is what they did to William Wallace. Pretty brutal. But that was the Middle Ages for you. Pretty horrific times. And remember, guys, we talked about postmodernism yesterday. So Foucault may have argued that was less brutal, or at least was just as bad as throwing someone into a low max security prison. And this is where I have an issue with postmodernism, okay? Because I would much rather be in a low max security prison in Norway than be drawn and quartered. Yeah. Yes, he is, Norman. There's a movie, Braveheart, which isn't fully accurate. Okay, Braveheart isn't fully accurate, but that a lot of Americans know that's about William Wallace. Hello, Mithril. I should say hello, Blake. How's Mithril doing, by the way? How's our friend Mithril doing there, Blake? We're glad to see you here, too, of course, Blake. So that's the story of William Wallace. I know, Norman, it's not great, but that's how a lot of Americans know William Wallace is because of Braveheart. All right. And for the Scots out there, I used to play the bagpipes, right? I did. I used to play the bagpipe. I used to play the bagpipes, and then I broke the bagpipes accidentally because they have black wood pipes, and I broke one of them, and it was very expensive to fix, so I never did. But I can play some songs on the bagpipes still. Not many. I can play Scotland the Brave. I can play Black Bear, and I can play Amazing Grace. Yeah, exactly, Louise, right? I know, and I do that to Dolly Boy, Norman. I always yell at Dolly Boy, freedom, to make fun of him because I like harassing Dolly Boy. But I've been better at it, Dolly Boy. I don't do it as often because I know it's repetitive. But occasionally I like bullying Dolly Boy by yelling freedom at him. Okay. Anyway, guys. So there we go. That's the story. I know I'm rambling, and I'm sure people are like, why is he randomly talking about Scotland now or whatever? But, it's fun. It's fun. Okay. Mithril is all right. Excellent. So glad there. Glad to see you here, Blake, of course. All right. So, all right. Scotland has taken over the stream. We won, right? Yeah, I'm sure France would agree with you anyway. Okay, so let's see here. Let's see here. Some other things to look at. Louise, Mithril 2.0. All right. Oh, thank you, Fetty. Are you still here, Fetty? Here's another. Fetty Spaghetti sent this to us. And, you know, we're kind of having a chill stream today. I don't know if you could tell. We win. There you go, Dolly Boy. What is it called? We're kind of having a chill stream today.
This one is to close without.
But this is by the way, Jonas, thank you so much for all your contributions. Really, thank you everyone who's contributed today. We've gotten a lot of contributions and a lot of gift memberships that'll really help me grow the stream. You know what? I haven't done any self-promotion. Let me do it real fast, guys. This will be the only time I do it. If you like the content, you can become a member over on YouTube for about $1 a month. It would really help me out. And if you do that, you get access to a cute little jester hat next to your name and members-only emojis that you can use in the stream. Over on Twitch, please follow me. I'm trying to get more followers here. We're over 320 now. We're getting up there, guys. We're growing quickly. And yesterday, guys, we reached a new high average number of viewers, which is 20. We reached 21 average viewers, which is what you need to reach to become a Twitch partner. If I get a certain number of streams with 20 or more viewers, I get to become a Twitch partner, which means I get a bigger slice of the revenue from contributions. So that was great. That was one of the first times we've had a average views above 20. Anyway, if you're over on Twitch, please follow me. Thank you, whoever just followed me. And you can subscribe for free using Amazon Prime, in which case you won't have to see ads anymore over on Twitch. Okay. Let's see here. And or you can just subscribe regularly, in which case that would also be very helpful. Jonas says, I only do it because I love how much you teach me. Thank you, Jonas. I guess you don't like me then. Jonas doesn't like me. He just thinks I'm an object that teaches him stuff. How dare you, Jonas? But I'll accept your money if that's the case anyway. Okay, no, I'm kidding. Thank you, Jonas, really. So you can help me that way. You can also send me a contribution on Twitch using bits or a super chat over on YouTube. You can also, Dolly Boy, I'm sorry, I'm going down. Thank you so much, Dolly Boy, for the contribution, really. Thank you very much. Dolly Boy sent 400 bits. Thank you very much. You can also send me bits, a contribution over on YouTube, a super chat. And in both of those cases, if you send bits or a super chat, I will be able to read what I will be certain to read what you said aloud. I won't always say what you read out loud otherwise, just because I'll be focused on other things, but I'll try my best to always read it if you send me bits. Okay, enough of that. By the way, for anyone who doesn't contribute, I love having you here. It's okay. I get it. You don't need to contribute to be here. Anyone can watch. Anyone can become a member of the community. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. That's really the hub of the community. It's linked at the top of the Twitch chat and the YouTube chat. It's a great community, and I'm not just saying that. I'm not just saying that. I really think it's a great community. A lot of supportive people over there. You know, great community. Okay, please join it. Please join it. Okay. All right. So let's go on, guys. This was sent to us by Fetty Spaghetti, who's an angel. We all love Fetty Spaghetti. Fetty Spaghetti always posts images of the food they're making, or like the dishes they make and the pets they have and all this amazing stuff. And Fetty also has fantastic nails. We love Fetty. So Fetty just sent this to us. And Fetty yesterday, a couple days ago, brought in a bunch of people into the stream, I'm pretty sure. I'm pretty sure Fetty Spaghetti has a cult following and was able to convince people to come into the stream, which was I'm still investigating this, Fetty, and I will find it. I will find the truth of those people that were in the stream, okay? I think there were several of them. Okay, I'll hunt them down, Fetty, and find out what the relationship to you is. Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. So let's go here. Louise, NHS staff have apparently been warned they face the sack if they criticize the contract between Palantir and the NHS. Oh my God, Louise. By the way, I didn't know. I forgot that Palantir was signing a contract with the NHS. Disgusting. I am so sorry that our companies are doing their aggressive takeovers over there too. Really disgusting. Okay, let's go on here. So this was sent to us by Fetty Spaghetti. Let's watch.
Without saving, this one is to install malware. There! This one is to close without saving. This one is to install malware. And the last one is to erase all your work. This should streamline your output and make you 10 times more productive at being self-destructive.
Oh, please, I'm not that bad.
True, you're not that bad. You're the worst!
At least I'm not as bad as the rest of the guys in this office.
What are you doing? I'm correcting a spelling mistake. Duh.
What? I'm printing out my report.
Yes, I have tried a reboot. All right, I'll try again. Yeah, no, still nothing.
You know what's really funny about this?
These guys are fully grown adults.
They're in charge of, like, everything. They drive cars.
They vote.
They're responsible for the planet.
We're doomed.
There. This one.
Oh my God, it's so true. It is so goddamn true. Like, well, like, you know, like a lot of the ancient people in Congress, like they have no idea what social media is, and they have been the ones responsible for legislating on it and shit. Like, oh my God, it's so true. It's so true. Like this turned dark really quickly, but yeah, that was a great one, Fetty Spaghetti. By the way, I love how a lot of times children's shows will true, Revenberry. Children's shows will kind of have adult messages in it or subversive messages that are baked into it that children might not notice, but which are true. Anyway, I just love that. So there's an example of that. What's the name of the show again? It's called, I had students who liked this show before. Gumball, the Weird World of Gumball. All right. Hello, by the way, Do Don Go. So glad you're back. So glad to have you here, okay? Yeah, right. Gumball and Adventure Time. Yeah, I love Adventure Time. Adventure Time is very similar in that way. I've seen a lot of Adventure Time. I've seen a lot of Gumball. I sometimes will watch these shows just to see, you know, what's popular and stuff, because I like different cultural things. But anyway, okay. So love that. Thank you so much, Fetty Spaghetti. Let's see what else we got here, guys. Again, guys, you can send me things to react to if you're over. Okay, Druzilla, are you here, Druzilla? Let's watch Druzilla's thing.
Part 2 for you.
Let's watch Druzilla's thing here. Yes, Do Dongo, I was a teacher. I guess I am still a teacher, but I was a, I don't, Norman. I actually don't like cartoons. I think they're boring. But like sometimes I will watch like an episode or two of a cartoon, just to get a sense, because I hear about them from my students, and then I watch a bit just to see what it's like. Yeah, so I am a teacher. I also have a master's in history and was getting a PhD in history. So yes, I was a high school history teacher. All right, so let's go on here. So this was sent to us by Druzilla. Druzilla, this is called Fixing Potholes or Turning Potholes into Art. Okay, for the folks in the UK and all over the world, how bad are potholes where you're from? Because, dear God, here in the USA, I'm being an American exceptionalist. I feel like our potholes are the worst. Let's get into a competition about who has the worst potholes. Okay, well, they're probably not, but they just piss me off. Anyway.
Part 2 for you, folks. Blackbridge Lane, the ones that the council refused to come and fill. We've just actually had a Horsham District Council van drive past us.
And no, Sir Bart, when I say pothole, I don't mean your mouth. Because I know that that's what you like putting in your mouth, Sir Bart, is a lot of pot. So it's your pothole, okay?
As we were prepping for this pothole, he gave us some dirty looks and he gave us a
really,
bib.
Dongo?
Cheers, mate. If he was doing his job properly in the first place, he wouldn't have any dirty looks to give because there wouldn't be any potholes around. But there we go. Anyway, four beautiful primroses in this pothole there. She is very, very soggy, but we don't mind that.
Aww.
We don't mind that on pretty potholes. Better than looking at a pothole. Absolutely fantastic.
Aww.
Again, busy road. Everyone loving us out today. We've had loads of comments, loads of bibs,
yeah,
loads
you're
of
right,
waves, everything. But just try and flaunch that up a little bit there. Keep our water away from our plants. That's fantastic. Give it a nice dressing around there. Absolutely beautiful. Good packing in that pothole. Everyone can see.
Of course, this won't help anything, I'm sure you guys know, and obviously these plants are going to be destroyed anyway.
It's there.
But it's pretty.
No one's going to be hitting it. Look, and people can come around, they can see what we're doing. No one's damaging their car. Absolutely perfect. Spot on the money, that is.
Yeah.
Horsham District Council, up your game.
That's cute, Druzilla. Potholes are awful. I ruin the vibe? I'm sorry, Norman. I didn't mean to ruin the vibe. Yeah, exactly. It's pretty for like 10 minutes until the next car hits it. I'm sorry, Druzilla. You know I'm an asshole. I didn't mean to ruin your video. But it annoys me how governments are often cucked, basically, to private businesses who then do propaganda campaigns by going out and fixing potholes when the government should be doing it. Anyway, so I hate potholes. They're awful. And we need to spend more on infrastructure. And there you go. Okay, that's it. Thank you, Drizella, for sharing that video with us. Beautify your potholes, I guess. And I know many of your potholes are your mouths because many of you are engaged in smoking Mary Jane. Anyway, or consuming it orally, whatever you do. I guess orally would go either way, but I mean, like, you can also consume it by eating it. Anyway, whatever. Good, Drizella. You've learned, Drizella, not to listen to me when I'm watching a video. Okay, here we sent. There you go, Sir Bart. That's what I said. Sir Bart's mouth is a pothole right now. I was correct. So here we have. This was sent to us by who? Was this you, LaCroix? Who sent this to us? So now Trump had sent us a bunch of these a while back. This is the president's FDR, Franklin Delano Roosevelt. I know, right? Me too. Dudon. Okay. It was you, LaCroix. Excellent. So let's watch. This is FDR, the president who did not the Green New Deal, the New Deal, and helped get Americans back to work during the Great Depression, and was the president during the Second World War. Okay, so let's watch this.
Now, I feel like there was something I was supposed to deal with. God. Oh, the Holocaust! Oh, sugar! I'd rather marry my biological cousin than marry a Catholic. And that's actually what I did in real life.
That's true. He did marry his biological cousin instead of marrying a Catholic. That is just accurate because, remember, I said that in the United States there's a history of discrimination against Catholics because, the same thing in the UK. There was a long history of discrimination against Catholics because it was a Protestant nation. England is a Protestant nation. And so there was discrimination against Catholics. And there was also, by the way, before that, there was discrimination against Protestants. But regardless, in the USA, which was founded by English settlers, there was a lot of discrimination against Catholics.
The Germans are doing concentration camps. I'm going to do concentration camps too.
Yeah.
Oh, would you please, Ellen?
Yeah. Now, again, I'm not trying to downplay the Japanese concentration camps. They were not death camps like the Nazi. Many of the Nazi camps ended up being mass death camps. So, but yes, they were concentration camps. We took Japanese Americans and shoved them in there because we thought they were going to be spying on America, even though they were American citizens, and most of them had no relationship to Japan. Okay. All right. Is Catholics more Ireland? Yes. So, so the Irish are Catholic. And the Scots are Presbyterian. Is that correct? Mainly today they're Presbyterian, but they're for a while they were mainly Catholic, while England had gone Anglican or Episcopalian, whatever you want to call it. So yeah, so Catholic. So this is this is complicated though. Sorry, I'm having trouble speaking because I'm trying to get all these religions straight in my head. Do Don go? Yes. So Northern Ireland, which is not part of the Irish state, is more Protestant. Okay. Yes. But Ireland proper, the state of Ireland, is in fact Catholic. Okay. And there are lots of Catholics that live in Northern Ireland as well.
Or I barely cheated on you. Plus, you're a lesbian. What do you care? Now, hear me out.
Yes, we're
Pay workers a living wage. I know it's crazy, but it just might work. I was nearly assassinated by an Italian anti-capitalist with a strong jaw and stomach problems. Thank God that guy was definitely a one-off. Now here's how I'm going to fix the Great Depression. I'm going to send a bunch of...
I know, LaCroix. The IRA disagrees with me. I know. This is very complicated. I'm going to do a stream sometime, guys, on the Troubles. And I know any talk of the Troubles is going to get me in trouble if I don't carefully plan in advance. So yeah.
Bad boys into the woods and pay them $1 a day to chop trees. Don't worry, I'll feed them real good. Plenty of cream of wheat and stewed prunes.
That's funny. Yeah, so FDR's wife, Eleanor Roosevelt, was a lesbian. We have letters. Have I shown you guys her letters before? Let me just give you an example. They're kind of steamy. Eleanor Roosevelt. And they kept it hidden. He almost certainly knew she was a lesbian. And he let her do her thing and he did his thing. Okay. Is that true, Sir Bart? Yeah, she was, LaCroix. Let me read to you guys. We actually have all of her letters to her lover. And which really reveal that they were very much in love. Uh, and they're kind of hot. They're kind of hot. Let me see if I can find you an example here. Um, this one's kind of cute. My Hick, my dear. So the name of the woman was Hick. Okay. It doesn't mean what weed means today. Okay. Hick, my dearest. I cannot go to bed tonight without a word to you. I felt a little as though a part of me was leaving tonight. You have grown so much a part of my life that it is empty without you, even though I am busy every minute. They're actually very adorable. Hick, darling, oh, how good it was to hear your voice. It was so inadequate to try and tell you what it meant. Jimmy was near, and I couldn't say je t'aime, et je t'adore, as I long to do. Always remember I am saying it, and that I go to sleep thinking of you and repeating our little saying. Here we have some sexual. I guess there's sexuality implied here. Okay, Hick, darling, all day I've thought of you, and another birthday when I will be with you. Yet tonight you sounded so far away and formal. Oh, I want to put my arms around you. I ache to hold you close. Your ring is a great comfort. I look at it and I think she does love me, or I wouldn't be wearing it. All right. Okay. Oh gosh. So these are yeah. So you can see here. Oh, how I wanted to put my arms around you in reality instead of in spirit. I went and kissed your photograph instead, and my tears were in my eyes. All right. So we can like oh, here's one of my favorite lines. I'm getting so hungry to see you. We all know what that means, folks, right? Okay. You get the idea. There's a ton of things like this. So yeah, she was a lesbian and she was in a loving relationship with this journalist. And there was yeah, and there's more. Like there's one letter I remember reading where she was talking about eating her up. She's like, "Oh, my dear Hick, I want to eat you up so badly. I want to taste you in my mouth." And like, okay. So anyway, and it was very obvious that she was a lesbian, and it was pretty obvious that her husband knew she was a lesbian, and it was very obvious that they both kind of decided to look the other way with each other. Yeah. So he was kind of open to do what he wanted, and she could do what she wanted, and they would hang out whenever they could. And there's images of them, having lunch together and things like that. We know for a fact she was a lesbian. But anyway, she also was one of the best first ladies in American history. I know I'm saying this as a gay man to support my people, but she's the one that created the Declaration of Human Rights. She actually did a lot, even though she was a first lady. Okay, a lot of first ladies don't do much because they don't have an official role, but she actually did a lot. She also went around the country and helped with the a New Deal and stuff. Dolly Boy, kind of like Frederick the Great and his wife, right? Dolly Boy, his wife. Okay. On a side note, for the Americans out there, do you know Baron von what is it? Not Stauffenberg. Baron von Steuben. Is that what it is? Steuben. American Revolution. That's right. Have anyone ever heard of Friedrich Wilhelm von Steuben? Okay, he was a Prussian officer that came over to the colonies to help train American troops, colonial troops against the British. He was a really good troop trainer because he was Prussian and stuff, and he was gay. He was extremely homosexual. That's one of the reasons why he was sent over here from Prussia, is because he was revealed in Prussia. So he came over here so he could train the troops and get away. And get away from Prussia. Just a note there, a lot of gay people in history that are never talked about as being gay. And like, it doesn't really matter. I don't really care. In terms, I don't really care that, like, it doesn't matter that he was gay, but just they're hidden. Gay people are in the history, but they're hidden and you never learn about it. Okay. All right. So there we go. Wilhelm von Steuben was also a raging homosexual. Anyway, let's go on here. Okay. Thank you for that. Thank you for that very much. All right. Gains of Rome. What else do we have here to react to? Oh, my darling, My darling, la 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 la. Oh, wow, there's actually not many things on here for me to react to. People haven't been posting shit. What is wrong with you folks? Okay, what is wrong with you folks? How dare you all? You're not making it easy for me to be lazy. Normally, I can just go in here and find shit. Okay? I'm very angry. I'm deeply enraged. End the injustice? What the... Okay, you know what? Shy Snow Leopard, I don't think you meant for me to show this, but I'm going to show it anyway. I think this was meant to be just posted for everyone on the Discord, but it'll be fun, right? Okay. What's this, Sir Bart? Yeah, die Pickelhäuber. Yeah. Let's see here. Well, thank you, Sir Bart. Let's watch this real fast. This is called End the Injustice. I don't know what the hell it's about. Who knows? We'll find out.
Linking me with the disgraceful Jeffrey Epstein need to end today.
In the face of this horrific sex trafficking ring that has harmed children all over the world, we must not lose track of who truly is the victim here. My reputation, something must be done.
I mean, yeah, what an injustice, right? You obviously had nothing to do with Jeffrey Epstein.
Okay, you know that one video we watched that was talking about how nothing comes from Britain? I beg to differ. British humor overall makes me shit my pants. I mean, in a good way. I love British humor. I know a lot of people don't like it, but oh my God, the British people are hilarious. Oh my God, the British people are fucking funny. Okay. And I will say, like, I don't know. I just really like British humor. And I feel like that's one of Britain's great exports is humor and comedy. And they're good at it, and they love making fun of people in power a lot of the time. And I'm just to throw that out there, that is one of the positives of British folks is culturally they're very goddamn funny. I got to tell you, okay?
I mean, sure, you were photographed socializing with him a bunch of times, and also he was your husband's best friend for like a decade during your relationship, and he himself stated
No, I'm not insulting it, Norman. I really do like the humor from the UK. I think you guys are very funny over there.
He was the one that introduced you, and that the first time you trumped his Donald was on Jeffrey Epstein's plane. And I mean, yeah, you were like personally sending friendly emails to Ghislaine Maxwell like,
"Hey girl, Melly here just wanted to say that you should let me know next time you're in town so that we could, not speak or have any kind of interaction or hang out at all because we have no relationship whatsoever. Okay, bye."
You know what's funny? The guy that burned down that toilet paper warehouse is seemingly already looking at like 10 years to life. Meanwhile, an investigation...
By the way, that guy's a hero.
...into a sex trafficking ring that's been going on for 20...
Trump his Donald until it squeaks. Disgusting, Norman.
...years has yet to produce a single conviction of a single one of the predators that these victims were trafficked to. I mean, if I didn't know any better, I'd say that we seem to have created a global system that values the investments of corporations and the reputations of rich people more than the well-being of children. But Mr. Magistus, you must understand, he caused over $500 million in damage. Did he though? Did he really? Or is a good chunk of that $500 million actually just the vastly inflated price of services and goods like toilet paper? You know, because corporations keep turning up prices without turning up wages to match those prices, which is gradually...
That's been happening for years, by the way. Productivity has gone through the roof, but wages have barely kept up, and they haven't kept up at all. Our wages have remained remarkably low despite massive growth in profits and productivity, because all that money is going to the top. It's not going to us, right? It's not going to us at all.
Increasing the problem of wealth inequality, which I believe was the stated motive, was it not? Anyway, the new acting head of the Department of Justice immediately came out of the gate and re-closed the Epstein investigation. There's nothing to see here. There's no more investigation. There's no evidence of criminal action, and no more files will be released, which is illegal.
Again, guys, thus proving Casual Revolt's theory of American pedocracy, right? We are you know, I like that. Casual Revolt's theory of American pedocracy. We don't have a democracy, we have a pedocracy, right? It's a government by pedophile, and a government that's one of the biggest values of our government and a lot of our people is assaulting children. And I'm going to keep repeating this, okay? But But I think I need a good saying for this. You know, for the sake of marketing, I need a good saying for it. Should we call it casual revolt's theory of pedocracy, or does that sound too? Is that too academic sounding? Do we need something different?
Still, right? It's still illegal that they haven't released all of the files. In fact, he actually tried to gaslight the world by pretending he'd never heard of the Epstein cover-up and that there was no grounds for any investigation at all.
Is the public going to learn the identities of the men who abused the girls?
Is the public going to learn about...
Oh, I like that. Diddlemocracy or diddleocracy. That's possible.
Men that abuse these girls. Like, what does that mean? I mean, I don't understand what that means.
Men, rich and powerful men that I work for that are abused. I've never even heard. I don't know what you're talking about.
Man, shut the. If we had information, we meaning the Department of Justice, about men who abused women, we would prosecute them.
Yeah. Right. Okay. Yeah. So, guys, of course, we need to throw the guy who burned down that warehouse into prison for a decade or whatever, for longer, and ruin his life. But we're perfectly fine with elites who are assaulting children and doing shit like that. Okay, no problem there, none. America, America, God shed His grace on thee. Okay, let's see here. We got Sir Bart. That's a good one. Weird Amorphous Blob. Iran had the supreme leader, and we have the supreme PDF file. Yes, I think I already said that word, but too late. Song of the olden times. Okay. Of course it does, LaQual. Our justice system exists to enforce property rights above all else. This was sent to us by Sir Bart. Okay. I know, right? Isn't that hilarious? Dugon, are you from the United States? Yes. Okay. So let's see here. So this is Whitest Kids You Know, Song of Olden Times. Okay. Let's watch it. Yeah, Doug.
Music has been used for
God,
centuries
that's right. You
to
told
tell
me
the
that.
story of who we are and where we've come from.
Okay, we'll see about this. I might have to pause it so we don't get copyrighted.
Books is proud to offer this brand new collection, Songs of Olden Times. A library of beautiful, elegant, and folksy tunes from a simpler age. An age preserved through song.
Yeah.
You are my child.
Yeah, see, this is why I have some issues with postmodernism, just a little bit. Just a little bit. Although, admittedly, that seems to be happening now, too, a little bit, doesn't it?
I am your father.
Oh.
I'll give you everything. You just can't leave your room. You are my child bride.
How dare you, Sir Bart? Oh, no.
You are my child bride. I am your father. World-renowned classical singer Luciano Peravisi brings each historic tune to life with the help of Broadway composer Tim Leon, who for the first time has created original melodies for some of the oldest written verses known to man, such as... That woman's having her period. That woman's having her period. I believe that woman is having her period. Banish her to the woods. She can't come in contact with anyone for at least 7 days.
Yeah.
Go burn all her garments.
Yep, that literally... There are biblical passages that say that when a woman is on her period, she is to stay indoors and stay separate and stay do ritual self-cleaning. And if she does have to go into public, she has to announce out loud that she's unclean wherever she goes. So yeah, a basic bodily function apparently makes you dirty, according to Christianity and according to a lot of people back in the day. Women were fundamentally dirty because of a naturally bodily function. It is weird, LaQual, but it's all about power, right? Like if women had power, if there had been matriarchies everywhere, maybe they would have banned men whenever they ejaculated. You know, see what I mean? Like there's no, like it's just made up shit. Okay.
Pray for the dark spirits to go away. What better way to pass on such timeless masterpieces such as the family lineage of everyone so far.
And Ishnu of the waterlands begat Ezekiel.
Norman.
Or God is angry, we must hide in a cave for 40 years.
God is angry, we must hide in a cave for 40 years. Hilarious.
Can you hear the thunder? Oh, can you see the lightning? We have angered God and now the heavens are all fighting. That's the only conceivable reason for the storm.
Correct.
We must make amends and sacrifice all our firstborns.
Oh, so true.
We must make amends and sacrifice all our firstborns.
Guys, if you want to watch a really good movie that I think really shows what it's like to live in like really strict Christian times, okay? Anyone here seen The Witch? The Witch, the movie about a New England family living in Puritan New England. That movie captures really well what it must have felt like to be almost paranoidly religious, and see everything. Yeah, and see everything as like a threat, and see everything as the sign of God. It's really good, guys. It's really good, and it does a good job of like being scary because most of the shit that happens in the movie you could theorize never really happened the way that they say it happened, but because of their paranoia and because of their religiosity, they kind of assume things are happening that aren't probably happening, and it's terrifying, okay? You just got to see it. It's a really good movie. It's called The Witch. I recommend it, okay? And then think critically about it, all right?
Call now to order songs of olden times today.
Jesus. Funny. Thank you, Sir Bart. Yeah, it's very true. Yeah. Like, imagine guys seeing an eclipse. Seeing an eclipse. Like, if you lived in this time period and you saw an eclipse, like, it'd be pretty fucking scary. You'd be like, oh my God, why did God make the sun go out suddenly? Okay, so, yeah. All right, see here, Weird Amorphous Blot would say, La Croix. It's basically about how when young girls come of age, Gage is actually the work of the devil. Yeah, okay. And like the fear of Puritan families about this shit. Okay. Oh, so you're talking about, I know which mold you're talking about there. Crap. Don't tell me. What is it called? Not lipo. What is it called? What's the name of the mold? Because, you know, I'm a historian. I know about it. It's one of the theories about the Salem witch trials. Ergot, right? Ergot poisoning, which I've talked about before, guys, on stream. I don't see. So, I don't believe Dodong. So my historian's perspective is it was not ergot poisoning. We do not see a lot of the symptoms that come along with ergot poisoning in the Salem witch trials or anything like that. A lot of the ones you would expect to see. There are some incidents where there's mass ergot poisoning. That is one theory that I don't agree with, but historians disagree over it. Some historians say that it might have been ergot poisoning. Others say it wasn't. I tend to side with those that say it wasn't. I think it's a lot easier to kind of view it as, paranoia and terror, and social conflict, because the people that were accusing each other, were from opposite sides of a family feud. And so I'm going to do a stream sometime, guys, on the Salem witch trials because it's fascinating. Let me show you an image. I actually used to live right near where it happened. I could go and visit the house where the girls who were possessed were. Yeah, seriously. So let me show you. I know a lot about the Salem witch trials, an insane amount. It's like weird. I'm obsessed with it. I used to live near Salem. Okay. So let me, real fast, let me show you something. One map I can show you that will almost, and I'm going to go into much more detail when I do a stream about it. Accusers, Salem witch trials. All right. I'm going to find a map. Accusers, map. All right. Here we go. So look at this map. If it's so small, maybe I can make it bigger for all you to see. Okay, whatever. There we go. Okay, we look at this map. So here's a map of Salem during the Salem witch trials. Okay, yeah, totally. And it's okay. You can have that theory, Dogong. Okay, so here is a map of the Salem witch trials. The the triangles are people that were accused of witchcraft. Thank you. Hey, it's Shits McGee. Thank you for the raid. It's Shits McGee. One of these days, I'm going to raid you. Unfortunately, we're not often raiding at the same time, but love having you here. It's Shits McGee. Hello, folks. Welcome to the stream. We're doing a brief conversation about the Salem witch trials. Welcome, welcome, welcome. Okay? Welcome, welcome, welcome. All right? How you guys doing over there? Preview, what's this button? Ooh, I just got a button. I don't know what this button is. You just sent me a button talking about something? Oh, okay, fine. Let's do this. There we go. I would say we got an invite. I figured it out. All right. I don't know if I can hear you. Can I hear you, sir? Mr. Ishchitz McGee? I just accepted it. I don't know how the hell it's supposed to work. Regardless, hello, Ishchitz McGee. Hope you're doing well. All right. Okay. So I don't know why it doesn't seem to be working. I feel like I'm in a different room on YouTube. I don't know what's happening. Regardless, forgive me, it's just McGee. I said accept, but it's not working too well. Regardless, we'll go back to this. But thank you, it's just McGee, for coming over here. So, guys, when it comes to the Salem witch trials, look here on. Can everyone still hear me? Did I mess something up? Can everyone still hear me? Because I clicked a button. And anyway, so here we have an image. It told me to not. That's weird. No, it's okay. It's just McGee. I couldn't figure it out either. It's fine. I don't know what happened. But thank you though for the raid. It's just McGee. Okay. So here we have a map of Salem. Look, guys. Look on this map. The triangles are people that were accused of witchcraft, and the squares are people who were the accusers. Do we see a geographic pattern here? Do we notice how most of the people accused were close to the Ipswich Road? This road right here, this road going through downtown Salem Village. Okay, you see this road, Ipswich Road? Most of the people that were accused were along this road or close to this road. It turns out, guys, that during the time of the Salem witch trials, capitalism was becoming very, very big, and trade, transatlantic trade, was becoming very, very important in Salem. And so there were two classes of people developing. One class of people whose wealth derived from mercantile investments and things like that, okay? And then there were people that were still farmers and were much more impoverished and had a lot less influence and stuff in Salem, okay? Furthermore, there you go, Doga. Furthermore, there had been a history of feuds between certain families that lived in Salem Village and families that lived in Salem proper, because they're two separate areas. If you see up here, most of the squares are in Salem Village, okay? A lot of the squares are in Salem Village, and then there's Salem, which is separate. There had been feuds historically between these two groups. So is it any coincidence that the people that were being accused of witchcraft were people that were next to this road where there was a lot of trade happening and that were more exposed to the wealth coming from trade, and were also members of a group that had been historically feuding with the people in Salem Village? Literally, Sir Bart, yeah, it was like a Red Scare. And think about it. A lot of the women, most of the people who were accused that were closer to the road were not the most wealthy and powerful people. They were people that could be accused safely without getting much blowback, okay? So a lot of them were women who were typically on the margins of society. For example, the first woman who was accused was Rebecca Nurse, who had a tavern on Ipswich Road. And what would be scarier to a New England farmer during a time of severe economic changes? An independent woman who owns a business and gives alcohol to strangers? Oh my God, we need to accuse her of witchcraft, right? She's also related to a family that we have a feud with, okay? It was a giant feud issue, okay? And the people, yeah, a lot of these were women who were easy targets. And yeah, we also know, right, that the two girls that were claiming to be possessed by witches were the children of the preacher who was promoting witchcraft. So his children were the ones coming out and blaming people for being witches, and he was the one promoting the witch trials. Interesting. Almost like he had an interest in doing this, especially when his power was being threatened by the Salemites, the people they were accusing. Okay? So interesting. And we as historians, we definitely we're pretty sure we know what happened, okay? Most historians would agree that this was a feud that took on a religious overture, and religion was used to justify oppressing people. By the way, you know what made the witch trials end? Was when the girls started accusing people with power in Salem. They started accusing people who you should not accuse because they were powerful men. That's when the men of Salem started saying, okay, we're done with this. You're going too far. They also accused the wife of a powerful man in Salem. And at that point, they're like, okay, we're done with this. And that's when they ended the witch trials. But Salem we're pretty sure exactly, it was a classic witch hunt where you demonize women, you target people on the fringes of society. Okay, you get it? You get it? All right. And the religion definitely helped. Okay, the religion definitely helped. It made it easier to do this. And the courts at the time were extremely superstitious, so they believed in something called spectral evidence. And spectral evidence is where you have to take as evidentiary fact in a court when people claim that they've spoken to the devil or heard the word, heard God speak to them or whatever. That was considered legitimate evidence in court. Okay, and they literally called it spectral evidence. And it was only when, these so-called witches or these girls who were possessed, it was only when these girls that were possessed started accusing powerful men and women that the courts in Salem started saying, we're not going to say spectral evidence is admissible anymore in court. Anyway, so that's a very short summary of the Salem witch trials. Okay. By the way, the girls were not killed. As a matter of fact, the girls were fine. And by the way, in the end, one of them later ended up confessing that it was all made up. Okay. One of the girls later confessed it was all made up. And she said that her father, she had heard her father mentioning these people, and he had often mentioned these people to them that they accused. So he had clearly been ranting about how much he hated these empowered women and how they're sinners and how they're threatening his power. And so the girls faked being possessed and kind of started accusing them. Anyway, so this is it's a whole thing. And it's really depressing when you think that all these women were killed. And by the way, they were so paranoid, they even executed a dog. They accused a dog of being a witch, and they executed this dog when the girl said that the dog was a witch. They also executed a man, all right? A man who was a poor working class man, and he was badass. He actually, they decided because he was a man to not execute him. Well, not because he was a man, for another reason. They decided to not hang him. They decided to put rocks on him slowly. His name was Giles Corey. I'll show you an image of him. Okay. Giles Corey. Yeah, I know, right, Dolly Boy? And they you notice here's an image from the time, a press of what it may have looked like, of them putting weights on him. All they do is they put they would put a wooden plank over you, and then they would slowly add rocks, big rocks on top of the plank to slowly crush you. And every time they'd add a rock, they would say, confess or die. And every time they asked him to confess and admit to being a witch or whatever, he would say to them, because he was a badass and he's a hero and I love him, he would say to them, more weight, more weight. He refused till his dying breath to lie. and to admit to being a witch. And he, even before that, he kept calling them religious lunatics and stuff. He actually stood up in during one of these witch trials, and this is why he was pressed to death. And he called them all. He called the girls lying bitches and whores. Okay, so he said something like that. He stood up in court and was like, "I'm not going to listen to these lying bitches and whores." Okay. They're lying, okay? And so then he was executed and still refused to relent, okay? And I know that's misogynist, but they deserved it. They were lying, and they were getting people killed because of it. And so he was pressed to death and refused to give in, okay? Anyway, so there were other women, too, that were very heroic, okay? Rebecca Nurse was very heroic, and things like that. One of the most heroic people, by the way, was the name... Guys, okay, this is early America. They had servants, slaves, and a lot of the slaves they had in early America, they didn't in New England, they didn't have nearly as many enslaved people as in the South, and it was not necessarily fully the same kind of slavery, but they had an enslaved Native American woman named Tituba. And who do you think the first one? Who do you think the first person they accused of witchcraft was? These two girls. It was the woman of color servant, Tituba. All right. And Tituba at first said, "No, I'm not a witch." And, but she ended up, because I don't blame her, she's an enslaved person. She ended up saying, "Okay, fine. Yeah, I'm a witch, whatever." Okay. And they didn't kill her because of that. And then she ended up naming some other, like 1 or 2 other people who were well known to, who were like wealthy women who had probably abused Tituba anyway. But regardless, she was kind of cool too, but for a different reason. And they didn't end up going after those women. I have to, I could be getting that wrong. I need to look into that story. But Tituba was kind of cool too, and she was blamed for just because she was not white. Okay, yeah, these white men are dangerous. Exactly, Lacroix. Moving on. So that's the story of the Salem witch trials. I will go into much more depth when we do a presentation. It's super interesting. Okay. Sir Bart, Israel and Lebanon agreed to launch direct talks after Washington meeting. Oh, interesting, Sir Bart. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Okay, we'll take a look at that. Okay. Probably won't, Sir Bart. Probably won't, Bert. Probably won't. I should say probably won't work. Did I say Bert? Yeah, probably won't work. Anyway. So those are the Salem witch trials. That's why I'm not necessarily a big fan of postmodernism, because according to what's his face, Foucault, this would be just as legitimate ideologically as what we do today. Okay, I don't know about that. All right. Okay. So there we go. Okay, let me see what else we got here, guys. You know what? We'll check what Sir Bart just sent us. So there's an update on the war. By the way, if you ever go to Boston, folks, if you ever go to Boston, they do. Look, well, I know. Sometimes they do. It's crazy to me. It's very crazy to me. Says here, Trump teases more Pakistan peace talks. Boston, I know. Yeah. You're right, Norman. Hey, there's one thing he's good at. It's getting people to turn against him in the American empire. I appreciate it. I forget what I was going to say. I was going to say something. Hezbollah has rejected talks between the Lebanese government and Israel. We now have 8 days before the ceasefire ends. So I guess they have set up a new time limit on this? I didn't know that. Israel and Lebanon agree to launch direct talks after Washington meeting. Okay. Who controls the Strait of Hormuz? So this is okay. So we'll find out about that. You know, I'm sure Israel will find a way to seize more territory and murder more people and do more ethnic cleansing, because to be clear, the Israeli state is a Nazi state. I'm going to say it because it's true. The Israeli government is a Nazi government, acts like a Nazi government, believes in Nazi things, and says things that are remarkably similar to what the Nazis said. The Israeli government is a Nazi government. Okay. Oh, wow. God, how I must be. How dare I say the truth about that, right? Okay. Anyway. Okay. But they are. And what they're doing is Lebensraum. They're doing a Lebensraum level ethnic cleansing in Lebanon. And we all know they're going to kill people. Yeah, I know. It wasn't it. It's very jarring to realize that Israel and the IDF are Nazis. But, you know, unfortunately, it's just true. I don't know. Like, you know, people I know will get mad at me when I say that and be like, you know what you're implying, because, you know, Israel, you know, a lot of Israelis are Jewish and you're saying they're, you know, Nazis. You know, all I have to do in that scenario is explain what the Nazis believed, and it becomes remarkably obvious that they're almost exactly the same. Yeah, Zionists aren't anti-Jewish fully. They do kill Jews, by the way. They kill non-Zionist Jews because that's mainly about the Zionism. But they are, you know, they have the same ideology. It's just not directed at Jewish people, I guess. Even though sometimes it is, to be honest. But moving on. I know, right, Norman? The world is going to be bombed and destroyed. Can we just get it over with? Yeah, at this point, I feel like I'm being edged to the world's destruction. Can we just, like, get it over with? All right. Jesus. Help me. Help us all, really. Help us. Let's wrap this up. Okay, let's wrap it up. Okay. Jesus Christ. So, okay, I'm getting frustrated because, you know, whenever I start talking about this stuff, I lose my mind. But regardless, Israel's ambassador to the USA says Lebanon no longer wants to be occupied by Hezbollah. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm going to lose my mind. I'm sorry, let me say this again, guys. Israel's ambassador to the U.S. says Lebanon no longer wants to be occupied by Hezbollah. Right. Mm-hmm. Right. Hilarious to me. Okay, I don't even need to comment on that. You know what I mean. All right. So, yeah, Dudon, I hate how I don't really believe that. No, I don't believe that either. That's what the Israelis are saying, right? That's because it says that's what the Israeli ambassador said. That is what the Israeli ambassador said. Now, Lebanon's government might not like Hezbollah, because a lot of times they're very corrupt in a lot of ways. There's some issues with Lebanon's government, but they're not going to. Okay, we know that the Israeli ambassador added that language of occupation, right? Okay, Jesus Christ. I'm just gonna. Okay, whatever. It's fine. It's fine. It's fine. Love it for us. No problems in the world, guys. This is supposed to be a calming stream today. Calming stream. Let's watch another calming bit here. It's not calming. This next bit's not going to be calming. This is from the Mideast Eye. Speaking of Zionism, remember that there are several synagogues in Iran. There is a Jewish population that lives in Iran, and they are anti-Zionist. They are almost all anti-Zionist, okay? For a number of reasons, they're anti-Zionist. And Israel decided to bomb those synagogues within Iran, because if you want any more proof that Zionism is not the same as Judaism, Zionism is a Nazi ideology by a specific group of supremacists who hate anything that goes against their Nazi ideology. Here's an example. Israel decided to bomb synagogues in Iran because those synagogues are not anti-Zionist. Okay? Or I'm sorry, it was probably just an accident. I would bet that those synagogues were being used as human shields by Hamas or something, right? Yeah, okay. Here we go. These are Iranian Jews inspecting their synagogue. Yep. Yeah, not much left to inspect.
19%.
Don't worry, guys. They are our special ally. Israel is our special ally. You know, our little puppet is an angelic state. We ought to worship at Israel's feet. Oh, are they not grand? Oh, are they not spectacular? Oh, have they not provided us so much? including the death of thousands of Americans because of their actions, because we fund them. And yeah, and our own actions, by the way. America is not, I don't want to all blame Israel. Israel's a puppet state of America. Okay. Yeah, I agree, Norman. More people need to know that Iranian Jews exist. Yeah, correct. Hello, Atomic. All right. Zionism is the ultimate form of anti-Semitism. Well, Christian Zionists are absolutely anti-Semitic. Christian Zionists believe that the Jews should return to the Holy Land so that the apocalypse can happen and all the Jewish folks can go straight to hell. Well, almost all of them, when Christians can dominate the planet. So yeah, Christian Zionists are absolutely anti-Semitic. Hilarious to me. Okay. So, Sir Bart, the SS ran propaganda campaigns in order to get more German Jews on board with Zionism. Yep. Basically, we hate you, but you like what we're doing, so we'll get it somewhere else. Yeah, Sir Bart, there is some truth to that. Zionism is a colonial ideology. It is not an exaggeration to say it's like a step back in time. Like, it's an old-fashioned colonial ideology from like the 19th and 20th century that, you know, it's like a European colonialism in the modern day. It's not much different from what a lot of European colonists did, or what the Nazis did, or what America did against the natives. But it's like super old-fashioned and put in the modern context, and then we don't see it that way, though. It's just like old-fashioned evil colonialism, ethnic cleansing, and genocide. Anyway, in your groove, don't forget that there are Christians in Iran, too. Yes. Oh, yeah, I'm sorry. I already said that one. Okay, thank you, Blake. Blake says, just spoke to Mithril. He's doing okay, getting an angiogram tomorrow to see if he needs the stent and double heart bypass. And if that's the case, the hospital are going to keep him 3 weeks more. Okay, excellent. Would you please let him know, Blake, that we're thinking of him and we miss him. We miss having Mithril in here. Thank you for keeping us updated. All right. All right, so there we go. That's fun. Love that. Love that for us. Let's see here. Yeah, we do love Mithril. I'm going to see what else we got, guys. Okay. I think the people yearn for... One second. I'm trying to find another video I saw here about Israel, Palestine, etc.
We're making it.
Okay, let's watch this one. Since we're talking about Israel and Palestine, why not? Why don't we just rip the Band-Aid off? For those that have been here a while, today I'm not talking about as depressing things today, but why not? We might as well, okay? I normally do. But this is I felt like people might need a break. By the way, guys, so I have been, I've noticed there's a lot of people out there that are feeling really down, etc. And I get it. There's a lot of shit happening in the world, and the weather is being screwy outside. It's getting nicer, but it's not that great. So I was trying to be softer today about kind of the things we watch, I guess, if you want to view talking about the British Empire and stuff as being soft, and natural disasters. But okay, we'll watch this. This is, I know, there you go, Atomic. So this is a video, I think it was sent to us by Mr. King K, called Unsafe to be Christian in Jerusalem, Fear, Harassment, and Empty Holy Sites. So to be clear, we talk a lot about the treatment of Muslims, okay? Yeah, and that's true. Okay, that Muslims are treated like garbage. They're not treated like human beings by Israel. Christians aren't treated great either. All right? Christians aren't treated great either. Now, there are more Muslims than there are Christians in Israel, but Christians are also always being targeted by Zionists. They're spat upon. They have been murdered. Their churches have been bombed. So just to show another perspective on this is East Jerusalem. So let's take a look how Christians are treated in Jerusalem. Since we are talking a lot about Muslims, and we absolutely should, but I feel like a lot of Christians out there who are Islamophobic might feel a bit differently about this if they notice how bad Christians are being treated. Okay, and I know a lot of right-wingers are. Like Tucker Carlson is always talking about how badly Christians are treated there. Okay, and it's true. So, okay.
A film about oppression of Christians. It's difficult now being a Christian in Jerusalem.
Yeah, it is.
That was them
very
spitting
difficult.
on
I feel like
Christians.
I have to hide who I am in order to maintain my safety.
It's very frightening, some of the things that this report is saying, that harassment and violence against Christians continue in a climate which is intolerant of diversity.
Come and visit us, see how we really live, if we really need to be annihilated.
Okay, you guys know, whenever we watch stuff about like this, about, LaCroix, exactly. I don't know about you, but whenever I watch stuff about how Israel treats people, I feel so claustrophobic. I feel so helpless. I have like a tendency to over-empathize. Like I feel what people are feeling. And I like understand the feeling of powerlessness and humiliation that these people are constantly going through, whether you're Jewish, not whether you're Jewish, I'm sorry, whether you're Muslim or Jewish, well, Jewish sometimes, Muslim or Christian in that area, okay? Mainly, I'm sorry, Christian or Muslim. I keep using the wrong religions. And living in these places, like how you're treated, or if you're anti-Zionist even, like the powerlessness and the humiliation constantly, it makes my blood boil, okay? Like, I understand, okay. Anyway, okay.
Closure of the Christian quarter of Jerusalem over Easter reflects a much bigger thing, which is the systematic oppression and attack and assault on Christian Palestinians. So how do you feel being a Christian in Jerusalem at the moment?
Right now it's hard. I feel like I have to hide some certain things. So normally I wear a cross, but in these days it's difficult.
Yeah.
So you feel persecuted. I've been spat on numerous times.
Spat on numerous times.
Yeah.
Oh my God.
Of course not. It's
That is, okay. Are there not laws in Israel? That's illegal. That's assault. If you were spat on in the United States, that'd be considered an assault. That is biological warfare. That is disgusting. You should be thrown in prison. And I would bet that the police probably don't do anything about it in Israel, right? They probably enable it, okay? So you can spit on Christians as much as you want.
difficult. And of course, forbidden from our holy sites. Forbidden from our holy sites.
Yes.
Yeah, Jolly Boy.
Like the Holy Sepulchre.
And this is documented in a report published just this week by an Israeli organization, the Rossing Center, which documents the assaults. It records graffiti, trespassing.
Oh, I know, Inverted Panda. You're right. They kill people and they don't go to jail either, right? Like, obviously, you know.
Vandalism, stone throwing, garbage dumping, and arson on church properties in this area. It says this creates a sense of vulnerability for Christians around sacred spaces and erosion of respect for Christian religious life in the public sphere. A climate in which Christians feel increasingly unwelcome, pressured to conceal their identity.
There you go.
And it's inappropriate for this place, okay? That's the Jewish place. You need to respect my place. Can you please put it inside?
What?
This is very harsh. It's very harsh. No, you're not respecting my
Can you please
religion.
stop taking pictures?
You're not respecting. You're hindering me from my human right to. No, this is not provocation. I'm an abbot. This is my dress.
These attacks are on the rise.
Such victims. Like, I am such a victim. You are wearing a religious garb in place that belongs to me. How dare you? I am being attacked by what you're wearing. They're all, God, these Zionists are always saying that they're the victims. We're the victims. We're the victims. We're always the victims. We're always the victims.
The Rossing Center, which is highly respected, says that
Such babies. Oh my, it's just so fucking annoying.
the majority of physical attacks target
Right, I guess so, Inverted Panda.
clergy, monks, nuns, friars, and priests who are easily identifiable in public due to distinctive garments and visible Christian symbols. Spitting is the most common expression of hostility. Once it was carried out covertly, secretly, the Rossing Center says. Now it's performed openly. It says there's a continued and expanding pattern of intimidation and aggression, and Christians are affected
outer signal.
not only as a religious minority, but in the case of Palestinians, also because of their national identity.
Yeah.
Ultra-Orthodox Jews spit toward Christians carrying a cross in occupied East Jerusalem this week, an act of religious hatred, igniting a scandal in Israel and beyond. Other videos, also widely seen on social media, show Jews spitting toward nuns outside a church.
Oh, big, strong men, huh? Big, strong men here spitting at nuns. Okay, yeah.
And yet another where Jews spit at a church doorway.
We bumped into each other last night at the Anglican Cathedral, the Maundy Thursday service, which is incredibly moving.
Yeah, it is.
And normally afterwards, that service, the congregation walks down to Gethsemane.
Yes, that's right.
Yeah.
Yeah, usually that's a time of prayer and singing and remembering when Christ was arrested.
Yep.
Before he was crucified on Friday.
Today, in fact, today is Good Friday, isn't it? It's the most solemn day in the Christian year.
Yep.
It is.
I will say, I've always thought it was funny that it's called Good Friday. Does anyone know why? I just always thought it was weird that the day that Jesus was executed is called Good Friday. There must be a history to it. I'm just curious. It's just always sounded funny to me. Yeah, I know I'm evil. I'm like, oh, it's so funny. That's the day he was killed. I'm just curious why it's called Good Friday.
Last night I went to
I should know this.
Gethsemane.
Yeah, it is bioterrorism, sir, but it absolutely is bioterrorism.
On my own.
Were you, Lacroix?
Prayed among the trees, saw
Was
the
it Inverted
trees.
Panda?
Some of the trees were...
Yeah, see, that's what worries me, Inverted Panda, is that Tucker Carlson is outflanking the left or outflanking Democrats on this, right? There are right-wingers who are going to get people to support them because some of them are coming out against Israel. And so this is why the Democrats are morons, because they should... Anyway, they're letting people like Tucker Carlson take the narrative. Everyone should have the narrative, but anyway, disgusting. Atomic. Okay. Okay. Tucker Carlson, see here. I've never known why either. Yeah, it's strange. Who knows?
Probably here when Christ was.
Maybe Dolly Boy. Maybe it is. I'd have to look. I would have to look. It doesn't really matter. I'm just curious. Oh, thank you, Paul Squaw. The term Good Friday comes from the secondary meaning of the word good, that is defined as pious. Oh, that makes sense. Okay, Paul Squaw. Thank you. That makes sense, actually. So it was just me being a simpleton and not understanding that it has another meaning. Thank you very much, Paul Squaw. Okay.
And so when he was betrayed by Judas, those trees were there. Gosh.
Oh, I know you don't like him, Inverted Panda, but you're right. He is, like he does, he is opening some people's eyes.
As a Christian myself, here we are standing on the Via Dolorosa. This is the route which by Christians...
Oh, yes, Matt Saiga, I am very good. I am very pious and chaste and holy. You all know how chaste and pious I am. This is Casual Revolt. This is Sam's Good Tuesday, because when I'm here, it's always a good Tuesday. And by good, I mean holy and pious.
Tradition Jesus Christ took, carrying the cross on his way to his crucifixion. To stand here at any time is profoundly moving. Today is Good Friday, just under 2,000 years since he made that journey. All along the way are the stations of the cross where particular events took place, like he stumbled and fell and so on. And what we're not seeing at the moment is pilgrims. They're not.
Dodongo.
The Israeli authorities don't want crowds of pilgrims. Now maybe we are seeing a group here. I'm guessing that's who they are. Very small group.
I do, Dodongo.
Of pilgrims going along following the footsteps of Christ on his.
Atomic, you say, is there evidence that Jesus existed? So, Dodongo, there are biblical historians and historians generally. There are two main schools of thought when it comes to Jesus, okay? There are people who think that he didn't exist at all, and there are those who say that he did exist. But the ones, obviously, historians don't think he did anything magical, obviously, but I am on the camp that, yes, there was a man named Jesus, okay? Was it just one man? Was it several men named Jesus? Because, by the way, he wasn't the only one in the Middle East at the time, in that region, who was doing miracles, and he wasn't the only one named Jesus doing miracles in the Middle East at the time. So it's unclear, doing miracles. It's unclear, like, if there's stories from various Jesuses or if it's just one Jesus. That's one thing. There is a lot, in my opinion, there is evidence that there was someone named Jesus who did do something, probably was executed for being a rebel against the Romans, was probably trying to get independence for the Hebrew people, the Jewish people, reform the kingdom of David. But he never claimed to be the Son of God. He was trying to gain independence from the Romans. Okay. So he was a rebel against the Romans. That is the theory. And there are, now, again, though, we don't know for sure, right? There is some evidence he existed, but it's not enough to prove it. So the historians that say he probably that he may not have existed at all, they're also, that's possible because there's not enough evidence. But regardless, welcome, Razlin. Razlin says, you need to do more reading. There are many sources. Razlin, I am a historian. I have read many, many sources about this. Okay, trust me. And the sources from the time are not good sources. Okay, the sources from the time are terrible sources, as a matter of fact, because the sources we have about Jesus were all written after he died, many years after he died, and were literally reproduced hundreds of times by being written and copied over and over and over again by scribes. And there were mistakes made. And every single time, every single document we have about Jesus, the later it is in history, the more magical he becomes. The more magical he becomes, and the more things that seem to be added to it. Okay? Razlin, I agree with you. Within one generation, if you're talking about the Gospel of Mark, correct. And you know what's funny about the Gospel of Mark, Razlin, is that there's very few, and Jesus does very little that's magical in there, and it's very, very unclear. There's not much information about him. And it's not that interesting, Mark isn't. Which is why, though, I say, Razlin, that yes, I think Jesus did exist. I think Mark does imply that there was a man named Jesus. Okay. So, okay. Razlin, that's hilarious. Hello, Argenticle. Glad you're here. So glad. Oh, you raided. I'm sorry, Argenticle. I was yelling at people. Hello, Argenticle. Thank you for the raid. So glad you're here. So glad you're here. Okay. No, the stories are not the same. Okay. That's just not true. And I could debate this for days and days and days. I think that there was a Jesus. I think there's enough historical sources that imply there was someone named Jesus who did something. Honestly, it makes sense. Like, he inspired enough people that they kept writing about him and stuff. Probably something did happen. Okay, but he wasn't magic. He didn't do anything spectacular. Let me explain something, guys. One of the biggest arguments made by historians that claim that he was not real, okay, is that, do we all know that, like, it was extremely common all across the Mediterranean region at the time to say that there were men who became God? Like, the Greeks and the Romans had so many people who were like, Hercules was a man who became God. The Egyptians had gods who were born of virgins and then, were gods and were the son of God. There were multiple stories, especially amongst the Greeks and Romans, whose stories were spreading all over the Mediterranean at the time, and the people who wrote the Gospels were almost certainly reading these stories, and that those stories sound exactly like Jesus, okay? There were multiple stories of the Greeks and Romans that sound just like Jesus, because their gods were oftentimes human beings, and a lot of times there would be human people who ended up becoming gods. It was not. And to be honest, guys, and I don't, you guys, I know I don't like talking about this. I'm sorry. I'm not me. Please believe what you want. I am talking about, history. History is separate from religious belief. Okay. So you can believe all the stuff he did, but I'm just saying historians don't think they happened. Regardless, by the way, you know what I think is funny too? You know what I think is really funny? So you know how the whole idea that Jesus died and that is proof, and he rose from the dead, which must be proof that he's the Son of God? Well, if you read the Bible, that was commonplace at the time. Jesus was raising people from the dead left and right. There are people coming back from the dead all the time. So it was apparently commonplace. So why would this one guy coming back from the dead be special at all if everyone else was coming back from the dead too? Anyway, you know, I won't even get there. I won't even go there. My point being that historically, we don't have evidence that he was real. There is some evidence he existed, but okay. Anyway, we got it. Moving on. I'll shut up. Okay, shall we go on? Let's continue watching about how Christians are treated. He may have been gay. There was one of the Gospels is exactly the cult of Mithras, of Sol Invictus, lots of Jesus-like cults. Oh, of course he's hot. So Sam, you say, CR, do you think Jesus is hot? Well, of course he's a twink. Have you guys seen all the images of him on the internet? I've talked about this before. For some reason, there's a lot of weird homoeroticism amongst Christians where they always present him as being some kind of twink on a cross with muscles and shit, even though I doubt someone living in Palestine at this time would have been exactly ripped because they didn't have much food. But still, yeah, he's a twink, and he's always on a cross, and he's muscular, and he was a carpenter, so he could have been daddy also. Anyway, I'm sorry, I'm being disrespectful. Okay. Anyway, moving on. He's a twink on a cross, all right? He's the twink that died for our sins. Okay, I know, Norman. I'm going straight to hell. Honestly, I like warm temperatures. I'm okay with it. All right, never mind, guys. Moving on. Let's see here. Of course, go ahead. Go ahead, Atomic, do it.
Final day on Earth as before the resurrection.
Inverted Panda, you're tempting me, Inverted Panda. Inverted Panda said the next time you'll say he wasn't blonde hair and blue-eyed and white-skinned. I know, shocking, Inverted Panda. Isn't that silly, guys? Why is it that we always present Jesus as like blonde hair and blue-eyed? I suspect that he didn't look that way, okay? If he existed, which again, even though I'm an atheist, I am saying I thought he existed. But okay. Yeah, he was not blonde hair and blue-eyed, right?
The weight of the cross of my sins to save his sacrifice so much pain.
Okay, what's gonna happen here? To be clear, guys, I'm sorry. I gotta be clear. To be clear, guys, I want to point out, yes, you know I bash religion. I bash religious beliefs, typically Christianity. I have some trauma related to Christianity, being a gay man who went to Catholic high school, grade school, and things like that. I could easily make fun of any religion. I avoid talking bad about certain religions because there's a lot of discrimination against people from that religions. When I speak badly about Christianity, I do not care if you're Christian. I want you to know I respect you as a human being. I am not saying that you're lesser than anyone. You are a human being. You deserve rights. You deserve to be treated respectfully. To be clear, I just want to be clear about that. Not liking a person's religion and thinking it's kind of nutty doesn't mean that we have to dehumanize people, okay? So just to be clear, I just want to make sure we know that I am not saying that I think that it's worthy of being people that are religious are less than or anything like that, okay? Anyway. Yes, Louise, it is a lot like King Arthur, okay?
That's very, very somber, very moving. Group of British pilgrims following the Stations of the Cross.
No, don't Dango. Hey, I'll meet you there. We'll have a party.
I'd love to get...
There you go. Sam on is hate the sin, love the sinner. How dare you, Outer Signal? Okay. That's evil, Outer Signal. But you'd be shocked, Outer Signal, actually how much I would hear that because of being gay. Christians would say that to me. You know, we don't hate the sin. We hate the sin but love the sinner. But yes, exactly, Outer Signal. I don't hate people who are religious, okay? I just think that the religious structures and stuff are kind of nutty, all right? And forgive me for saying so.
And talk to them, but I really can't bear to disturb them.
No,
when
Doug, I
they're
haven't.
doing something of such significance. And so the Via
Yeah,
Dolorosa
exactly,
turns right
Atomic.
here, I think I'm right in saying. If you go straight on, you'll get down to Al-Aqsa.
Al-Aqsa Mosque. Right, Lacroix. And then I'm a major sinner, Lacroix, if that's the case, because I've kissed a lot of men, okay?
It's very frightening, some of the things that this report is saying, that harassment and violence against Christians
And kissing's only the half of it, but anyway.
continue in a climate which
Okay,
is
I'll shut up, I'll
intolerant
stop.
of diversity. and
I
more
know, I'm sorry, I'll
assertive
shut
and
up.
what they call exclusivist national religious claims.
Sure, Bright Love. I think I would love to talk about that with you.
It's difficult now being a Christian in Jerusalem.
Yeah, it is. It's very difficult. I feel like I have to hide who
There
I
you go.
am,
Being gay is my religion.
in order to maintain my safety.
That's awful in the
That's
birthplace
terrifying.
of Christ. And why is that? What's causing it, do you think?
Yep, correct.
I think there's some political problems caused by my own government that are.
You're American, aren't
yes,
you?
Yes, I'm American.
Yeah.
Not all Americans, of course, chose this.
Because you blame Donald Trump for some of it.
Of course. Any people who decide to make war in a land that's not theirs, they need to rethink that, I think. Come and visit us, see how we really live, if
Yeah.
we really need to be annihilated.
Guys, honestly, I wish... I don't know how to frame this. I really wish people, if there was like a way for... If you've never met a Muslim before, if there's a way... And this sounds like harassment. I wish there was a way to like find Muslims and hang out with them. See, that sounds dark. So that... I feel like if everyone hung out with people of different religions, you know, normal people of different religions, you'll very quickly see that they're human and they're just like you. And yeah, some of their beliefs might not align with yours, but they're still people, okay? Still people. And God, I wish that, you know, like, yeah, go visit a mosque at some point. Okay, I don't know. Go visit a Hindu temple. Go meet people. It's really hard to hate people after you see how human they are, okay? Go talk with some Christians, all right. But I know most, like, people in America, a lot of folks don't do talk with Christians, but they don't often meet Muslims maybe or whatever. Yeah, I know, Norman. The UK is having a big problem with that. Yeah, there you go, Lacroix. A lot of mosques are very happy with visitors. Okay, very happy with visitors. Okay.
The Rotting Centre talks of behavior against...
Yeah, guys, seriously. Yeah, you can hang out with a Scientologist. I know. I'm not a fan of the Church of Scientology, but Scientologists are people. Even if the whole belief is kind of nutty. Now, don't let them try and convert you or anything, but yeah, hang out with a Scientologist.
Christians, which contributes to an atmosphere in which local Christians are made to feel unwanted in their own homeland, and Christian visitors and pilgrims made to feel like unwanted guests. According to testimonies we collected during our conversations,
there you go.
Priests and nuns living in certain quarters of Jerusalem.
If that's the case, Paul Squall, then don't do that, okay? I don't think I've ever met maybe I have met a Scientologist, but I'm not going to, if they harass you, then don't, obviously. If any Christian person harasses you, don't do it, okay?
Such as the Armenian Quarter, which is just around the corner from here, and Mount Zion in the Old City, now face an almost certain risk of harassment each time they step outside. A nun walking near Damascus Gate, where we were this morning, was confronted by two Orthodox Jewish men in their 30s who yelled insults about Jesus upon seeing her. This means that Christians feel like that they don't really belong, made to feel that. And it says that 42% of the people they spoke to in Jerusalem here report feeling uncomfortable displaying religious symbols. Think of that. This is the most sacred place in Christianity. It's where Christ died. It's where he was resurrected.
And by the way, no, it isn't. That's not where that happened. That's made up. We don't know where that happened, if it did happen at all. Anyway, just a side note, not trying to ruin it.
According to Christian belief, it talks about attacks on Christians in the context of an extreme manifestation in right-wing ultra-nationalism, which it says has become a significant factor in Israeli society. And then it pointed the finger at the Netanyahu government. This trend has been particularly evident among members of the current government and has been further intensified by the collective trauma experienced since October the 7th, 2023.
Yep.
What it's doing now, really, I think, is pointing the finger in particular.
Sam, you say, do you accept? No, of course I don't, Atomic. Why the fuck would I accept human I am an atheist. I do not like a lot of religious beliefs. Okay? I think they're very harmful, a lot of them. And the good religious beliefs that are good, you don't need religion for. So no, why would I accept human sacrifices? Are you crazy, Atomic?
Ben-Gvir, the Minister for National Security, who's rebel-roused against Christians and actually described spitting on Christians as an ancient Jewish tradition. Not everybody agrees with him in the government, and he's been condemned for saying that. But
disgusting.
He's a very, very vibrant, powerful figure in the Netanyahu government. This is a very serious, well-written, well-researched report by a very well-established and respected body. They're talking about Christians feeling they've experienced a gradual, subtle erosion of both their symbolic and physical spaces over the years.
I know,
and it finds that approximately half of all Christians under the age of 45 are considering leaving this region. This is Jerusalem, the birthplace of Christianity.
Okay, so again, Zionists are Nazis. That's the conclusion of the video. And it's not only Muslims that are being punished for it. Okay, Christians too. So there you go, guys. All right, I'm going to put my face up. Yeah, Ben-Gvir is a monster and ought to be sent to The Hague, just like Netanyahu, just like Smotrich. They're all a bunch of goddamn monsters, and I can't see their face. I cannot stand their faces. Whenever I see their faces, I vomit in my mouth a little bit. It's really quite disgusting. Okay, so let me see what else we got here. Let me just see what we have. Ben-Gvir is a massive shit. Yeah, he is. He also looks like a massive shit. So you said that, what'd you say here, Doug, that the House Democrats have submitted a impeachment articles of impeachment? Yeah, it's not going to mean anything. It's not going to mean anything, but we'll take. Okay. Trump impeachment. I know, guys, I sound hopeless, but it's not going to mean anything. I mean, I could be wrong, but, you know, it's cute. It'll be cute, I guess. It'll be a cute little try at impeachment if it's true. Trump impeachment. Trump impeachment. What you said? Okay. Yeah, exactly. And it never worked. So I don't. Okay. Yeah. By the way, guys, there's only been ever one president who's been impeached in American history successfully and removed from office. But anyway, Donald Trump does what Nixon did every 20 minutes. Yeah, I know. Yeah, he's done far worse than Nixon. Okay. Let's see here. Like, where is this? I don't see it. Where is this? Where is this, Doug? You said that there was a. Let me see if I can find it. Nightfall, thank you. I am aware of Asmongold. All of y'all taught me about Asmongold a few weeks ago. Are you still here, Nightfall? I was taught. You guys taught me about Asmongold a few weeks ago because you guys are ignorant about internet culture, and I'm disgusted. And now, whenever I'm sitting at my desk, I keep feeling like I have cockroaches crawling on me because he's gross. Anyway, where the hell, Doug? I don't see it, but. 'Cause I don't see it. Where the hell, Doug? I don't see it, but. 'Cause 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 I don't see it, but. ' A commission? Yeah, no, that's not going to do it. Nope. But thank you, Doug. Thank you for that. That's never going to happen. But thank you. Let's see here. Let's see here. Something else. Yeah, Asmongold is definitely a nut from what I've seen. Okay. Jesus. Oh, yes. I love Rick and Morty, so we'll watch what Atomic just
Never
sent
too late
us real
to
fast,
accept Christ.
and then I'll put my
Jesus
face
is
up again.
always knocking at the door. All we have to do is open it and let him into our heart.
Okay.
Never too
I
late
like
to
Rick and
accept
Morty.
Christ. Jesus is always knocking at the door. All we have to do is open it and let him into our hearts.
How?
I'm so glad you asked, Morty. Just close your eyes and go to him in prayer, like this. Heavenly Father.
Heavenly Father.
Thank you for sending your only begotten Son.
Wait a second.
Jesus,
No.
I know you can't see my face.
Jesus, I accept you into my heart.
No, this sucks. Stop, you
I
guys.
like Rick and Morty, Sir Bart. Why don't you like Rick and Morty? What's wrong with you, Sir Bart?
Would never do this.
Fill me with your spirit.
I know a lot of people hate it. I think it's funny.
Make me a shining city on a hill
No.
for you.
No.
Make me born again.
No.
In Jesus' name we pray.
Amen. Amen.
You did it! Way to go, Morty!
Rossi, Biblesaurus, you made it.
We would have missed this for anything.
I
You
like
said
Rick
it,
and Morty.
Mr.
Fuck
Celery.
all of you.
What the fuck is all of this?
Greatest story ever told, Story Lord.
No, it's not. It's awful.
I beg your pardon?
God damn.
Oh,
my God. No.
Let's get the f*** out of here. Go now.
Okay, that's funny. Yeah, sexy Jesus, of course. All right. Anyway, yeah, me too. Like, there's some parts I don't like about it, Outer Signal, but I like some of it. Okay, some of it's very funny to me. It has a lot of very atheistic humor and shit. Anyway, I know you all hate me. Whatever, it's fine. Okay, so House Democrats call for a commission. Ooh, I love that. They're calling. Wow, that is strong from the Democrats. Let's have a commission to discuss replacing Donald Trump. Oh, okay. I'm sorry. I'm being an asshole, Doug, but I just don't give a shit. Like, they're not. I'm sorry. Like, what are they going to do? They're not going to do anything. They're pathetic little weasels. And anyway, yeah, they have the plans of an impeachment. Great. Measured by Jamie. I like Jamie Raskin, but this is like, oh, classic Democrat. No, no, Dolly Boy. They are calling for an impeachment commission headed by J.D. Vance. Do we think J.D. Vance will say yes to that? Of course not. Of course not. J.D. Vance will never say, yes, I'll lead an impeachment commission. Of course not. Insane. Insane. This is nothing. I'm sorry, I'm an asshole, but I don't give a shit. This is another key piece of shit Democrat move where this powerless commission will sit and talk about it, and then it won't matter in the end anyway because the Republicans control the Senate. So even if they do an impeachment is the trial, and then the Senate does the conviction. The Senate will never vote to get rid of Trump. It's meaningless, and we need more. We need more than just these cutesy little things that the Democrats do. We need massive resistance, folks, because the Democrats aren't going to help us. Right. Maybe Americans need to have no hope left before they do massive resistance, but still. Okay, I love that. I'm sorry, I'm done. I'll shut up. Okay. Have I seen The Good Place? I don't think so, Outer Signal. What is that? All right. Thank you, though, Doug, for sending that. That is important. I'm not trying to downplay you sending that, Doug. Anyway, so that's cute. Okay, what is this, Outer Signal? Let's watch this real fast. Okay. 1 second. We'll watch this. Give me a second. I don't know where it went. What? Sorry, guys. I don't know where it went. It disappeared from my screen, but I can still hear it. Where did it go? Okay, I don't know what happened. Give me a... Okay, sorry. 1 second, guys. All right. Did you send me a virus, Outer Signal? What the fuck? Okay, I'm just kidding. All right. All right. So let me find this real fast. I know you guys can't see it, but I can hear it, even though it's not. All right, copy. All right. All right, here we go. All right, so let's watch this, guys.
This new information, the time has come to take decisive action.
Wow. Can't tell you how happy I am to hear you say that.
We are going to form an elite investigative team to get to the bottom of this. And we are fast-tracking the process. It will take no more than 400 years.
Sorry?
It's aggressive, but you heard right. We are only giving ourselves 400 years to select the members of this elite team.
Wait, 400 years just to form the team? I was thinking that we could do something...
Of course, this is Democrats. These are the Democrats right here.
Nowish. Like right now.
Michael, we have rules, procedures. We're the good guys. We can't just do stuff.
Upon formation, the team will then be in charge of organizing a blue ribbon commission to investigate themselves, to make sure there's no conflicts of interest, and that will take 1,000 years.
Okay. You're right. That's kind of progressive for the Democrats. Only 400 years.
Just so you know, the whole time you're doing this, the bad guys are continuing to torture everyone who ends...
Gwen, you're saying, what would you recommend as an elected official do? What I would recommend our elected officials do is get in front of a microphone and call for the American people to rise up. Tell their constituents to do a strike. Tell their constituents to constantly protest. Tell their literally become engaged in. Yeah, tell you if you are an elected official right now and you are a Democrat, you have very little power in Congress. You should be encouraging Americans openly to rise up. And I don't mean violence, guys. Of course, I don't mean violence. Why would I ever say violence? Violence is bad. I mean, like, encourage people to, no, I didn't say that, Matt Saigai, do a strike, encourage people to do whatever they can do. But sitting there and, like, doing all this symbolic nonsense, there's more you can do. And here's the thing, guys. Here's the thing. Okay? Here is the thing. We need people who are courageous, right? I know these goddamn Democrats are all a bunch of weaklings and care more about their own skins than they care about America, about like their constituents. But if they really cared about us, they would put themselves on the line and they would do things that are dangerous, okay? And including publicly calling for a national strike. And I'm not promoting terrorism, guys. No, Norman, I'm not, okay? I'm advocating for resistance promoted by the Democrats, all right? If they actually cared, they would do that. But they're not. They don't care because they care more about their own power and like their donors, right? You know what I would do? You know what I would do there? Gwen, they're not doing enough either, okay? I think Bernie, AOC, and the rest of them should do the same thing. But again, they care about their own power and they're weak. So I would rather them push back tremendously. If I were in elected office, which I'm not and I won't be, I would be, I would be doing that. Okay, I'd be doing that. I think, I hope, right? But like, I know that they won't because they're weak and they're safe and they don't want to be, they might be jailed. Okay, they might be put in jail. I'll admit, I don't care. They should be. Okay, that would be good for the movement if they were. Anyway, I'm just saying. Okay, I can be the first openly gay president, right? No, guys, but really, if I were president, if I were president, you know what I would do? I would be such a bully. I would get up there and I would start listing the donors of people of my own party if they do not do what I tell them. I would say, you either pass universal health care or I'm going to get in front of a camera and I'm going to tell the American people why you are not voting for it, and then I'm going to pressure them to put pressure on you. And I might not be able to fully control what they do to put pressure on you. I mean, I'm not calling for them to do violence, but I'm good. You see what I mean? Okay? You see what I mean? All right? Gwen, that is the problem, Gwen. That is the problem. Okay? And that's my issue with liberal thought, Gwen. We are past the point where the system is going to work for us. This is why I keep saying we need to work outside of the system, outside of it. I am not calling for illegality. That would be illegal. I am calling for massive pressure campaigns, strikes, and things like that. And yes, for elected officials to use their platform to call for people to work and put pressure on politicians. Okay? And I don't think for the people who say that we need to work within the system, and I'm not saying you, Gwen, for the people who say we need to work within the system, I don't think those people are fully understand the problem we're having. Okay? We need to, and it's kind of a privileged position to be in, to think that, I'm very, like, trans people are being massively threatened. Okay. And I'm not saying that, Gwen. I'm not saying that about you. I'm just saying I get people who say that. I get that that's how we're expected to behave. But we need some major pressure on the government, all right? And unfortunately, right now, Americans aren't willing to put that pressure on the government. So we need their leaders. We need some leaders to can tell the American people that's what they need to do. Okay? Don't get me wrong, guys. I like AOC and I like Bernie and I like all of them. But we need we need them to get in front of a camera and start putting pressure on people and start convincing Americans to act, okay? I know I sound crazy and radical, blah, blah, blah. Yeah, no, inverted panda. Well, actually, yes, inverted panda. Inverted panda says, so you will be like Trump, who is a bully, listens to his... No, inverted panda. I'm not listening to any donors. This is, in American history, there's something called the bully pulpit. There is something called the bully pulpit, where a president has a massive platform, and they can use that platform to put pressure on politicians who are not doing what is good for people, okay? And I would not listen to my donors. I would use the bully pulpit to do things for the American people, like giving them universal health care. Our Congress is so corrupt that they will never do it themselves, so use the bully pulpit. And yeah, be a bully. I'm sorry, that's politics, inverted panda. That is what you do in politics. And we have a bunch of people in office who refuse to act in a strong way. Unfortunately, Trump has gotten a lot done, and it's horrible because he is a bully and he does use politics. Okay? You see what I mean? Whatever. Okay. No, Gwen, that's what I'm saying. The Democratic members of Congress should use the bully pulpit. They should be getting in front of cameras and calling for mass resistance. They should be promoting those massive protests. They should be promoting strikes. They should be promoting these things. All right? So that's what I'm saying. And then I want to ask you guys this. A lot of the Democrats openly say that Donald Trump is a threat to democracy. Donald Trump is a threat to this country. Donald Trump is a threat to the world. Do they believe it? Do they believe it? Because if they actually believed that, they would be calling for protests and they would be calling for mass action. They don't believe it. Okay, or if they do believe it, they are okay with it because they're still in power. All right? And I'm sick of these politicians trying to convince us they care when they don't want to step out of line and actually do what's necessary to stop it. Okay? Anyway, okay, I'm sorry. I'm calm now. I'm calm now. But Americans are often stuck in this idea of sticking within the system. And that system, we don't have a democracy. Okay? So it's not going to work unless we put massive pressure on the system. Okay, anyway. All right, did I scare away half the channel now? Because you're like, you're a crazy radical. Crazy radical. Sir Bart. All right, did you say, I said calm, Matt. Like I said calm, how dare you? All right. Okay. No, Norman, I never spoke that way to my students. I'm only speaking that way when I get riled up. Okay, I get riled up when I talk about the Democrats and how they're failing miserably. Okay, thank you, Bright Love. Okay, thank you, Elevator Lady. Okay, would you yes, I have to go. Yes, I have to go crazy radical. Whatever, Mayflower. How dare you? Okay, really, that's cool. Yeah, my name's Sam as well. Anyway, so okay, I'm calm now. I'm just saying. Okay, in real life, what can the left do without power? Yeah, you're right. And the Democrats are unable to effectively resist because they don't have much power And that's why they need to create a power base. That's why we need to create a power base. One of the ways to create a power base is to get the leaders you do have to come out and call for the creation of a power base, right? If these Congress people, who so many liberals and Democrats think are like the saviors of the country and are really good people, were to come out and say, we can't do this alone. We need you guys to organize and resist with us. We need you to do a national strike. That will go a very long way to helping convince people that that's what we need. All right. Alyssa, yeah, some of these things might be illegal to call for. It is not, in my opinion, I don't think it's illegal to call for a national strike. But you know what? If what they call for is illegal, they can get put in jail. And then that's good. That, by the way, Martin Luther King and people during the civil rights movement were put into jail, and they were willing to put put their safety and their freedom on the lines to make the change, okay? And they weren't put in jail forever. I'm not calling for them to be put in jail for life, but if they actually care, they'd be willing to make sacrifices for us. Okay, sorry. But they don't actually care. Yeah. And guys, Gwen, Gwen. How am I asking for something outside of their ability? How is it outside of their ability to get in front of a microphone and call for these things? If people don't do what they say, then yeah, it's outside of their ability. But they have not done what I'm saying, have they? Okay. All right. Yeah, but guys, like, I doubt, and I don't know, I would have to look more. I would have to look more into the law around these things. But guys, even if it was illegal for them to do that, I doubt it is. Legislators have a lot of leeway when it calls to calling for these things. Okay, endanger yourself. Put yourself on the line for democracy. If you really think that this is against democracy and the American people, you should act like it. But they won't. They won't. And most Democrats will continue to say, well, they're doing what they can. You're enabling Trump by criticizing them and shit. Okay, fine. I'm tired of it. I'm tired of it. And they aren't doing enough. And a lot of Americans do not understand what is possible. And this is the problem, guys. Like, Americans think that our representatives are doing the best they can at all times. And since a lot of Americans don't understand what these people could do, they don't see what they're not doing. Do you see what I mean? So like Biden, for example, wouldn't it have been nice if Biden got in front of a camera and started calling out the donors to the politicians and started saying that we need universal health care and started promoting these things? He chose not to do that. That is telling. It was an option he had. And then Democrats will come out and say, well, he couldn't have. What do you mean? Like, no, literally, that is just an option he decided not to take. Okay? And it's telling, but people don't know that. Anyway, I'll shut up. I'm done. That's my rant. I'm very frustrated, folks, as you can tell. When I start talking about these things, I get frustrated because it's like bashing my head against a wall. Okay. And yeah. So anyway. But to be clear, guys, anyway, okay, I'm done with that. I'm done with that. How everyone what do we think, guys? Yeah, it makes sense. Enabling Trump by criticizing. Yeah, Poetic Sparrow. Okay, Roger Stone and Steve Bannon are laughing in their porta potty as the Democrats say, well, let's think about it, huh? Yeah, let's have a commission on getting Vance. Yeah, that'll never, okay. Thank you so much, Matt Sagai, for the contribution, really. I'm trying to read what else we got here. And if I yelled at anyone, forgive me. I just get very much into this. I respect your opinions. I'm just saying, as a historian, there are tons of other options that politicians could take. Okay? It's just unfortunate that we don't do it. That people don't know those other options. All right. Okay, guys. I'm sorry, Dolly Boy. What'd you say? Oh, Dolly Boy says, yeah, it makes sense enabling Trump by criticizing the lack of opposition from the opposition. Right? Yeah, exactly. And also, like, hilarious, Atomic. Atomic says, casual, you need to take a deep breath and relax. Kamala is running in 2028 to save us. Oh my God, Atomic, I know people actually think that. I'm going to lose my mind. Okay. Can I also just say something else, guys? If Americans don't feel strongly enough about what's happening to do something about it for our own sake, can we at least do something about it? And can our politicians do something about it for the world's sake? Because if we think what Trump's doing here is bad, he is murdering people all over the planet right now. And so, like, can we at least do that? Okay, like, if we don't care about improving our own lives, can we at least care about people who can't make that decision? Anyway, I'll shut up now. I know you guys care. I know the Americans in here care. It's just deeply frustrating to me how liberals and the Democratic Party won't do shit. And they're weak as hell, and people think they're strong. Okay, I'm done. I'm done with that. I'm done with my little rage rant. I'm trying to calm down. Okay, all right. So what else we got here to look at? Ooh, this looks good. Thank you for this. This was sent to us by... Oh, is this Randy Rainbow? Oh, Louise, you know just what to send to me. You know, Louise is catering to my gayness. Louise is catering to my gayness. Louise, hilarious. So I think Louise sent this to us. Yeah, this is Randy Rainbow, who's a gay icon, who does really funny, let's see here. Maybe in a moment, Matt Saigai, but first we're gonna do this, okay? By the way, guys, we might have raised enough money to do an After Dark stream. So I will count it after I get off here, and then if we've raised enough, we'll do an After Dark stream, okay? So I'll let you know. I can't count while I'm doing this. I'm assuming we've raised enough. So we'll do an After Dark stream if I've raised enough money today. If we raise like $50 or whatever, okay? So we'll come back later for that. So let's see. This is called Resurrecting the Classic by Randy Rainbow. Let's just watch it.
Mr. Not My President, you're acting quite bizarre. Ruling like a loon behind your Twitter avatar. Of all your recent antics, this latest one's a pearl. Now it seems you think you're God. Okay, whatever, girl. Your crazy's on full display. Wish you'd just go away. Take a vacay, hun. I hear that Greenland's nice this time of year. Dreaming of walls while the stock market falls. And now you're shaming the Jews. You say you're the chosen one, and I know
Thank you,
what
Dolly
you
Boy.
mean. Chosen by the Russian Kremlin in 2016. When will this maniacal messiah complex pass? I hereby order you to get your head out of your ass and just keep selling us lies and attacking allies. Go on, you king of fake news.
It's fake news. It's disgusting fake news. I read a front page story in the Washington Post.
You're making no sense, bitch. Why are you still talking? It's making me nauseous. Everything you say.
Yeah, he is a great vocalist.
Bullshit, yes, everything's lies.
I don't think anybody's done more than me.
Close your mouth, and delete all your socials tonight.
The president has said he is the king of the Jews, the second coming of God, the chosen one.
He's not really interested in helping mankind. When it comes to Bible study, he's way behind. He can't walk on water or give sight to the blind, but he can change a falsehood to a fact with his mind. When they crucify him in the news, he starts tripping, and he kinda speaks in tongues when his denture starts slipping. Cheeto Christ, Cheeto Christ. He's like if Jesus were pumpkin spice. Cheeto Christ, stupid czar.
Hello, unknown. Hilarious. Okay, I love Randy Rainbow. He's silly. I'm gonna actually raise up my desk so I can stand because I'm getting a blood clot. Give me 1 second. 1 second, guys. I'll keep talking. Don't worry. Oh, Cheeto Christ. Got you. Ugh. Don't worry. It's raising up. Moving on up. Moving on up. Look how fancy I am. I can raise up my desk. Ooh, look at that. Ooh, rising on up, rising on up. I know, I don't really have a blood clot, Alyssa. Though I have had blood clots before. Weirdly enough, I have, but not because of sitting and doing streaming. Okay, hello, guys. Hello. I used to play a lot of soccer for the UK folks and Europeans out there. I used to play a lot of football, and I got a blood clot because of that once, apparently. I had like a kink in one of my veins in my leg. Anyway, I don't know why I'm telling you my medical history. That's pretty capitalist. How dare you, Norman? Anyway. Anyway, so how are people doing? How are people doing? I need to move around a bit, otherwise I'll get a blood clot. Rangers or Celtics? I don't know. What the fuck? What are those sports teams? What do they do? Play golf? I don't know anything about sports, Norman. What are you doing? Okay. Anyway, okay. Elevator lady, stop. Blood clots are a huge fear of mine. How did you know I had it? So when I had a blood clot, I'm gonna put my face up, guys. If you want to know what a blood clot feels like, I had it in my leg, and like my leg started feeling it kind of felt like it feels when blood isn't going to one of your extremities. All right, kind of feels tingly and like weak, and it hurt. That's how it felt. And the leg started changing colors a bit. Okay. Anyway, I get it. Don't worry, elevator lady. You will know if you have a blood clot, okay? You will know if you have a blood clot. I know, I get it, elevator lady. Don't worry, elevator lady. Like sitting, you have to sit a lot to get a blood clot or like get injured pretty. Yeah, it's also itchy. What position did I play? I played center fullback. I was very good at defense. There were a few times where I would get a goal from the midfield. I got 3 separate goals kicking the ball from the midfield into the other side's goal. I know that's crazy, but this was like high school, so it's not like it was professional, but I was a really good center fullback. Or center, yeah, it is center fullback. Well, that in America you call it center fullback. Center defense. What else? What do you call? I don't know what else you would call it. Oh, thank you, Matt Saigai. Thank you. So I used to play football. I really want to start playing it again just for fun. I like playing it. I don't know much about center fullback is like the center defense. What do you guys call it? It's the center defensive position. No, literally. Okay, maybe am I getting it? That's what it was called, center fullback. Well, okay, what do we call it? Then what do you call it in America? What do we call it in America and the UK? It was the center defensive position. Okay. I'm sure. Okay. Let me see. Center fullback. Oh, okay. So yeah, fullback is a word that is used in soccer, though I used it wrong. Fullbacks are the wings. Okay. My position was center, I guess center back. So it wasn't center fullback, it was center back. Okay. But no, it's true. It's true. I'm not lying here. In soccer, like I said, it's a word used in America. Okay. A fullback is a defensive position. So screw all of you. All right. Okay, you're right. Center back then. Okay, I maybe have misspoke and said center fullback as opposed to center back. Defensive line, Dolly Boy. I was defensive line. There's sometimes I would play midfield, but I was really good at defense. Okay, I was like the head of the defensive side. Okay, I was like the head of the fullbacks. I would direct them and shit, and I was very fast, so I could always chase people down if they were getting close to the goal. Anyway, all right. So screw all of you. I hate you. All right. So, guys, thank you, J-Mac. I shall hydrate. Okay. All right. How dare you? This is why we had a revolution, to get away from you Brits. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Basketball, interesting. I played basketball too. I didn't like basketball that much. I didn't like baseball much. Baseball's so boring. I'm sorry if anyone likes baseball. It's just so boring. I don't like it. It's boring. I like hockey. Hockey's kind of fun to watch, but I still don't know much about. I still don't like watch a lot of sports at all. I don't know what's happening out there in the world. Okay, so let's see here. Yeah, I know. Here we go. What is that, Dolly Boy? Center is spelled C-E-N-T-E-R, not that nonsense C-E-N-T-R-E. That's insane. Okay, all of you weird Brits, like you also all spell tire with a Y. What is wrong with you people? Okay, it's an I. A Y isn't a real vowel. It's like the vowel you use when you don't have other vowels. Okay, you shouldn't just put a Y in the middle of a word. Crazy Brits. Sorry, I'll shut up. I'm sorry. I'm joking. I love you all. How dare you, Matt Sci Guy? Okay. You should hear how those weirdos say lever. Oh, I'm sure. No, I'm sorry. I'm being Anglophobic. I love all of you. Okay, you know I'm joking. Okay, guys. So let's see what else we got to do. How are people doing? There you go. Hey, that's right, David Dan. So glad you're here, David Dan. Sumo wrestling. That is a betting man's sport right there. Okay. Bonds should be walled off and not. Furnace, hilarious. Okay. Yeah, what's up with feces instead of feces? I don't know. Okay, guys, I'm joking. All the UKers out there, I love you very much. I hope you know I'm joking. Okay, let's go on. So, what time is it? It is 3:30, or 3:30. I'm sorry, 4:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. Let's see what else we got to do here.
We're making a film about oppression of Christians.
Okay. I wanted to quickly find, yes, Matt Saigo, we still have plenty of time, though, so give me a second. I wanted to quickly find something to watch, since I'm just rambling aimlessly to all of you now, likely scaring everyone away. I thought I saw something. To watch real fast. What's this one?
Have I met you at a very...
No, sorry, that's too long for the moment. The Hero's Journey. Ooh, LaQual, this looks like a good one.
So I think Trump is America's
Oh, you know what? Let's watch this. So yesterday, guys, we talked about postmodernism, did we not? Thank you, God, LaQual. I know, LaQual, you didn't put this in reactions, but I'm using it anyway. We talked about what postmodernism is, okay? We watched okay, Norman. Okay, I accept, Norman. I accept your revocation of my rights, okay? All right. Okay, so this is a video that LaQual sent us called How the Right Wing Went Postmodern. As a reminder, guys, the postmodernism is sort of the idea that there are no universal truths, that every system of ideology is a system of power, and they're all oppressive in a different way. And therefore, no real system of thought, knowledge, or knowing is better than any other. And that we can't really ever know anything for certain, okay? Because human beings are deeply flawed. So I have issues with this. There are some useful parts to this, but let's watch real fast this video about it. I'm going to pull it up here because he's saying that the right wing is somewhat postmodern, and I do partially agree with that. One of the overlaps between postmodernism and fascism is the emphasis is the rejection of the Enlightenment. Fascists don't like rationality. They don't like reason. They like emotion, and they like action without thought. For most fascist regimes, thinking and reflection are viewed as effeminate. Okay? Like if you think too much, exactly, Winston. Okay, if you think too much, it's viewed as an effeminate trait, and it's viewed as bad because fascists are all about hypermasculinity. All right, which, by the way, for the men out there in the manosphere who think that that's bad, then to think because it makes you more effeminate. For those who don't think that way, what does that imply about how fascists view men? Fascists don't view men as very intelligent, right? They view them as brutes that should just be brutal all the time, if you think of it the opposite way. But anyway, okay, you're an effeminate trait, Sylvie. Okay, so anyway, I love you, Sylvie. You're the best. So yes. Okay, so let's see what he has to say about the right wing and postmodernism.
Postmodern president, which might surprise those who associate postmodernism with woke, Marxist, commie, trans super soldiers who want to teach white children that they caused slavery. or something like that. But Trump and the modern conservative movement in general exemplify the very type of postmodernism that they're trying to get other people to be so afraid of. And by understanding this, we can then explain moments like this, where the health secretary, RFK, reacts to a very weird and uncommon measles outbreak with, "No, it's normal, this happens all the time." But let's start by establishing what postmodernism actually is. Now, Jean-Francois Lyotard described postmodernism as incredulity.
I know Dolly Boy. You said not to watch the opening. I'm gonna watch the opening, or was it Dolly Boy or Lacroix? I'm Lacroix. I'm gonna watch the opening just to remind people of what postmodernism is.
Towards meta-narratives. And all this means is a disbelief or skepticism towards systems that attempt to explain it all, whether those systems be religious or scientific or Clarissa. Now, Frederick Jameson described postmodernism as the cultural logic of late capitalism, which means that postmodernism isn't like some original philosophical school of thought. It's just a word.
Yeah, I haven't given you guys the Marxist perspective on postmodernism, or at least, I guess, the neo-Marxist perspective on postmodernism, because it's not a good one, okay?
Describe a social and economic system that exists under capitalism. And Jameson saw postmodernism as especially American. He wrote that American postmodern culture is the internal and superstructural expression of a whole new wave of American military and economic domination throughout the world. And this sort of postmodernism creates a nostalgia for a past without connection to a clear sense of history. This nostalgia enables the longing for a time when...
come on, for the people that have been in this stream for a long time, what does that sound like? What's that word, the big word that I keep using to describe the ideological core of fascism? What is the ideological core of fascism? Do we remember that big word that you can use to use when you're on a date to impress someone? Okay, do we remember? Anyone remember? Oh, no, Fetty. That's a different big word that we talked about. Okay, the word we talked about was palingenetic ultranationalism. Okay, that is the idea of the core of fascism ideologically is the idea of returning to some mythical past. Okay, some sort of a rebirth, having a national rebirth, giving a rebirth to the nation. Think about like Hitler was like wanted to restore Germany to greatness and create a 1,000-year Reich. Mussolini wanted to restore the Roman Empire and bring Italy back to greatness. Donald Trump wants to make America great again. It is the palingenetic core of fascism, okay, palingenetic ultranationalism, mixed with this sense of the nation is the most important thing. Okay, so that's sort of the ideological core of fascism. So what he's describing is very postmodernist, anyway, and it's sort of, well, he's describing palingenetic ultranationalism.
America was great, and the founding fathers were the smartest boys in the room, and all this stuff without reckoning with actual history.
It is, Rohan.
You basically have to do a choose-your-own-adventure.
Oh, Rohan, trust me, you'll find no disagreements here. The U.S. is demonic, okay? We are the biggest terrorist state on earth, and we have an evil empire.
Talking about the past. Now, Jameson explains this in the context of postmodern architecture. He writes, the postmodern architecture, which randomly and without principle, but with gusto, cannibalizes all the architectural styles of the past and combines them in overstimulating ensembles. And we see this in right-wing postmodern politics. Right?
I don't know what does that look like? I don't know what postmodernist architecture looks like. I know it's a thing. I don't think let me see here. Postmodernist architecture. All right. Ooh. I'm guessing it's all over the place. Yeah, it's all over the place. Look at that. Okay. I mean, that looks kind of cool. Okay. Yeah. Postmodernist is trying to, ooh, that's terrible. That looks horrible. Look at this shit. This does look like just someone threw a bunch of shit together. Yeah. I don't know if I like that one, but this isn't bad. I don't really mind architectural expressions, I guess, of postmodernism, but that looks like shit. Okay. That random fucking giant pillar in the middle. All right. I'm sure other ones are great. Okay. What else? Are there any other weird ones here? Oh, look, it's a giant cat thing. Okay, whatever. Some of it's okay. Some of it's not so okay. It's postmodernist. What do you expect? Okay. Anyway, going on.
Right? They're just picking and choosing different aspects of the past without a
It is
real
pretty
connection to
phallic.
their specific history to make these, weird, overstimulating ensembles. And the postmodern architecture thing also explains something about Trump, but I'll get to that in a second. Another element of postmodern critique, and we get this in people like Michel Foucault, is this idea that it's not scientific consensus or political values or reason that shape history. It's just power. Power is the dominating and driving force of politics, culture, economics.
Okay, but this is what drives me crazy about postmodernism, because it's true. It is true that power dominates history. Yes, yes, yes. We give scientists a lot of power. I mean, scientists have a lot of ability to influence our thinking about things. We've given them that influence. That is a form of power, whatever, okay? Or we give certain people, we give professors a lot of power. So there's the thing, though, right? Just because everything is a system of power doesn't mean that that all systems of power are equally bad. Right? Winston, so what is power? Political power, the power to influence people, the power to convince other people to do your will, okay? So that's the issue with postmodernism. I think that's what he's mentioning. And that's okay, we'll go on.
Everything, basically. So now I want to talk about how American conservatives went postmodern. And the first thing we can see is their use of the media. Because rather than connecting to a past with a clear historical trajectory, they basically use the media to create a constant present. Where all that matters is what's happening right now.
Yes.
And there's never not a thing happening in this given moment. And it creates a sense of spectacle where we're always pulled into consuming the narrative that's being created. And we see this whether it's the 24-hour news cycle on cable television or social media.
Norman says, wow, this stream is so damn political. Thanks, Norman.
One example of this recently is that after
you say Trump is a power bottom. Oh God, please don't put that image in my head, Norman. Oh my God, please don't put that image in my head. I'm going to lose my mind now.
Elon Musk did a Nazi salute, because he did a Nazi salute because he's a Nazi. He used
There's no way he has enough energy for that. Okay. Power bottoms, I deeply respect. That takes a lot of energy, okay?
X to create a false panic
about
how AOC actually did a Nazi salute, right? So it's an instance of taking a thing that really happened, him doing the Nazi salute, and then saying a thing that did happen to create a new spectacle or narrative. You know what I'm saying? Yeah, it sucks. Now, another way that the right has used postmodernism is in their raw seeking out and wielding of power. Now, because these people don't believe in truth or history or scientific consensus, they know that all they've needed to do all along is use power to construct and create their project. We see this in the ongoing barrage of
Outer Signal. Are you asking what the phrase power bottom means? Is that why you said power ? I'm just clarifying before I start explaining it and then embarrass myself. Or are you asking what he means when he says power?
Executive orders, which are basically creating new histories and truths out of thin air.
Elevator lady, stop you! Don't you?
And I was reading a bit about others who have talked about conservatism being postmodern.
I know you.
And I saw this in the Princeton conservative student newspaper.
Winston, don't you laugh.
And someone writes that during the COVID-19 pandemic, the right used postmodern critiques of scientific consensus and the healthcare apparatus, arguments that could have been lifted from Foucault.
So think about, guys, what RFK is doing. He is claiming that, like, Dr. Fauci and all these scientists are just exploiting you, and they have a certain kind of power, and they're oppressing you with their power, right? He is doing a postmodernist thing. That like those doctors are oppressing you are oppressing you. The ideology of trusting doctors is a form of oppression. And really, we can talk about non-doctor things to do for medicine, right? You see what I mean? I don't blame you, Dodongo. Okay, it's a very sort of postmodernist thing that, the doctors are oppressing you. Every ideology is equally valid. Every way of looking at medicine is equally valid. So that's very true. No, you're not going to get it.
Another thing we see in conservative postmodernism is a focus on identity. Now,
I got you, Outer Signal. Forgive me. I didn't want to humiliate myself. But yes, I don't know. I don't think he would be Outer Signal, right? I don't think that at all.
Right-wing critics.
He might be the second part of that, but not the first part.
So postmodernism will basically say it's all left and liberal identity politics. Trump and co. are the ones who are really all about the politics of identity. As I've been putting this together today.
I'm not answering that, Matt Sai guy. Okay, that's it. You're all misbehaving. Don't make me put chat in timeout. Don't make me put chat in timeout. We are not talking about power bottom anymore, okay? We're done with that. Okay, class? I need you to focus on the video. Focus on the ridiculously academic video that's actually kind of hard to follow. Focus on it, okay? We good? Don't make me... I will hide the chat on the screen. I will do it. I will do it. Norman, you started this, Norman. I will always remember this. I have a long memory, Norman. Okay, everyone good? Okay, looks like we've calmed down. Let's continue. Thank you, Stan Durko. Welcome back.
New executive order dropped that says that English is the official language of America. And this overall project is really about making the white Christian American identity the identity that matters, the identity that gets to both create truth and then benefit from the truth that have been created. And there's so much other racist, white supremacist stuff happening right now, but yeah, that would be a whole other video. Now that would be a whole other like 100.
No,
videos.
Matt Sai guy.
Other 1,000 videos. And what this all does is create this pure present with no connection to history, no connection to existing ideology, in which they can kind of do or say whatever they want. And when you're disconnected from the past and history, it makes it really hard to use history to critique that present. Now, Jameson has written about this, and he calls American postmodernism a new and original historical situation in which we are condemned to seek history.
Okay, I'm sorry. Is anyone even listening to this? Like, I'm honestly like having trouble focusing.
Of that history, which itself remains forever out of reach.
And by the way, it's not Lacroix's fault. Lacroix didn't send this in the Reacts channel. Lacroix sent it in the media channel. I'm just going to summarize for you, okay? The right wing is always claiming that certain, that what is true doesn't matter because everything is equally untrue, right? Everything is equally, you have been listening. Okay, fine. We'll continue listening. Forgive me. We'll continue watching. It's almost over.
And I think it should be obvious that Donald Trump is the perfect postmodern president. And I think that's mostly because Trump is a real estate guy and a reality TV guy. If we're looking at the economics and culture of postmodernism in America, these are two of the places where it happens. And as a real estate investor,
swear to God,
he built his empire on the sort of gaudy postmodern casinos that someone like Jameson writes about, and later just participated in the empty act of selling his name to go on buildings that he didn't construct. That sort of real estate and real estate in general.
Yeah. Okay.
It's a sort of shell game that's constructed value with little reference to reality. Yep. Also, like, people that make millions and billions from real estate are really the worst. And as a reality TV personality, Trump learned that truth and history don't matter. Media narratives and spectacle do. That's the stuff that matters, and that's why he's so good at this. And while I won't get into...
Because it's about creating your own reality. Real reality doesn't count, okay?
All of this today, I do think that this sort of postmodern...
Norman, I swear to God, Norman! I swear to God, Norman!
Conservatism is really dangerous, and it's doing something very bad to us. And the big irony here is that it's basically the same thing that these guys are blaming on leftist professors and activists is the same system that they're using to both build and wield power. They're pulling we got to find the guys who did this while they're the guys who are doing it. Okay, so what is this all doing to us? Well, according to Frederick Jameson, this lack of linear time and history makes it impossible for us to feel like we can do anything or change anything or respond to what's happening. And because this present becomes all that there is, we have this pure intensity of the present. And Jameson associates this intensity with anxiety and the loss of reality. And for those who like it, who are a part of the project, it can feel like euphoria, the high, the intoxicated, or hallucinogenic intensity. So basically, for those of us who don't love what's happening politically, we have anxiety and we feel like we're disconnected from reality. For those who dig it, they feel like they put Molly up their butts. And Jameson thinks this postmodern tendency makes it especially hard to resist or react. Because we can't think of a new future if we can't analyze and use the past. This leads to an apocalyptic sense where we can imagine things collapsing more than we can imagine them changing. And Jameson's the guy who basically said it's easier to imagine the end of the world than the end of capitalism. And that's what he's getting at here. He thinks postmodernism creates that set of conditions. Now, while I don't have a solution to this, I'll at least paraphrase Frederick Jameson here and say that we can at least name the systems that exist and insist on injecting history into our analysis of what's happening. You know, we can note that this political project is not connected to conservative history or the founding fathers or Christianity or anything like that. It's just a postmodern game of seeking and wielding power.
Yes.
And I want to talk about this more in future videos, but I do think that there's a value in analyzing the situation and naming the situation and being very public about that. I'm speaking of future videos. Thank you so much for the support.
Okay. So to explain, guys, to re-explain, Winston, the idea here is that fascism is about ignoring reality and creating a new reality. And under fascism, there's a German phrase, by the way, Die Welt ist meine Vorstellung, which means the world is however I view it to be. And the idea here is that it doesn't matter what reality is. All that matters is how I view the world. That is what creates reality. And fascists are very much about that. They hide reality and they try to create a new reality using myths and scapegoating, right? Germany is returning to some kind of mythical past that that never really existed. We need to make it great again. We need to have a 1,000-year Reich. Okay, this mythical shit. All of Germany's problems are due to the Jews. They weren't at all. Okay, at all. We actually lost World War I. We were backstabbed by the Jews. No, it wasn't. Okay, so they create an entire new reality, and they do not like rationality. Okay, same with the Italian fascists. So fascists are very much against the Enlightenment, against reasoning, against reality, and they try to create a new one. And to an extent, postmodernism is similar in that it says that there is no such thing as a reality because human beings can't find it. So any system of thought you come up with is sort of made up, and every system is a system of power, and it doesn't really matter what's actually true because we can't know what's actually true. So yeah, in our fascist regime like the one we have in the United States, we have seen a complete destruction of reality. Like, people do not know what's real. And I mean that especially amongst the MAGA crowd. They believe nonsense, absolute nonsense. They're living in a completely separate reality that's completely fake. And to them, the reality is just a system of power. If you say the truth about Donald Trump, they will say, oh, that's just what the Democrats want you to think, or that's just what. So to them, the truth is just another system of power. Do you guys remember when what's her face? Was it his face? No. Yeah, was it his face? The guy, what's his face? The first press secretary for Donald Trump. He said that I'm not giving. Okay, well, that may be your fact, but I'm giving you alternative facts. Right, as if there's such a thing as an alternative fact. That's a very postmodernist idea. No, it wasn't he. It was what's her name? I can't remember. Caroline Levitt? No, the other one. Anyway, Spicer, but it wasn't Spicer. It was Kellyanne Conway. You're right. Thank you, Dolly Boy. Kellyanne Conway. Okay. So, okay. So again, all right. So there we go. So that's my point. A Bright Love, this is a big part of why I want to discuss. Yeah, we could do that sometime, A Bright Love. We can discuss it. All right. If you want to talk about the hard problem of consciousness, I don't really see it as a problem, if that makes sense. I don't see it as a problem. I don't think most neuroscientists, I don't think, would say it's a problem, but I see what you mean, okay? Yes, okay, I know that's a big philosophical thing for some folks, but we could talk about it. Was it Huckabee Sanders? I can't remember. I think it was Kellyanne Conway. LaCroix, can you explain what a brat... I swear to God, LaCroix, I swear to God. I'm not going to say that, LaCroix. I am not going to say that. Shame on you, LaCroix. Shame on you. You know what? That's it. I need to hand out some bonks. LaCroix, you get a bonk. Bonk. Dolly Boy, you get a bonk. Bonk. Where are you, Norman? Where are you, Norman? Show yourself, Norman. Norman gets a bonk. Bonk. Anyone else need a bonk right now? Okay. Anyone else need a bonk? Elevator lady, you know, back when I was... You're not forgiven, Norman. You get a second bonk. Bonk. Back, Wizard Bread's books, you get a bonk. Bonk. Back when I was a teacher, there were always students who I would call gasoline throwers. Those were the students who never directly did anything wrong, but whenever another student did something bad, okay, or like I would get into an argument with a student, they would always be there to throw gasoline on the fire. They would sit there and make little comments to try and incite my anger or incite the other student's anger. or like they would do shit like that. And you know what you are, elevator lady? You're a gasoline thrower. You just sit back and laugh at all of it, and then you throw gasoline on the fire. So elevator lady, you get a bonk. Bonk! Anyone else need a bonk? That's true, Norman. I do love you. Okay. Anyone else need a bonk? Okay. Yeah, well, Lee Lane's also a gas thrower. And Matt Saigai, how dare you get a bonk? Bonk. Are we done? Do I need to take all of you off the screen? Okay. Right. Okay. Anyway. Whatever. I hate all of you. I'm not going to explain that, Matt Saigai. You have internet access. You're a scientist, Matt Saigai. I'm sure you can figure out, looking up Urban Dictionary to figure out what a power bottom is, okay? And you yourself, Dolly Boy, or was it LaQual? LaQual, you can look up what a brat bottom is, okay? I am not your sex ed teacher, okay? All right. Let's see here. A Bright Love, why are you being so rude to me? I'm not being rude to you, Matt. Like, what do you mean? I'm being rude to everyone. Okay. A Bright Love, so you're just not bothered by qualia? It doesn't concern you that we can't be sure we experience reality the same way? No, Bright Love, I'm sure we don't experience reality the same way. The language, however, for explaining that reality is the same across different languages. As different languages have a similar structured language to describe it. Everyone is individual, so they experience something differently because our brains are different. I'm not sure, but a Bright Love, I'm not quite sure the point you're making. We can still debate this at some point if you want. But and you can find religiosity or spirituality wherever you'd like. Okay. All right. See here, LaQual, I already know what it is. I just thought I could enlighten the rest of the class. Thanks, LaQual. You're such an angel. I know. Louise, see, this is why we need Louise in here, because Louise keeps chat in line, okay? Dear God. Louise, you get a boop. Louise gets a boop. Boop. Louise, boop. We have people in here trying to get me to explain what a power bottom is or get me to explain what a brat bottom is. I hate all of you so much, okay? I'm just trying to educate. Yeah, ask your spectral advisor. Okay, I'm going to put my face up. So actually, let's do this, guys. Let's play around. Let's play a game. Let's play a game, okay? Okay, let's play a game. All right. The only person that gets a boop is Louise. Everyone else is getting punished for the behavior of a few people in the class. So if you're upset you're not getting a boop, you can blame the misbehaving students in the class. By the way, never do that. Never do that to a class. You're not supposed to do that. So I'm being a bad teacher, but I don't care. I'm being authoritarian. Okay. So guys, let's play a game, shall we? Let's play a game. You know what? No, Winston, you get a boop. Boop, you get a boop, Winston, because you're new and I need to bribe you to come back, okay? So let's go on here, guys. Okay, all right. Collective punishment is against the Geneva Convention. I don't care. Okay, I'm an American. Do you think I care about the Geneva Convention? What is that? Thank you, Outer Signal, for your bizarre outburst about being Spartacus. Okay, you might want to see a psychiatrist about that. Okay, moving on. No, Norman, you can't get a boop. Moving on. So let's play a game, shall we? Let's play. Thank you, J-Mac. Okay. All right. So, okay, let's go. Let's play. So let's play the time guesser, guys, as we wrap up the stream. Okay. All right. Let's see here. Someone did something. Thank you. Whatever. Whatever. You know, Dolly. Okay. Whatever. I hate all of you. Okay. I hate all of you. Again, guys, I will check after the stream if we made enough money to do an After Dark stream. I'm pretty sure we have, but if we haven't, I'll let you know. Okay. All right. So let's go. All right. So here we go. We'll do a time limit here. We'll set the time limit. So we're going to play a game together, guys. This will be how we end the stream. We'll do 6 minutes. So here we go. On the screen, there's going to be an image. We have to guess where the image was taken and then also guess when it was taken. Okay? And then when it was taken. Okay? So where do we think this was well, this is the Soviet Union. I'm pretty sure this is the Soviet Union. Isn't this the Soviet Union? Is this not the Soviet Union? Oh, well, is it Romania? You know what? It's probably Romania. Is it Romania? Yeah, I think it's Romania. Okay, it's Romania. So we'll say it's Romania. It probably is in, come on. I mean, with the the size of that goddamn hammer and sickle, it's probably, Bucharest. So we'll go to Bucharest. We'll say Bucharest, Romania. And then do we have a date? Do you guys want to guess a date here? 1950s? Okay, we'll say 1950s Romania, Bucharest. All right, we'll try 1950s. 1955? I'll try 1955. You know what? Yeah, 1960. I'm going to go up to 1960. Everyone ready? And if we don't get a good score, guys, I'm going to lose my goddamn mind. I'm going to take out my rage on all of you. Okay, everyone ready? Let's watch. Let's try. Make a guess. So, we didn't do well. Okay, we didn't do well. And I am very enraged because this is humiliating to me personally. This was Paris, France, and it was in the 1930s, okay? So what have you all been doing with your lives? How did you get this so wrong? You know what? I'm going to pretend this was a fluke, and we're going to go on to the next one. We're going to pretend that one didn't happen. All right, here we go. These look like hockey players. I don't know. Are they playing golf or something? I don't know. It's hockey, right? So these look like hockey players. There are a bunch of shit up here above. Is that Hungary? I don't know. Like, what's this? So we have a bunch of fucking shit. Oh, this is the German flag. So this is these are Germans, and these are women. German women playing hockey. Milano? I think it's in Milan. Is it in Milan? It might be in Milan. Oh, you know what? It is in Milan. Guys, I don't even need your help on this one. I think this is Milan. Okay. I think it's Milan. Well, it says Milano over here. It says Milano Cortina or whatever. I think it's Milan. Wasn't there an Olympics? Wasn't there an Olympics in Milan recently? Was that 2026? Is that true? Am I wrong then? It might not be Milan. Maybe it's not Milan. I don't know. All I know is that these are German women. And what does it say up here? It doesn't tell us. It's one of the Olympics, and this looks like it says Milano Cortina. Is it Milan? Okay, but that was 2026, really? Oh, I guess we could be. Okay, so it is Milan. Okay, Milan 2026. If we get this wrong, I'm blaming all of you. Can we use Google? No, Norman, we can't. All right, that's cheating. Okay, well, okay, make guess, Milan. Ah, there we go. That's fantastic. That's fantastic. We were only 6 kilometers off, and we got almost a perfect score. Yay, I hope I didn't deafen anyone. Okay, I will consult with the Spectre. Sorry, Matt Saigai, if I deafened people. This was correct. This was Milan 2026, okay? No, Louise, we are not going to give credit to Matt Saigai. I said initially it was Milan in the Olympics. I deserve the credit for it, okay? I deserve the credit for it. No one else does. And as a matter of fact, I'm going to give Stan Durko a boop, and I'll give Matt Saigai a boop just to appease him. Boop. You made my voice crack, which was humiliating, but I'm not going to yell at you, Outer Signal, because I respect you, unlike the rest of the people here. Okay, let's go on. Next round. This is Syria, I think. Is this Syria? Is this Syria? This looks like Syria. Kind of. I don't know where in Syria, but I think it's Syria. You think 2025? Because they are celebrating. Maybe it is. So we will say Syria. We'll say 2025. Probably, let's go here. Where in Syria are we going to be here? Do we think it's Aleppo? It probably can't be Aleppo, right? Is it Damascus? Wouldn't Aleppo have been destroyed? It might be better now. I don't know. But is it Damascus, we think? Where, guys, what do we think? Do we think it's, you think it's Damascus? Because Damascus wasn't destroyed, was it? I have to remind myself. We'll try Damascus. Damascus 2025. Everyone ready? Okay, we were 1 year off, but we weren't that far away. we were 365 kilometers out. Apparently, it was in a place called, which we never would have guessed because there's no evidence for this, I guess, there. I don't know, what is this place? Man Beach? So we're in Man Beach, but that's okay. We were only a year off. I will take this. I will take these points and I will love them forever. Okay. All right. All right. So let's continue. Delicatessen bakery restaurant, loin of pork. So this is, well, obviously it's an English-speaking country. These are Model Ts, so this is probably the 20s or 30s, probably the 20s. Chicken, pot roast, loins of pork. It's probably America, isn't it? City, hotels. Do we think this is the United States? Oh, look at all these little kids running around. Massachusetts, you think so? I don't know. This skyscraper, if you want to call it that, in the background. Parts. Glass. It doesn't tell us. I have no evidence about where this is. Okay. You think the Shetland Islands? That seems kind of random, Norman. Okay. You think Chicago? Massachusetts? Yeah, the U.S., I'm going to put 1920s, but I don't know where the hell in the U.S. in the 1920s it is. I'm going to say 1922? 1923? You think New York? Okay, we'll try New York. At least the good thing about the U.S. is that lots of these cities on the East Coast are really close together. So if it's not New York, we won't lose that many points. I'll say New York, 1923. Everyone ready? All right. Hey, oh my God, we were only 200 meters off. That was lucky. And we were 14 years off. Okay, whatever. So it was the 30s. It was the 30s. But we were only, we were not that far off. Okay. Like that's not so bad. I'm happy with it. I'm proud of all of you. It was my fault that we got the year wrong. I will admit defeat. All right. Let's go here. Okay, where are we now? So this looks like either China or Taiwan. China or Taiwan. Trying to see if there's any dates or anything. This is a movie? Maybe it is a movie. Is it Taiwan? Yeah, I think so. Right. Well, it also could be Japan, but there's more. I don't see that much kanji. I don't see any kanji writing, right? There's no kanji up here. This is all, okay. Not kanji. So this, you think 1970s Taiwan? But like, okay. I will, oh God. I will try that out. All right. Hong Kong, that's possible. See, that's the thing though, like this looks like Chinese, like the Chinese writing system as opposed to the Japanese. It's not Japan, yeah. So I'm gonna say, I'll say Taiwan. Okay, we'll go Taiwan. Okay, let's go to Taiwan. It could be Hong Kong, though, you're right. So we'll try, I don't know. I'll go right in the center of Taiwan. It could be any of these. No, I don't think so, look. Well, I don't think it's Seoul, Korea. That's not Korean. That is not Korean script. So I'm going to say 1970s. 1975. Of course we are Satan's Ghost. Love the Antichrist, don't you? All right. So let's watch. Let's try this. Taiwan, 1975. Everyone ready? Let's go. Well, we were not that far off when it came to the date, but it was Japan. In our defense, I did not see any kanji, right, which is the Japanese writing system, though in some respects, Japan does use the Chinese script for a lot of things. So that's probably where the error came from, okay? That probably is where the error came from. Anyway, regardless, I blame all of you because, as I recall, people were very clear in saying that it wasn't Japan. So really, it's all of your faults. All of your faults. Shame on all of you. LaQual, you were deeply wrong. Norman, you were deeply wrong, okay? Okay. So let's see here. I think you mean hiragana or katakana. Yeah, I know. No, I know Wizard Bread's books, but like there's different kinds of kanji, but I didn't see any script that looked like it came from either hiragana or the other one, okay? But maybe I don't speak the language, so I don't know. Maybe I'm wrong. Okay. Yeah, I know, but you were wrong, LaCroix. Accept your defeat, okay? Anyway, let's go on, guys. Let's go on. Moving on. Final score. That was okay. I'm sorry, that was a weird sound I made. That's okay. We didn't do badly. We did horribly. I'm only slightly humiliated by all of you. Shame on all of you. You've humiliated this community and me. All right. I will never forget this. You're right. We never get below 40K, but today we have. And you know what? I don't think we're going to play it a second time. You know why? I want all of you to sit with yourselves and think about what you've done here today. Okay? I want you to think about what you've done here today. Okay? I'm sorry, Satan's Ghost. Okay? To be clear, Satan's Ghost, these people need to blame themselves for their failures. Okay? You all need to blame yourselves for your failures. Okay, this is all your fault. And I'm going to put up my face. All right. My face is going up. So, no redemption arc, no inverted panda, none. Okay, no Matt Sai guy. We're not going to do GeoGuessr. I have to go eat dinner. I am hungry. Okay, I am very hungry, and I'm very infuriated with all of you. I'm not really. I love all you very much. Okay, so this is what we're going to do. No Matt Sai guy. No, I refuse. Okay, make it $10, and then maybe I'll think about it, Matt Sai guy. Anyway, okay, Matt Sai guy. You say 4? I'll say 7. Give me 7. £7, and then maybe I'll consider it. All right. If you want me to be an asshole about it, I can play this game too. So okay. Fine, Matt Sai guy, deal. £5. £5 because I'm a monster and I'm a capitalist pig. Okay, fine. £5, Matt Sai guy, and you have an agreement. All right. Thank you. If you do send that, all right. So, okay, now if Matt Sai guy goes through with the bribery that he just agreed upon, I will gladly play. JMac, trust me, if it were that, it would be much more expensive. I am not cheap, JMac, when it comes to that. Okay. So we are not. All right. So what we'll do here. Thank you, Matt Sai guy. Thank you very much. That is not the agreed amount, Matt Sai guy. I need more, Matt Sai guy. That is not the agreed amount. That is treachery, Matt Sai guy. That is treachery. And no, that's not 100. Like 300 bits is not $5. Okay, no, it isn't, Matt Sai guy. Okay, you know what? Fine, Matt Sai guy. I don't care. We'll play it. I'm being an asshole. We'll play it. All right. We'll play GeoGuessr. We'll play GeoGuessr. Okay. Thank you, LaCroix. Thank you, LaCroix. There we go. We'll play GeoGuessr. I'm so evil. I'm sorry, folks. I'm so evil. I know I'm being an asshole. We'll play GeoGuessr once, and then I have to go eat, okay? Jesus Christ, all right? How dare you guys? All right. Oh, that's fair, Matt Sai guy. That's fair. That's fair. I'm being an asshole, Matt Sai guy, okay? We'll play GeoGuessr. All right. I need to find... It's not called GeoGuessr. It's called MapGuessr. Norman, I swear to God. Okay. We'll play one more time. Yeah. Okay, all of you being brutal and okay. Map guesser. What is it called? It's not called GeoGuessr. It's called something else because the GeoGuessr, Open Guesser, that's what it is. Okay. Thank you, Matt Sai guy. I appreciate it. Thank you. I'm so innocent and lovely. Oh my God, thank you, Mayflower Kid. Thank you for the contribution. Hello, Mayflower Kid. Mayflower Kid says, roar. Oh my God, I should have stayed on longer. Everyone's throwing money at me now. Thank you. Okay, £5 equals $6.78. Thank you, Doug. Okay, thank you. So let's go on here. This is, okay. So now, guys, when we play this game, I'll show it on the screen. When we play this game, we have to guess where we are in the world. We can move up and down the road, and then we get to guess where we are in the world. We'll do 5 rounds of this, okay, and then I'm going to go eat because I'm hungry. All right, so where do we think you are? We have red... okay, we have red, you will leave me broke. Thank you, Matt Saiga. You think India? India? Okay, Matt Saiga. I'm just going to go down a bit, Matt Saiga, before I agree with you. What does NH mean? Yeah, it does kind of look like India here. The environs looks like India. What does NH mean? National Highway. Got you. Now we have to figure out where in India we are. This looks more, is this more northern India, Matt Saigai? Check the houses on the left. Sure. It's more of like a barn type situation. I think this is northern India, right? Punjab, maybe? Okay, so if I were to guess, guys, isn't rural Maharashtra? Okay. Let me look it up here. Let me see here, or let me see where. Okay, so here's the map. Let me make it bigger. Maharashtra. Okay, so we think rural Maharashtra. God damn it. I hate how it doesn't stay up. All right, so if we were to guess rural Maharashtra, so like right here, that looks pretty rural to me. We think right there. Okay, right there maybe. We'll go right there. Okay, we'll go right there. Everyone ready? Rural Maharashtra. Let's go. Yes. Okay, you know what? That actually was. Can you guys hear me and see me? How's everyone doing? How's everyone doing? Everyone good? Can you all hear me and see me? Can you all hear me and see me? Are we good to go? Can you hear me and see me? You guys hear me and see me? Hello? Can you guys, you can, thank God. Okay, sorry, I don't know why the internet cut out randomly, but we're back. Let's finish, okay? So here we have, again, because the infrastructure in this country is horrific, so probably my internet provider just decided to cut it for some reason. I am resurrected, okay, but we're back now. No, I'm here. You said some fun, I can't see the chat right now, unfortunately, because a lot of the chat didn't go through because I was disconnected from the internet. Well, whatever the case may be, we'll continue this, okay? Let's finish this up, okay? So I don't know what happened to the internet. It literally just cut out randomly. All right, so here we go. Where are we? We got, oh. Is it Spain or like South America? It's South America somewhere, I think. I think it's South America. Rivavadia. Huh, this architecture does look like South America. Is it Mexico? Is it Mexico? La Costa. Permiso Municipal. What do we think, guys? That's okay, Norman. That's okay. It's not. Okay, it's Argentina. Right? That's Argentinian flag. So, okay, we're in Argentina. Don't cry for me, Argentina. All right, so we're in Argentina. And let's see if we can get more specific. Where in Argentina are we? I'm trying to, because we need to be more specific. Don't cry for me, Argentina. That's the only lyric I know from that song. You think Buenos Aires, maybe? That's who would have thought that there's a German bank in Argentina? I wonder why. Anyway, okay. De trabajo, rapitos. All right, you know what? I just want to see what this intersection is. We'll try Buenos Aires, but I really would like clarification. Okay, fine. We'll try Buenos Aires. All right. We'll try from Argentina. There we go. Buenos Aires. Everyone ready? Let's guess Buenos Aires, Argentina. Here we go. Guess. You are wrong. Matt Saigai, you were wrong. Okay, many of you were wrong. It was not Buenos Aires, and we were almost 1,000 kilometers out. But it was, in fact, Argentina, which is why you should have listened to me and allowed me to explore more so that we would have gotten to a more accurate answer. but that's okay. I am merciful. I am merciful. I'm sure, Lacroix. I am deeply merciful, okay? And I will not be enraged forever about this. And I will not hold it against you. Permanently, I won't. All right, let's go on to the next one. All right. This could be anywhere. Okay, I'm just kidding. This says Foikino something. What? Romandaka? Oh, God, I'm embarrassed. This is not Japan, Matt Saigai. This is Cyrillic. That is Cyrillic. It is not Japan. So we are somewhere in Eastern Europe. And where in Eastern Europe, the fuck if I know, okay? This could be, let's hope it's not Russia, because basically we'll get no points no matter what we do, because it's such a large country. So I don't know what this says. Does anyone here know, like, Cyrillic script and know what language this is? Okay? You think Belarus, are we just throwing out random things? No, Hungary doesn't do Cyrillic, J-Mac. It might be, it might very well be. It might be the other one. Okay. Fokino Romadova? I don't know. Bus. It's a bus. Let's take a look at the bus. It's not Belgium, J-Mac. Dear God. Okay. This doesn't help. This is like a standard Eastern European bus. Okay. If such a thing exists. So, all right. I don't know. You think, yeah, it's a generic bus. We think Ukraine? It might be Ukraine. I think you're all just randomly listing places, and you have no goddamn idea. That's why you're listing every goddamn place in Eastern Europe. But, Louise, I don't want it to be Russia. If it's Russia, we're going to get really low score. Can I just... Okay, wait, let's just try this. Let me go up to this sign, okay? There's a sign here. There's a sign here that tells us nothing. It literally is just a... Okay. Well, that was pointless. Fine. I'm just going to do Ukraine. Okay, with the hope that it's Ukraine. Okay, Matt Saigai. Deal. You'll do that anyway, Matt Saigai. Come on, you're nice, okay? Are you sure, Norman? If you have proof that it's Lithuania... Okay, you know what? I'm just going to do the middle of Ukraine. Fuck it. Let's go. Yes. This is why I don't like it being in Russia, because it was literally on the opposite side of Russia. And if I had guessed Russia, I would have put it like in near Moscow, where most of the population lives. But no, it's literally the farthest east you can possibly go in Russia. Dear God, okay? Jesus. Hate it. Ugh, okay. Such a large country, really. Okay. Thanks, Norman. It wasn't Lithuania. Good job, Norman. Jesus Christ. All right, going on here. Here we have... I don't know. Where the fuck is this? It looks lovely, though. Oh, is this Mexico? No. Yeah, the arse end of nowhere, right? No, Mayflower Kid, you don't win. Okay, fine, whatever. It's near the ocean. That's all I know. What the fuck? Why can't I go further down the road? What is this? Area 51. Okay, yeah, it kind of actually could be India. The palm trees, probably southern India, right? A little bit of southern India going on here. But I want to see... is the grass moist? It doesn't look that moist, but I can't tell, really. Malvoy something, it says here. Okay, should I... I'm going to racially profile. Oh, my God. I know I'm so tempted to look at a person and be like, what is it? Okay. All right. Should I not do that? That would be bad. Should we... okay, I'm not being racist. I'm just saying, yes, I know. I might do a little bit of racial profile. So let's see here. What do we got? That looks like a... can I ask Rock? No, Norman, you can't ask Rock. Okay. What does this say? That just says 2 on it. Thank you. I know it's not Arizona, Mayflower Kid. Dear God. I hate all of you, okay? What is this word? Yeah, you know what? I think it is. It is India. Do we have a guess of where in India? The palm trees make me think southern, although I'm not completely familiar with the flora and fauna of India. I'm guessing southern India somewhere. All right. Okay. Can you not move for a second? What do you mean? And show the name? I showed you the name. There it is. It's right there. You see that? Malvoy, Kaulagam Road. What do we think about that? What do we think? Is that southern India? No helmet on the butt. Yeah. I already zoomed, Matt Saigai. It only lets me zoom in so far, and then it backs out. There we go. Not southern India. Where is it, Matt Saigai? Where in India are we? And don't you, if you're not allowed, don't be a Louise. Don't cheat, Matt Saigai. Okay? With all due respect, Louise, of course. All right? So you know what? I'm going to just guess because this is taking too much time and one of you are cheating by now. Okay? So I'm going to put it up in northern India, right in the goddamn center. Let's watch. Yes. Well, Matt Saigai. It's not southern India. Look at that, Matt Saigai. Looks like I should have listened to myself because it was the ass crack bottom of India. Okay? Yeah, Matt Saigai, after you cheated and you looked up the name of the goddamn road. Jesus Christ, this is clear. This is why I should trust myself, okay? God. Yeah, you're a cheater, Matt Saigai. You're a goddamn cheater. Okay. Mayflower Kid, don't you throw tomatoes at me. All right, shouldn't have listened to Matt Saigai. All right, going on. Let's go. We'll do two more. This is, I don't know, Guzelsuuliu? I don't know what that means. I swear to God. Okay. I don't know what this language is. Whatever it is, it's silly. Okay, I'm joking. I'm not making fun of the language. I don't know, okay? Oh, no, wait. I know what this is. This is Turkey. This is Turkey. I can tell by the language it's Turkey. All right? So let's go to Turkey. We're just going to... I can tell immediately it's Turkey. I'm going to shove it right in the middle of Turkey. All right? I can tell by the language it's Turkey. It's very mountainous. It looks like Turkey. The language is Turkish. Let's do Turkey. There we go. Hey, look, see, this is what I do when I only listen to myself, and I don't rely on you degenerates out there, okay? I was right. It's Turkey, and we were only 200 kilometers out, 300 kilometers out. I deserve lots of credit for this, okay? All right, last one. Jesus Christ. I'm hungry as fuck. Is this where Malzord is right now? Malzord, are you here right now? This looks like where Malzord is. No, it's not. This isn't where Malzord is. This is... Bye, Mayflower Kid. All right. This is not where Malzord is. This is... Where is this? Is this really India again? Yeah, I can see that. It being India. Where in India, though? I need some help. This looks like northern India. I don't see palm trees. I don't see the palm trees. Gosh, there's an India bias today. Jeez, what is this? Mysore. There we go. Mysore. Okay, one second. Where, Mysore, which is over here. Right? Is it Mysore around here somewhere? Am I wrong? Is it Mysore on this side around here somewhere? Am I wrong? What is it called? Is it no longer called Mysore? Oh, right around here. Okay, here we go. There we go. Okay. Of course it's not. Okay, no, not Mysore for sure. Really? It said Mysore right there. It says Mysore. The sign says Oh, I'm an idiot. You're right. It does say my store. I'm an idiot. I'm a fucking idiot. Okay, fine. Whatever. We'll go on. It's literally just an ad. Okay, for my store. Okay, I'm a goddamn moron. All right, let's go on here. It's probably North India, that's for sure. You think it is Karnataka? Okay. Okay, fine. We'll do Karnataka. Let's watch. Okay, let's do this one. I'm pretty sure Mystro's in that region. Okay, let's do this. You say Shriri Viaja on the sign, so... You know what? I'm just going to do this one right here, the one we're in, all right? Everyone ready? Let's do it. Everyone ready? Matt Saigai. You know what? Yeah, Matt Saigai, that's the state that you're from. That's humiliating, isn't it, Matt Saigai? I hope you feel the humiliation. Can we just say I no longer like India. I'm just going to say I no longer like it. After all these little excursions in India and all these failures, I'm very angry at India right now, okay? Yeah, Matt Saigai, okay, I'm not a fan anymore. Okay, whatever. I know it's no longer my favorite food. I'm done with it. I'm done with India forever. Okay, I'm joking. Love India, okay? But, all right, fine, Matt Saigai. Fine, Matt Saigai. Whatever, all right? You were wrong again, Matt Saigai, all right? God, all right. I should have listened to myself. Whatever. I'm going to put my face up. How dare you, Lacroix? I'm joking. I love India. Still my favorite food, etc. Love people from India. Whatever. Blah, blah, blah. Okay, where's my face? All right. No, Norman, you didn't do well. Go home and think about your failures, all right? Jesus. Okay, fine, J-Mac. I'll take a drink. All right. Matt Saigai, says the Modi lover. Matt Saigai is a Hindutva and loves Modi. Matt Saigai sits around crying over a photo of Modi every night because Matt Saigai is so enchanted by his beauty and his glory. Okay. Anyway, I'm done yelling at Matt Saigai. I love you, Matt Saigai. You're the best, okay? You're the best, and I respect you deeply, okay? Even if I dehumanize you and treat you like shit all the time. So, guys, I love you all very much. I'm hungry, though, and I'm gonna go eat. Yeah, whatever. You believe in Hindutva, Matt Saigai. Whatever it is, okay? Whatever, however the word is meant to be used, okay? All right, 1 second. I'm going to mute the application. Okay, guys, I'm going to go eat. I love you all very much. I'm going to check to see how much money I made, guys. If I made enough, I will do an After Dark stream tonight. I probably will end up doing it. I'm guessing we made enough. If I do an After Dark stream, if I do an After Dark stream, it'll start between 6:30 and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time. It'll only be on Twitch. When we do After Dark streams, we typically do fun stuff. We watch some fun videos, and we will listen to some music from all around the world, okay? I love you all very much. You all know what I'm about to say. First of all, guys, free Palestine. Free Palestine. Free Iran. Free Ukraine. Free everyone, everywhere, all the time. We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Oh, wait, first of all, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourself. So, Inverted Panda, After Dark is 6:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, but it'll start between 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time and 7:30 p.m. Eastern Standard Time, somewhere between there, okay? We're living, okay, what was I saying? The easiest way to resist, never stop resisting. The easiest way to resist is to think for yourselves and to not blindly listen to authority figures. That includes you. Watch me. I'm not perfect. I make mistakes. See what other people are saying. Don't get caught in an information silo, okay? I'm not perfect. See what other people are saying. Yeah, well, we're the anti-cult cult, so you should see what other people are saying and don't always fully believe what I say. I can get things wrong. I have before, all right? We're living in a fascist moment in this country. Fascism thrives in an environment where people have lost faith in the democratic institutions, okay? Fascism thrives in that environment. We need major reforms. You cannot stand in the center against fascism. If you do, the fascists will walk all over you. Don't stand in the center. Always fight fascism. On the wall behind me is a sword. The name of that sword is Chainbreaker. It is thought to have been responsible for the death of 7 slave owners. Why do I have it back there? To remind everyone that our ancestors have made some major sacrifices for some of the things we have today, some of the rights we have, and some of the freedoms, okay? We cannot let their sacrifice go to waste, folks. Please, please, please do not let their sacrifice go to waste, and always, always, always fight for a better future. And on that note, folks, you all have a good rest of your day, morning, evening, new night. I will, if I make enough money, I'm pretty sure I will. We did. We will have an After Dark stream. I love you all very much. Hello, Demosthenes. I'll talk to you all later. Please join our Discord if you haven't already. Bye-bye.